focuses on the theme Reparation for the Garifuna, legal and practical issues relating to establishing a case for the Garifuna. In March 2014, a meeting of CARICOM states approved a 10-point plan of the Caribbean Reparations Commission to achieve reparatory justice for the victims of slavery, genocide, and racial apartheid in the Caribbean. Now, with assistance from a London-based law firm, the aim is to reach a negotiated settlement with the governments of Britain, France, and the Netherlands. Now, what makes this case different from previous discussions of Caribbean reparations is the claim, which includes an indigenous component with native genocide included in the title, and an Indigenous Peoples Development Program, which included within the 10-point plan for reparations. The Garifuna Heritage Foundation initiated a Garifuna Reparations Working Group, which comprised of persons with various expertise who are committed to the concept of reparatory justice, and we will hear later on from Dr. Denning in terms of some of the outcomes of the working group. Now, before I introduce our moderator, please save your questions for the end of the presentations, and remember to place your cell phones on silent or vibrates. It is my pleasure now to introduce the moderator for the first panel presentation, Mrs. Zoila Ellis-Brown, Chief Technical Officer of the Garifuna Heritage Foundation. Please welcome her to the podium.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noel McBarnett. This panel has two presenters. The first presenter is Dr. Federico Lenzarini. Dr. Federico Lenzarini is an expert in international law and human rights with multiple permanent and visiting academic positions. He has extensive experience working with both national governments and indigenous communities at the national and transnational levels, including UNESCO, the International Law Association, and the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has been visiting professor in several foreign universities, including the University of Texas in Austin, the Charles University of Prague, the St. Thomas University School of Law in Miami, the Universities of Wellington and Waikato Teperinga in New Zealand, the University of Tulane in New Orleans, and the Romanian American University in Bucharest. He has been a professor at the Academy of European Law, at the European University Institute in Fiesole, and is a member of the editorial committee of the Italian Yearbook of International Law, the Intercultural Human Rights Law Review, and the editorial series, Cultural Heritage Law and Policy. He has published 7 books and over 100 academic articles. His expertise is geared towards striving for just, inclusive, and pioneering in international cultural relations. We also have with us Dr. Marcus Goff. Dr. Marcus Goff is a Caribbean attorney at law who was called to the bar in Jamaica in 2000 and has over 24 years experience in several areas of law, including human rights and indigenous rights law. Dr. Goff has served as a consultant and advisor to several indigenous, tribal, and local communities in the Caribbean, as well as a consultant and advisor for several governmental, regional, and international organizations. Dr. Goff is a partner at Goff Law and lecturer in the Faculty of Law at the University of the West Indies, Mona. Dr. Goff has a Master of Laws degree in Intellectual Property Law and a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Commercial Law from Queen Mary, University of London. His PhD entitled PhD thesis entitled Community Rights in the Caribbean Community Towards Effective Laws for the Protection of Rights Related to Land, Genetic Resources, Traditional Knowledge, and Traditional Cultural Expressions of Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities, focused on the legal protection of the land, genetic resources, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expressions of Indigenous people and local communities in CARICOM, with specific reference to Belize, Guyana, Dominica, Suriname, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, and Jamaica, among others. Dr. Goff's thesis provides an analysis of Indigenous rights in the Commonwealth Caribbean in comparison with Indigenous rights in other jurisdictions and legal systems, including New Zealand, Australia, Canada, USA, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. The research includes an examination of how Indigenous rights have been articulated in regional forums, such as the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, the African Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights, and the Caribbean Court of Justice. Dr. Goff is an advisor to the Charlestown Maroon Council in Jamaica, and since 2012 has been a member of the organizing committee of the annual International Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival held in Jamaica in June each year. He's legal advisor to the Yamaye Council of Indigenous Leaders of Jamaica and a member of the Caribbean Development Bank's Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group. He has written several articles and conference papers on the rights of Indigenous people and Indigenous and tribal people of the Caribbean. We will first have Dr. Federico Lenzerini present his paper, and then Dr. Goff. Thank you. Please welcome them.
Good morning, everybody. I hope not to bother you too much because you had to stand my presence yesterday already, and I'm here again today. Thank you, Zoila. Again, many thanks to the Garifuna Heritage Foundation, to the University of West Indies, to the authorities, everybody here, especially those who made this event possible. Now, my presentation today is somehow complementary to what I said yesterday, because I'm going to present on how it is possible to use international law and the standards concerning the rights of Indigenous peoples that have developed so far in the context of international law to advance a plan of reparations for the Garifuna people. There are very good examples that have developed recently in various international fora, and of course they provide formidable avenues to advance ideas of reparations for whatever Indigenous communities around the world, and particularly the Garifuna people. Now, as you know very well, the international movement for the protection of the rights of Indigenous peoples developed quite recently, because until a few decades ago there was no much attention for the rights of Indigenous peoples. On the contrary, the first international treaty in the field, that was the convention adopted by the International Labour Organization in 1957, Convention 107, was trying to favor the absorption of Indigenous peoples within the main society with their culture. This approach was corrected in 1989 with Convention 169, again adopted by the International Labour Organization, which is a quite controversial convention because it is relatively advanced as regards the rights of indigenous peoples, even though negotiating parties refused to recognize the right to self-determination at the time for indigenous peoples, as it is clear from Article 3 of the Convention. But so far has been ratified by 24 countries only, and it is particularly popular, especially in this area, in Latin America, because in the rest of the world this was not so successful. So probably the most significant avenue for the recognition of the rights of indigenous peoples at the international level was offered by international human rights law. Even though the main treaties on human rights at both the universal and the regional level do not include any specific provision concerning the rights of indigenous peoples, the monitoring bodies and the courts established by these treaties have been able to provide an extensive and evolutionary interpretation of certain standards included in those treaties, to the point of covering the main rights of indigenous peoples. And one notable feature of this evolutionary interpretation is that even though the human rights standards established by the relevant treaty are of individual character, the courts and other monitoring bodies have been able to extend the concrete applicability of these standards to collective prerogatives, because as you know, the main rights of indigenous peoples are of collective character, no? So I normally insist on human rights, even though the relevant provision can be applied to indigenous peoples only indirectly, for the reason that at present human rights represent the body of international law which is better enforceable at the international level, for the reason of the existence of monitoring bodies set at the regional level, even proper judges, no court, having the competence to release judgments that are binding for states. So, to provide some examples, don't you hear me? Thank you. To provide some examples, here in Latin America, the practice of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights is very popular, especially as regards Article 21 of the American Convention on Human Rights concerning the right to property. Is an article which originally was conceived as addressing the individual right to property. But the court, starting from the famous Awastigny versus Nicaragua case, the judgment was released in 2001, the court was able to extend the scope of this provision to the collective rights of indigenous communities to their traditional lands. And this right was recognized without the need to have any kind of property title recognized by domestic law. The legal basis for the recognition of this right is provided by the long-lasting occupation of a land by indigenous communities. Another example is the use of the right to freedom of religion and to practice and manifest one's own religion. And this right has been used in particular by African monitoring bodies, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the African Court on Human and People's Rights. There are a few very famous cases, the case of the Endorois in Kenya, the case of the Ojek people still in Kenya. And this right, even though, again, it does not specifically address the rights of indigenous peoples, have been used to advance the idea that indigenous peoples have a right to retain their traditional relationship with their ancestral lands for the reason that if they are dislocated from their traditional lands, they will be unable to practice their religion. And so this would translate into a violation of the human rights. Another article that has been used by international monitoring bodies is Article 27 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, concerning the rights of members of minorities to practice their language and their culture in particular. In reality, this article originally was not aimed to cover indigenous peoples, for the reason that, as you know very well, the concept of minority is very different from the concept of indigenous peoples. And indigenous peoples themselves generally do not like to be defined as minorities because the meaning is drastically different. But the Human Rights Committee, which is the monitoring body established by the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, since it would have been otherwise impossible to protect the rights of indigenous peoples, provided an extensive interpretation of this provision concerning minorities to affirm the existence of certain rights of indigenous peoples, especially with regard to possession of their traditional lands. Also, we can mention the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which refer to the prohibition of racial discrimination as established by the 1965 UN Convention to advance a number of rights of indigenous peoples, the lack of recognition of which would translate into instances of racial discrimination against them. Of course, all these examples are very meaningful because since they have proven to be successful with regard to a number of indigenous communities around the world, and especially when it comes to the practice of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, which is the most advanced body in these regards for indigenous peoples in this region, because they're under the competence of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And they can be used by the Garifuna people as well, especially as examples of good practice which could be taken to reinforce any kind of request, any kind of claim for reparation, irrespective of the strategies that will be used by the working group to advance these claims. So, to recapitulate, thanks to the evolutionary interpretation of human rights law, the international bodies have developed a number of implied rights, implied because they are not explicitly provided by the relevant treaties, but they are implied because their effective realization is indispensable in order to guarantee people the enjoyment of certain rights which, on the contrary, are specifically provided by the relevant treaties. So, for instance, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights has affirmed the existence of a right of indigenous peoples to cultural heritage, to retain the traditional relationship with their own cultural heritage, because this is indispensable to guarantee the enjoyment by their members of certain rights which are explicitly recognized by the relevant treaties, especially the American Convention on Human Rights. So, first of all, I always recommend to rely on human rights, again for the reason that human rights are better enforceable than any other bodies of law concerning indigenous peoples at the international level. And they're enforceable not only before international bodies, but also before domestic and regional courts. Then, of course, we have certain instruments that specifically address the rights of indigenous peoples. The first of these instruments that I have already mentioned is the International Labour Organization Convention 169 of 1989. It was a sort of revolution, no, in the field of international law, because there was a shift for indigenous peoples from a position of victims of prevarication to the position of subjects of the international law, subjects of protection. But this convention is certainly not perfect for a number of reasons. First, as I already mentioned, no right to self-determination is established. Second, there are no specific provisions concerning reparation. But in reality, this is not decisive to deny a right to reparation, because it is inherent in human rights that when there is a violation, when there is a breach, when there is a wrong, then the persons or the communities that have suffered such wrong are entitled to reparation. So reparation is an inherent component of the process of realization of human rights. Now, with regard to the Garifuna people, the main problem is that this convention is applicable only for Honduras, Guatemala, and Nicaragua, and not for St. Vincent and for Belize, because these two countries have not ratified the convention. So this treaty is unable to provide any kind of international obligation towards them. For the Garifuna people living in the territory of the other three countries, it would be possible to submit claims to ILO, International Labour Organization committees, which do not have any competence to release binding decisions, to bind states to comply with that determination. But they can release recommendations that states have a sort of moral duty to comply with. And in any event, this kind of recommendations would give huge visibility to the situation of the indigenous community at the international level. And you know that when you have international visibility, then there is a much stronger pressure on a state to comply with certain obligations under international law. In addition to the ILO Convention, there are some, as we technically say, soft law instruments, non-binding instruments, especially the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which was adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 2007. This declaration was adopted after more than 20 years of negotiations, which is a lot for a non-binding instrument. But this length of the negotiations was determined by the fact that the declaration was negotiated in addition to states by representatives of indigenous communities around the world. So there was, I would say, an ideological division between them, no? Starting from the name of the declaration, because the position of the state was that the declaration had to be defined as Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People without the final S. This was called the Battle of the S, no, between states and indigenous peoples. And because the term peoples under international law has very precise implications, especially the recognition of the rights to self-determination. And the rights to self-determination traditionally gives rise to a right to secession from the state. And states, of course, were scared about this possibility. So finally, indigenous representatives were successful in retaining the name peoples, but an article was added at the end of the declaration establishing that the right to self-determination cannot be intended as attributing to indigenous peoples the possibility to secede from the state where they live. So this was a compromise that made the adoption of the declaration possible. And as you probably know, the declaration was adopted with a huge majority within the General Assembly, with only 4 votes against. The problem was that these 4 votes came from very heavy countries when it comes to the rights of indigenous peoples, namely Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United States. But the good thing was that by 2011, the declaration was officially endorsed by all these 4 countries, which changed their approach towards the declaration. So today, we can say that it is an instrument that has been accepted by virtually the international community as a whole. So it is true that, in principle, it is not binding for states because it is a declaration, and under international law, a declaration has the force of a recommendation for states. But at the same time, has been recognized by a number of international bodies as establishing the standards that states are bound to respect when it comes to indigenous peoples. So in the practice of international and domestic bodies, this declaration has been upgraded to a quasi-binding instrument because it defines the contents of the obligation of states towards indigenous peoples. For instance, as regards this area of the world, this position has been taken at the international level, again by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, by the Caribbean Court of Justice, explicitly referring to reparations, and at the national level by the Supreme Court of Belize, in the famous case concerning the Maya people. The good aspect of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is that it provides a huge number of provisions explicitly dealing with reparations. Reparations for a number of reasons. So we have, for instance, Article 8 providing reparation for the destruction of culture of indigenous peoples. We have Article 10 concerning reparations for the forcible removal of indigenous peoples from their traditional lands. We have Article 11 concerning reparations for the breach of the cultural, intellectual, religious, and spiritual property taken without the free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous communities. And we have in particular Article 28, establishing a right to reparation for the traditional lands of which indigenous peoples were deprived in the past. And pay attention to this point. I'm sorry if I refer to myself, but I'm quite proud about this because I wrote about this issue, and then my argument was used by the bodies of the United Nations to advance the right of indigenous peoples to restitution of their traditional lands, even if those lands were taken in the past. So this provision is of retroactive application. This was the reason why, for instance, New Zealand at first decided not to vote for the declaration, because the representative of New Zealand declared, if we vote for this provision, it means that the entire territory of New Zealand should be returned to the Maori people. But of course, it is a provision that must be interpreted with certain degree of flexibility. You know very well that today it is not materially possible to return to indigenous peoples all the lands that have been taken from them in the past. In some of these lands you have cities, you have many other situations that cannot be eliminated, and it's impossible to return to the past. But this provision in particular can be used, first of all, to recognize what happened in the past, which is already a very important step in the advancement of the rights of indigenous peoples, and to provide some form of reparation. Of course, when it is possible, the return of the relevant territories. When this is not objectively possible, other satisfactory forms of reparations must be negotiated between the communities and the government. And this has happened since the adoption of the declaration in many countries in the world, including New Zealand, United States. Even the Supreme Court of Japan recognized this right and they're very traditional, so that was very meaningful. So this declaration can be used because it provides a number of exceptional opportunities for indigenous peoples. And since a few years, which are not really very few because it's 9 years now, this declaration has been coupled in 2016 by another declaration, the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which was adopted by the Organization of American States. And also this declaration, which is applicable in this continent, provides a number of provisions similar to those included in the Declaration of the United Nations. And we can easily foresee that the regional and domestic bodies in this continent will pay the same deference to this declaration like they have done so far with regard to the Declaration of the United Nations. Finally, I want to return on a point that I already raised yesterday, which apparently represents the most difficult obstacle to be overcome when it comes to movements for reparations for indigenous peoples. Because you know that most wrongs occurred at a time when indigenous peoples had no rights recognized by international law. So there were no international provisions recognizing those rights, which means that if the law did not provide any right, there would be in principle no right to reparation, no entitlement to reparation. This is the so-called principle of intertemporal law, which means that a wrong must be considered as such if at the time when it was perpetrated, it was prohibited by law. Otherwise, cannot be considered a wrong because, as you know, criminal law is not retroactive, no? But when it comes to indigenous peoples, we have this concept on which I already insisted yesterday, which is the concept of the continuing violation, the ongoing violation, because the effects of the wrongs committed in the past continue to be perceived today in intergenerational dynamics. So the wrongs suffered by the ancestors were transmitted to current generation and will be transmitted to future generations unless they will be adequately repaired. And I just quote an example coming from a committee of the International Labour Organization applying ILO Convention 169 concerning a case relating to Denmark, no? And it was particularly a situation of an indigenous community of Greenland, which in 1953, was relocated forcibly by the government from its traditional land. Now, the convention was adopted in 1989 and entered into force for Denmark in 1997, which means, in legal terms, that Denmark cannot be considered responsible for any kind of violations committed before 1997. And that happened in 1953. This notwithstanding, the Committee of the International Labour Organization found that since the effects of the relocation continue to be perceived by the current members of the community today, Denmark has an obligation to return the land to that community, or alternatively, to pay reparation to them. And this argument has been used by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights as well with regard to the Maroon community in Suriname. And this was a very interesting case because related to a cultural practice of burial, because many members of the community had been killed by the army and the bodies were not returned to the community. And the Inter-American Court of Human Rights decided that This situation translated into a violation of the right to human treatment, because the current members of the community were feeling a deep grief for the fact of not having the possibility to apply their bio-traditions to the members of the community that had disappeared, even though the situation of the killing of the members have occurred before the entry into force of the Convention for Suriname. So this is a very important point that we have to keep in mind and we have to consider, because it is what allows indigenous peoples to claim reparations today for wrongs suffered in the past. Then there would be the issue concerning the kinds of reparation, but I have already dealt with this issue yesterday, and I don't want to abuse on my time, so I will conclude my presentation here. Thank you very much for your attention, and of course, if you have any questions.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be here with you all this morning. I've been doing work on these issues both internally, in terms of my own family research, but also as a lawyer and a researcher in the region. This has been, since my master's studies, an important part of the work that I think we as lawyers in the region have to do. So I'd like to firstly greet all of my Garifuna family who are here, and all of the other communities represented from near and far, and also those who are online as well who are participating, right? I know that yesterday we had greetings from some of our family in Jamaica, the Maroon and Taino communities, who I also greet you on behalf of, as I do represent the Yamaye Council of Indigenous Leaders. We represent the Windward Maroons of Moortown, Scotts Hall, and Charlestown in Jamaica, and also the Taino Hummingbird community in Jamaica as well, and the Maroon Indigenous Women's Circle. So greetings from Jamaica. I'll be speaking about some of my research and how it applies, I think, to our communities here in the Caribbean. As we know, the Garifuna are a proud indigenous people of the region, and like most, if not all, indigenous peoples of the Caribbean and around the world are deserving of reparations. As a Caribbean indigenous people of mixed ancestry, the Garifuna deserve reparations for indigenous genocide, but also, of course, for slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, for colonization, dispossession, marginalization, exploitation, and discrimination as a result over many centuries since. In this paper, I aim to outline the modern context of indigenous rights, which includes the rights of indigenous and tribal peoples, which includes, of course, Afro-descendant communities, and discuss legal strategies that have been used in other Commonwealth countries to achieve reparations to varying degrees for several communities. So the Caribbean. The Caribbean has been described as the great laboratory of history, right? It's a point of entry between the old world and the new world, the center of European colonial rivalry from the 16th to the 19th century. The region has been called one of the greatest historical theaters in the development of international law. The impact of colonization on the region, of course, politically, economically, culturally, and socially, continues to be documented centuries after. And what we, of course, know is that we have had progressively lacking reform of indigenous of Caribbean laws and legal systems to reflect independent post-colonial needs and aspirations. So what we really need to do, and I think the rights of indigenous peoples in the Caribbean is a great opportunity for us to review all that we have, as the foundation and legal system, land laws, etc., that prevail in the Caribbean, pretty much untouched, unchanged largely from that imposed by the colonial slave masters. The Garifuna of St. Vincent existed before the island was conquered by the British in 1763. Historical records show, and again I'm open to being corrected, because of course when you are a researcher from afar, sometimes the research material is not the best, right? And it's secondhand often. But history shows that 1675 a slave ship sank off the coast of Bequia, and that led to the integration of some of the coastal Carib communities of the island with the arriving Africans. It was said that that Bequia shipwreck of 1675 was carrying slaves from the tribe of Mokoes in Benin. And let me not say slaves, but enslaved Africans. Also, there is history of runaway Africans from Barbados who also mixed with the Caribs and the Africans here to evolve the Garifuna. Of course, in the history books, you will see reference to black Caribs as well. So there is no doubt generations of admixture in the Caribbean region, in St. Vincent in particular, in regards to the, as we say, Amerindian and African tradition. Now, oftentimes, this is not, I think, appreciated, you know. Certainly in my travels and representation overseas, I think that, you know, many times when we go to certain forums, black communities are not seen as indigenous communities, you know. And so we still have an issue of racism even within our indigenous populations, you know, because again of what we have called as saltwater colonialism, which says that essentially it's only in the Americas that, you know, they seem to have found that or feel that there is this indigenous presence, and that historically the indigenous presence has always been seen as being brown-skinned, light-skinned with certain features, you know. And that has been a hurdle, I think, in our Caribbean peoples and governments and societies being able to accept that people who may look as if they're solely African have, of course, indigenous ancestry and blood that runs through our veins. And so that's been a major hurdle, I think, with getting governments to recognize and society at large to recognize that indigenous presence survives. Of course, we have, of course, the extinction theory, right? Extinction myth that says that also indigenous peoples were all killed, right, in the region. And that, again, because of the admixture and not recognizing those peoples as indigenous peoples, then we have a problem as well with being able to recognize indigenous rights. And certainly in the Commonwealth Caribbean, we know for a fact that the British has historically maintained that position, that there are no indigenous peoples who survived, or very, very few, right? And therefore, the majority of us in the Caribbean don't have any laws, any special laws that recognize indigenous peoples or indigenous community rights or existence, right? So that's been a challenge, and I think nowadays with DNA evidence, it's even more possible to be able to, with scientific data, prove that there are continuing bloodlines that exist in the Caribbean, in the region, right? There are continuing traditions we have seen through anthropology and archaeology, you know, sociology, etc., in communities that can definitely show that there is this continuation of indigenous presence and traditions among our African-centered communities as well. So the history of the Garifuna here in the Caribbean, right, is one of forced displacement, right? Forced displacement. And really, the indigenous peoples were the first to be moved around and to be treated as commodities in the way that they were dealt with by the colonial authorities, right? Moved from place to place, transported, relocated forcibly oftentimes, and of course under threat of war or threat of death. In terms of St. Vincent, we know that both British and French were forced to recognize St. Vincent due to the successful resistance of indigenous peoples here as one of the several neutral islands at the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. And it is that fierce resistance that then led to the signing of several treaties, including the major treaty of 17th of February 1773. And as we know, that led to the deportation thereafter, some 20 years after, in the aftermath of the Brigands' War, to the island of Roatan off the coast of Honduras. And so the Garifuna community has a diaspora community as well, right? Spread across different colonial land masses, different language, barriers in some respects, but of course, with the preservation of the Garifuna language, there is this continuity and this basically platform for cooperation and development of the Garifuna nation. So in terms of looking at the rights of Garifuna peoples at the context of reparations for indigenous peoples of the Caribbean, including the Garifuna, then this distinction between indigenous and non-indigenous is an important one, right? Because of course, again, indigenous rights in the global context has a certain clarity, right, for the most part, as it relates to the rights which are accorded to communities that fall within that definition, right? And under international law, that word is not really defined. It's left undefined because the principle is that self-identification is pivotal, meaning that communities who choose to self-identify as indigenous are entitled to do so, right? Now, the context of what we call tribal peoples is less familiar, I think, right? And tribal peoples, certainly in this region, has for the most part been used to refer to the Afro-descendant communities, right, who have maintained certain traditions linked to land. And so if you look at the Surinamese Maroons and the jurisprudence of the Inter-American Commission and Court of Human Rights, which Prof mentioned earlier, we see that the court and the commission recognize the Surinamese Maroons as tribal peoples, not indigenous peoples, right? Applying a pre-colonial continuity criterion, which really not everyone agrees with, right? This pre-colonial criterion says that only those communities who were on the land prior to the arrival of the invaders, the Europeans, would be considered to be indigenous peoples, right? Now, that whole definition has, I think, gone through a variety of stages, particularly in this region, right? And in this region where we are now, in the Americas, in the Caribbean in particular, is the region which has the most interaction, I would say, between the indigenous peoples and the African descendants who were here. And so for us in this region, the notion or the concept of indigenousness must include recognition of Afro-indigeneity, right? And in fact, if you look in Latin America, several countries in Latin America have recognized this expressly. Several countries in the Andean community, for example, Peru, Colombia, recognize the rights of indigenous people, but also of Afro-American communities, some they call quilombos, which again we recognize as Maroon communities in the region. And several Latin American countries have special laws recognizing the rights of those collectives within their legal frameworks, right? Unfortunately, in CARICOM, in the Caribbean, right, despite I'm saying having this centuries of intergenerational contact, there are no special laws that recognize the rights of the Afro-descendant communities within the region. Brazil recognizes the rights of their Colombo communities. They have a Brazil provisional measure, 218616, that talks about the rights of communities to control their cultural heritage, right? Their plant and genetic resources, their intellectual property, right? Peru talks about the rights of Afro-Peruvians and Afro-Peruvian peoples, right? And again, we don't often hear Africans being termed as peoples, because again, the term peoples in international law has this notion of the right to self-determination. A very important right, the right to self-determination, which means the right to determine your own destiny, politically, socially, culturally, religiously, internally, and externally. Right? And so I would say that in this region, in the Caribbean, English-speaking Caribbean countries, we are behind in that regard because we have failed to recognize indigenous peoples and the rights of Afro-descendant communities on the same level as indigenous peoples' rights. Now, the IACHR, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, has been very instrumental in advancing this issue regionally. We have the case of the Marijuana community against Suriname in 2005 judgment, where the court recognized that the Marijuana community members, although not indigenous, are tribal peoples who have the same rights as indigenous peoples by virtue of their traditional occupancy of Marijuana village and its surrounding lands. And so what the court is saying is that irrespective of whether you are termed indigenous peoples or tribal peoples, the rights under international law are in effect the same, because the basis of these rights, i.e. the spiritual, social, economic, cultural, intergenerational connection to land, is prioritized and is necessary for the continuity and survival of the community. And so this is a very important judgment, both that and the IACHR in the Saramacca case against Suriname of 2007, which similarly saw the court order the government of Suriname to recognize legally the land rights of the Saramacca Maroon people. The court said that the culture of the Maroons in Suriname are similar to that of tribal peoples insofar as the members maintain a strong spiritual relationship with their ancestral territory that they have traditionally used and occupied. Their sacred sites are across this territory, which has a sacred value to the community. The identity of the members of the community is inextricably linked to their historical fight for freedom from slavery on those lands. And so we have in these two judgments then recognition that not because we're black or we have black ancestry means that we are not able or entitled to enforce and assert our indigenous ancestry at the same time equally. So when we look at then what the rights of our communities are, right? I think that these two cases are important, particularly the Saramacca case, because in the Saramacca case, the case concerned the right of the Saramacca community to their ancestral territory in the face of licenses have been granted by the government of Suriname for mining and other exploitation of timber, etc., in Maroon territory, right? And the issue was whether or not the government had the right to do so, because as it is in other Caribbean territories, including in Jamaica, our communities exist on lands that are formally still recognized or classed as crown lands, right? And so our communities continue to exist within the shadow of the colonially imposed law, right? Because what we still have in Jamaica, for example, is that the Maroons are still considered to be squatters, right? Despite winning the war against the British, in the aftermath, the land rights, the land laws don't recognize the rights of these victors, right, of the war. And so the IACHR ordered the government of Suriname to delimit and demarcate and grant collective title over Maroon lands to the respective Maroon communities through previous effective and fully informed consultations with the said communities. So basically they ordered them to grant the Maroon communities legal land title. Not individual titles, right? For individuals to go and own and get your mortgage and so forth, but collective title for the entirety of the traditional Maroon community lands, right? Very important. It seems to us the only way you will be able to fend off the government and private sector interests who want to come into your lands and raid and mine and exploit, etc. The court also ordered the Surinamese government to grant Maroon communities legal recognition of their collective juridical capacity, meaning that recognize that the Maroon communities are there as independent sovereign peoples. Now the court doesn't use the word sovereign, right, which is that word that maybe some may dispute, but the court is saying that these communities have and always had their autonomous right to self-govern themselves, and therefore you must recognize their legal juridical capacity, meaning that their traditional leadership councils, chiefs, governments, representatives, etc., must be recognized and empowered to represent those communities who they have been selected to represent. They also said that the state was to remove or amend the legal provisions which impede the protection of the right to property of the Maroon communities and adopt in its constitution and or domestic legislation legal, administrative, and other measures to recognize, protect, guarantee, and give legal effect to the right of Maroon communities to hold collective title to their territories which they have traditionally used and occupied. And so the law, right, the law that has been very instrumental in causing and facilitating the rape and abuse and exploitation and dispossession must be a part of the solution in repairing the harm done over centuries to our indigenous communities. And so, essentially, if it is not through negotiation, right, then I think we are now at a stage where international law, as Prof said, enforceable as it is a viable vehicle to get us the rights recognized for our communities through litigation. I want to look at briefly some of the cases which I see the Garifuna have been very active in, right, in the Inter-American system, primarily coming out of Honduras. We have a Garifuna Punta Piedra community that took the state of Honduras to the Inter-American Commission concerning, again, the land rights of the Garifuna who are living in the Caribbean coast of Honduras. This, again, is a significant judgment of the court. The court ruled that Honduras had the obligation to guarantee full and effective ownership to the community of their traditional lands and territories, right? And similarly, the court ordered them to effect this through legal, administrative, financial, and human resource measures necessary, right, to give the community its titled territory with all attendant rights. The court said that the state should provide payment for improvement and relocation of third parties. Third parties meaning persons who had been over the years allowed to be on indigenous lands who were not indigenous. They were allowed by the state, right? The court said that the state must order and facilitate the relocation of those persons out of and off of indigenous lands. And that essentially the state must give the community full ownership, recognition within the law of their land rights as landowners. The court also said that the state should create a collective community development fund so that reparations could be made on both an individual and collective level. The fund is to serve four main purposes: to increase agricultural and other productivity in the community, to improve the infrastructure, to restore deforested areas, and to benefit the community in any other relevant way. And the state was ordered to allocate $1.5 million to benefit the territory to be able to maximize their rights within their now legally defined land space. So this is what we need for our Garifuna family. This is what we need for our Indigenous family across the region, to have our governments, right, as I say, through negotiation or other means, recognize the rights of our communities to be able to hold, possess, and to maximize their rights in economically utilizing the land that they have always maintained for the survival of present and future generations. The court also, of course, ordered there to be payment of costs and compensation for the legal expenses incurred by the communities. And the court gave a timeline for these things to be done, within 30 months to give title, within 3 years to pay the $1.5 million, and 1 year to pay the costs to the community. Right? So there's a similar case that was brought by the Garifuna in Triunfo de la Cruz against Honduras as well. Right? And this one similarly had a rights-based approach to land rights that the court sought to essentially assert of the communities there. This one, however, of course, like the marijuana community case in Suriname, also concerned not only projects that were approved on the land, but also alleged threats and eviction and violence and murder of Indigenous community representatives, who we call nowadays environmental defenders, right? Now, we have been fortunate in this part of the world that we don't have, right? In this part of the world, meaning in the Commonwealth Caribbean, we don't have a history of Indigenous peoples being targeted, being murdered for their environmental stance. Right? But this is a big issue in Latin America. And it's something that we can't ignore, that can possibly happen here too, right? And so St. Vincent may be fortunate, where now you have a space for dialogue to take place. But don't take it for granted that the forces that be, politically and economically, will not try to force us off of our lands, and that includes through violent means as well. So the court in that case was asked to give reparations for the violence as well that was committed. And in that respect, the court did say that the state did not violate the right to life, but that the state did not protect the Garifuna, did not give them the right to non-discrimination, did not provide them with access to their land rights through a legally recognized mechanism. And essentially, the court said that the Garifuna had, by their existence, the right to live freely in their territories, that this right and their identity was closely intertwined with their communal ancestral land, which was not a privilege they had, but a right they had, which the state had infringed. Right? So, essentially, the court also said that the state failed to provide the consultation that had been required before it granted some tourism projects to take place on those Garifuna lands in Honduras. And so the state was held responsible for failing to effect or respect the right to consultation. Right? So these rights are very, of course, important rights in the UN Declaration, but without enforcement, then there's much difficulty, of course, in getting it activated, and so it needs to be enforced some way or the other. The final case I look at in the Garifuna context is the case of San Juan communities in Honduras. And this was also an important case, one that we're not altogether entirely pleased with. In this one, again, concerning rights to land and to land title. But in this case, the Inter-American Commission found that there seemed to have been persons who, again, non-community members who had been given rights to some of the lands over time, and the court sought to essentially allow some of them to remain in Garifuna territory because of, they said, lack of clarity as it relates to the rights that were vested in the land. So that's a bit of, I think, disappointment there by the court or by the commission in that respect, right? But certainly, you know, the pre-existing cases talk about the rights of the community, including to relocate others outside, and that is what I think we should seek to emphasize. If it is that, of course, that is what you want. Because if you want to have persons who are in your territory, who are not from there, originally, it's totally within your rights to self-determination. So that takes me to talk about the Caribbean 10-point reparations agenda. Because we've looked at the Latin American system, the global Latin American and the inter-American. What about us here in the CARICOM region, right? We have, of course, a 10-point plan of the CARICOM Reparations Commission to address reparations for transatlantic slave trade and indigenous genocide in the Caribbean. The plan calls for a full apology, as well as for other measures of reparations to follow. But there are some concerns with that as it relates to the plan's ability to properly repair indigenous rights claims, indigenous rights breaches. Notably, we have seen where former Judge Patrick Robinson of the International Criminal Court out of Jamaica has criticized the CARICOM 10-point plan as not emphasizing compensation as an important part of reparations, right? Judge Robinson points us to the International Law Commission's articles on responsibility of states for internationally wrongful acts, which speak to three forms of reparations: restitution, compensation, and satisfaction. And in that respect, the judge's view is that compensation is the preeminent form of reparations, and that without that being a central plank in the CARICOM 10-point plan, then the plan, he thinks, falls short of what reparations ought to be or to look like, right? He says that the purpose of restitution is to reestablish this situation before the wrongful act was done, of course, and it concerns slavery and, you know, colonialism. It's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to take us back to 1492, right? So what the judge says really we need to focus on is therefore compensation and satisfaction, right? Satisfaction. Now, Judge Robinson has been very active in trying to assess the compensation level of what would be payable for reparations in the Caribbean and the Americas. We've done some work in Barbados, in Trinidad and Tobago, in Jamaica, looking at the Drax family and other families who have owned properties in the region, estates, plantations, etc., right? And thinks that that's an important part of what we should be aiming for. Satisfaction talks about injury to a state that is not financially accessible, so non-material injury, which of course is important. We need social, economic, psychological, medical, environmental repair, right? Educational, all of that we need, for sure. No, the ILC, International Law Commission approach, actually makes compensation a prerequisite before you can get to an apology, right? In the ILC approach, you can apologize and then we're left hanging, as we've seen oftentimes with our European states. So the ILC approach says that you have to compensate first, and once that is then agreeable and satisfactory, then you can have the apology afterwards, right? But for me, I think that the 10-point plan also is in need of critical analysis in regards to the rights of indigenous peoples. So for example, many of our Caribbean governments do not recognize indigenous peoples' rights, right? So if therefore there are discussions, negotiations as it relates to compensation, as it relates to reparations, how are the indigenous peoples of the Caribbean going to receive these reparations if their conduit is coming through the same governments who don't want to recognize us? It's a big problem, right? And what we're hearing about reparations being given to the state to disseminate and spread out, right, throughout the territories. No problem with that, right? But in the centuries of the battles over these territories, right, even prior to the arrival of enslaved Africans here, then these communities were singled out as collectives who were targeted for genocide. So how is it now that when we're looking about reparations, these same communities are not being allowed the opportunity to represent themselves, to speak on behalf of themselves as to what they need for reparations, right? To subject the indigenous communities to have to now go through and speak through and to be represented through and recognized through the national state apparatus, I think is subjecting our communities to, again, deprivation of their indigenous rights, right? Because these communities, again, all predate and pre-exist these colonial governments in these islands, right? And so how can these governments that just formed in the 60s and 70s as the successors to the colonizers be the ones to spearhead the reparations agenda? We have a problem with that in terms of indigenous rights in the region. What I want to say generally as I conclude also is that therefore, we think that internal reparations is fundamentally important, right? We can't look only to the Europeans who, of course, are very much to blame, but the fact is that we have had in the region decades of independent colonial or post-colonial Caribbean governments, right? In the Caribbean who have been primarily, right, people who look like and sound like us, who are our neighbors, our families, who come from our communities. So we have had political power in our hands for generations to be able to do substantial repair, but we have not done it, right? So these laws that need to be changed in our local parliament don't need to be done in London or in France. No, they need to be done right here where the politicians have the power, right, under the legal framework here to recognize us in our constitution, in the legal framework, land rights, rights of our chiefs and our leaders, etc. These things can be done and need to be done now by those who we have the power to vote in or to vote out. And so for that, we think internal reparations must be prioritized because we cannot allow those persons who are here within our territories who are perpetuating the same argument and who are carrying forth the same colonial mindset of the past to be the ones who are going to now determine what reparations looks like or when it's going to come for us here. So for us, we see the need for there to be an assessment of internal reparations prior to and as a prerequisite for assessment of international reparations. So what do we need here in Kingston, in the various villages that we have here, right? In St. Vincent for true reparations. A lot of it, as I say, can be done right here in our local parliaments. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, 2007, speaks to state responsibility for repairing the harms of the past, right? And so it speaks to the right of the communities and the state's obligation to establish, implement, in conjunction with the indigenous peoples concerned, a fair, independent, impartial, open, and transparent process, giving due recognition to indigenous peoples' laws, traditions, customs, and land tenure systems to essentially recognize and adjudicate the rights of indigenous peoples pertaining to their lands, territories, and resources, right? What we see has been done in other countries, like in New Zealand, in Canada, in the USA, is they have had what we call land claims commissions, right? Special legal tribunals established to set up and to examine what are the historical land claims of our First Nation indigenous peoples and communities. To have the evidence presented, documents, maps, drawings, archival information, historians, etc., to show the historical linkage to the land and the community, and then having the tribunal empowered by law to make certain orders as relates to where the land rights of those communities should lie. And land title will be issued to these communities. So again, if we had these in place here, you wouldn't have to have us go into the Supreme Court as the Maya had to do in Belize, or to go to the Inter-American Court as the Surinamese had to do, the Surinamese Maroons. We could have these tribunals locally established so as to facilitate quick repair, right, through a legal channel for these centuries-old land claims. New Zealand is a very great example, I would say, for us in terms of how we look at these matters. In New Zealand, the Treaty of Waitangi of 1840, right, between the Maori and the English is today recognized as one of the country's founding documents on par with the Constitution of New Zealand, right? And therefore, it's not a matter of the European law being superimposed and prioritized and elevated above our, no, our rights are equal to the colonizer, because of course, it is through treaties that these lands were shared lands equally. And so for us, we see where constitutional recognition of indigenous rights is important, but also, of course, recognizing that the communities must be treated equally in the constitutional makeup. Secondly, the national law must also be passed. We have in, for example, Australia, Native Title Act talks about the rights of these communities to get their native title, their customary land title, again formalized in writing, in law, to prevent unauthorized interference with these land rights. Right? And so for us, we see where CARICOM, the role of our CARICOM states, the role of CARICOM itself as a regional body needs to be much more activated when it comes down to the rights of indigenous peoples, right? If you look at what has been done in the OAS, right, and the Inter-American system, we see where, again, in the CARICOM system, right, we have not properly frameworked a process to empower indigenous peoples in the Caribbean. Again, despite the Caribbean being, no doubt, one of the areas of intense indigenous peoples' occupation over centuries, right, and continuity to this date, we have not had at the CARICOM level or at the national levels of our governments a proper, concerted, legally entrenched and enforceable mechanism to resolve and empower our indigenous peoples and to repair the wrongs of the past. So in conclusion, I would say that in the region, we need to pursue negotiations with the CARICOM governments and with the CARICOM itself to ensure that across the region, in each of our territories, the national governments in CARICOM are supposed to, are required to delimit and demarcate and grant title, right, over and for Garifuna traditional lands to the respective Garifuna communities through effective and fully informed consultation with said communities. The CARICOM government should be required to grant these communities that cross the region collective capacity, right, recognizing their traditional councils, etc., to operate within the legal system. We also want to have actually in place that we have our communities being empowered within the parliament as well too, in the parliament system, right? So something that we're doing right now in Jamaica. We're trying to at least move forward with in Jamaica, trying to present a framework whereby, as we have seen in places like Zambia and South Africa, right, where the local chiefs of our communities are involved in local and national governmental structures, including parliament, right? Because of, again, these communities predate those who are there now representing or under the authority of the crown, right? So why is it that the colonizers then are prioritized within the national governmental system that we have? So we should have, for example, as they have in, in Zambia, they have a House of Parliament that is just for traditional leaders to receive and make reports and to review laws, etc., concerning the operation of the entire government as a whole. Right? These are things that we can look at and having in place in the Caribbean, because we too are deserving of these rights in the context of true reparations. So in conclusion, I would say that what we have right now is an opportunity. We're in the era of reparations, right? These things that we're discussing now, 50 years ago, would not have a scope or a space for them, wouldn't have an air for them in the Caribbean region. Right? We now do, and this is of course due to the advocacy of indigenous peoples internationally over the last 50-odd years. Right? And so for us in the region, I think we have a platform now that we can move forward, have our rights recognized in the constitutions of our countries, in standalone indigenous rights legislation, right? And within existing laws and policies, primarily land law, but also in intellectual property law, cultural rights, etc., to recognize our communities' rights, so as to prevent in the future from ever happening again the dispossession and denial of rights that we all are entitled to by virtue of the sacrifices of our ancestors. Thanks very much. I'll leave it there for now and look forward to any questions you may have.
Yes. Please give a round of applause to our presenters. These presentations were rich, in depth, very informative, and spoke to the multi-layered capacity, the multi-layered factors that need to be considered in this very important topic that we are here to address at this conference, reparations. We had Professor Lenzerini speaking to the international conventions that form this legal architecture for reparations, and the many, many aspects of it that he could only touch upon during his presentation. And then we had Dr. Marcus Goff focusing on our Caribbean context, in particular the CARICOM 10-point reparations agenda. These are serious and important topics, and so I'll stay there and ask you if you have any questions, so raise your hand for the mic so that we can have you ask your question to any one of these persons who are seated there.
Hello. Hi, my name is Tafika Bisasar. Me and my colleague, James Finis, is from Bonaire. We're from the Bonaire Human Rights Organization. And I've been listening to both professors and both speakers, and I think it was very interesting and very knowledgeable. We made many notes, and we think that we want to congratulate the organizers, the University of West Indies, to put this together. We wish we had more of this on our own island, which we don't. We live in a colony, but that's another story. My question, or let's say, I would just like to make a remark on the last speaker. I'm sitting here as an associate member of CARICOM Reparations Commission. So I thank you, and I would like, it's a bit, just like to say is that the CARICOM Reparations Commission admitted that the 10-point plan is outdated, and we are presently working on a revised plan. And in this revised plan, point 2 is about the indigenous people and their rights. Point 2, I have it here. It's not official yet, but it's a draft plan. And it mentions St. Vincent and Grenadines and indigenous people. So I'd like to say that there is hope, and there's a lot of new content in the revised CARICOM plan. So I just like to say that. If anyone has any questions outside of it, they can contact us. The second thing I would like to notify, the second speaker, is the OAS. I know, and the CARICOM leaders are very acknowledged that there were not enough done for the CARICOM region, even though we are many member states. But this year, as most of you might know, that there is a new Secretary General. And that Secretary General was like 2 weeks ago elected, or a week ago, and that person is from Suriname. First time ever in history, there is a CARICOM representative, a Secretary General. So I think things will change too. All right, so I just want to make my bit.
Other questions? Yes.
Hello, good morning. My name is Mike Brown. I am Zoila's husband. The two presentations, different emphases, but of course loaded and very informative. I would like to ask, in relation to treaties and rights, what happens to our artifacts? Professor made reference to possessions. I have with me here Christopher Taylor's book, The Black Carib Wars, and in it he has several paintings by Agostino Brunias, the famous documentalist from that period, artist. On the cover of the book, of course, is the famous treaty, for those of you with the camera. That's one of Agostino Brunias' paintings. Then he has the famous one, an engraving of Agostino Brunias' painting of Chatier and his 5 wives. Dr. Corby and Sims Martin had written a book years ago on the Black Caribs of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And on the cover, he had this one of Chatier and his wives. They had it. And it indicated that this painting was in the Museum of Wales. I remember our former Culture Minister, John Horn, had indicated that the pipe in this photo, in this painting, Chatier's paint, is smoking a clay pipe, that he was trying to get it back to St. Vincent. And somehow that didn't happen. So the question to the two presenters is, you make reference to land rights. What is the situation with our artifacts? We know there's a big controversy internationally where countries are claiming their artifacts and Britain won't want to give us, or whichever colonizing country. What is the status of these artifacts for us, important as they are in St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Which one? Any one of the?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I love your credentials. I think you always wear it well. Thank you. In terms of the question, so yes, there are international frameworks that speak to the protection of tangible cultural heritage, primarily under UNESCO. And they do recognize the rights of states, but also know the rights of communities to be able to reclaim tangible cultural heritage. But to be honest, that framework does not recognize indigenous rights per se, but the UN Declaration does recognize the rights to reclaim and restore, traditional, cultural, spiritual, practices, customs, artifacts, etc. Of course, the means to enforce that, I think, is where the real challenge is in practice, because when you do assert, as we've seen many times, different countries, try to do as developing countries or communities, then there's always a pushback, and that's very difficult to challenge legally, but certainly the rights are there, recognized by the UN system, and so you can assert them and claim, to exercise those rights. I would probably say that, maybe a name and shame might work if you don't get a positive answer to your request, but I don't see court being able to assist with that, unfortunately. Prof.
Thank you for the question. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you for the question. I have been dealing personally with this issue a number of times. And yes, it is challenging indeed, because the relevant instruments existing on cultural heritage privilege the interest of states. And it is a controversial situation, because when it comes to artifacts, there are competing interests that are claimed. On the one hand, you have the interest of the state claiming that an artifact is part of the heritage of the nation. And sometimes it is recognized by even the national constitution. On the other hand, you have the interest of the community claiming restitution or return of these artifacts as part of its own cultural identity. Now, this matter is evolving on the international level. Maybe you may know that something very positive happened in recent years with regard to New Zealand. There was an international movement according to which all the so-called mokomokai are embalmed heads of Maori, and they were all returned to New Zealand, to the National Museum of Wellington, and where the families retaining the cultural property of the object were identifiable, those objects were returned to the families. Of course, this was favored by the fact that there were human remains. And when it comes to human remains, it is internationally recognized that this is a specific category of artifacts which deserve a special kind of protection. But the strategy, in my opinion, with regard to artifacts, generally speaking, and this is a strategy that in some cases have been successful, is to link the significance of the artifacts to human rights. So again, I'm going back to my first argument. If you try to use the international framework on cultural heritage, it is very unlikely to be successful, because, again, it privileges the interest of states. And even the UNESCO Convention on the Intangible Cultural Heritage, which was adopted in 2003, I was among the negotiators of this convention originally. And this convention is about immaterial heritage, but there is the recognition that when a material piece of heritage, so including an artifact, is connected to an intangible knowledge, to an intangible element of the cultural identity of a people, it deserves to be safeguarded together with the immaterial component of the culture of the people. So this can be an avenue. But the main avenue, I repeat, is to connect an artifact to human rights. So, is an artifact of an indigenous community essential for ritual purposes, for instance? That would be upgraded to an element of the recognition of the human rights of the community. Because without that piece of heritage, it would be impossible to perform your religion. So depriving the community of that piece of heritage is tantamount to breach the right to religion of the community. Is this artifact an essential element of the cultural identity of the community? We can develop a similar reasoning. the cultural identity of the community is indirectly protected through human rights today. This has been recognized in some of the cases that he mentioned by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, because the piece of cultural heritage is essential for the affirmation of the cultural identity of a community, and the cultural identity on itself is essential to protect certain human rights, like, for instance, the right to religion, the right to participate in cultural life, which is also recognized by the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights at the level of the United Nations. So, today, it is possible to protect artifacts. It is not easy at all, as I said, because there are competing interests. Normally, the state is the stronger actor and has many more economic possibilities to bring about its position. But it is not impossible. But this protection must be carried out indirectly, because you cannot use international law to directly claim the restitution of an artifact. He rightly said Article 30 of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples recognizes this right, but it is not mandatory for states. It's not binding. So indirect action through human rights would be the most effective. And sometimes it works. If you're able to show that that element is essential for the effective enjoyment of human rights by members of the community, and I repeat, members of the community, because human rights, unfortunately, still today are individual. But through the recognition of individual rights, there will be the affirmation of collective rights, because the sum of individual rights promotes the rights of the community at large. And this strategy has worked in many different fora at the international level. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, you have a question? Yes, we have a question. Where's the mic?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carlos Gamboa. I'm a Garifuna by way of Guatemala. And I'm so proud to be here. And lots of great information given this morning on the comment on reparations. One of the things that was mentioned was the cultural legacy of expulsion, and how that might be viable from a legal standpoint, particularly from Garifunas in Nicaragua, Guatemala, Honduras. Has there been a strategy, a legal strategy, looking at the Garifunas that were expelled that are living in the United States as part of that strategy, or on the overall umbrella of what we're dealing with now?
Okay, you, if I understand correctly, expulsion, right? So basically, dislocation from traditional lands.
No, but expulsion.
Removal
You
from
mean expulsion
traditional
from Urume, or expulsion? Expulsion from St. Vincent in 1797.
Okay. Well, the legal basis is the same that we have mentioned in our presentations. This practice can give rise to a number of violations of human rights, which are explicitly recognized by the relevant treaties. So basically, one should concentrate the attention on the effects of this kind of measure of expulsion. First, the members of the community are not able any longer to stay within their lands, And if you consider the spiritual connection existing between the community and the land, this is a situation which gives rise to a number of violations of human rights. Namely, as regards human rights explicitly recognized, right to property. All these cases that we have both mentioned have been based by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights primarily on the right to property through an extensive and evolutionary interpretation of Article 21 of the American Convention. Right to property in the Americas today includes the right of indigenous peoples to keep in possession of their traditional lands. Once you have demonstrated the existence of a spiritual tie between the community and its member and the land. Second, right to religion, because for indigenous peoples and I guess for the Garifuna people as well, religion is very much linked to the territory. So you cannot properly exercise your religion without being on your traditional land. So this is another kind of violation. Third, another internationally recognized human rights, right to participate in cultural life. There is a general comment released by the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights of the United Nations. There are many references to indigenous peoples. And the right to enjoy, to participate in cultural life encompasses a right to stay in your traditional territory, because otherwise you cannot properly express your cultural life. And finally, even the right to humane treatment, which is one fundamental and inderogable right under international law. And we both mentioned the case of the Moiwana community of Suriname. In that case, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights found a violation of Article 5 of the American Convention concerning the prohibition of inhuman treatment, even though this right had not been raised, the violation of this right had not been raised by the applicants. So it was the court, as we say, motu proprio, to introduce this kind of violation, because the kind of treatment suffered by the members of the community, and I'm using the words of the court, gave rise to psychological maladies which in the long run translate into physical maladies perceived by the members of the community for the reason of not having the possibility of exercising their traditions within their territory. And once you're able to demonstrate that the effects of the expulsion continue to be felt today by the members of the community, including the Garifuna people in the United States, you have all the elements to submit a legal claim, which is very likely to be successful if they follow, of course, the practice that has been affirmed at the international level.
Beautifully said. And I'm in complete agreement of that. But is that strategy being used as part of the legal framework to continue the work of repatriation?
Of reparation?
Yes.
Of reparation?
Yes.
Repatriation?
Yes.
Or reparation? Which?
Repatriation.
Well, it is actually used, but we have to distinguish two different situations, because at the international level there is also a recognized right to live in the country of which you are a national. But this is a right of general character which is not specifically addressed to indigenous peoples or to members of indigenous peoples. For indigenous peoples, personally, and this is something that has been successful in a number of cases, I would connect the situation to the spiritual connection existing between the community and the members of the community with the land from which they were relocated, from which they were expelled. In my opinion, this is much more likely to be successful in front of a court.
And I would agree with you, because we look at Yurumeng very spiritually, just like the Jews And the Christians will look at Jerusalem as a way of a pilgrimage. You know, this morning, I woke up early to go swimming in the ocean. It's part of our connection to this land. You know, so that spiritual aspect of Yurumeng, of St. Vincent's being this site of pilgrimage, and Balliceaux being the site of the deaths of so many of our ancestors, you know, I think that spiritual connection there it would be a good strategy, I'm saying, and also connecting the individuals from the Americas, the United States, to fortify that legal strategy of spirituality.
Exactly. You want to add anything? No. If you link the situation to the spirituality of the people, this can be a formidable avenue, because the connection of a people with its spiritual elements, including religious elements, has been recognized at the international level as fundamental. Just to give you an example, you may have heard about the practice of the International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia concerning what happened in Bosnia-Herzegovina in the 1990s during the Yugoslav wars. And the destruction of religious buildings was considered also by the International Court of Justice, first of all, a crime against humanity, because it is part of a crime of persecution. Separating a people from its religious buildings, and more generally, I would say from the elements of spirituality of the people, is one of the most serious crimes. And this has been recognized at the international level. And this has been recognized even as an element to demonstrate the existence of the mental intent of genocide by both the Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia and the International Court of Justice. So I'm not saying that it is exactly the same situation, but they're very similar. And if you're able to connect the situation to the spiritual element, it can be a formidable avenue. Then, of course, it depends on who you will find in front of you, judging the case.
You want to add anything, Marcus?
Not really, but I did want to ask in terms of what would you be seeking to get? Is it that you would want to get the right to return, or you want compensation just for those persons who you say are in the States by force?
All of the above.
All of the above, okay.
But also, we are completely understanding that this is going to take time. And this baton might have to be passed on to the next generation to fight. But as long as we have those legal documents, we update whatever 10-point strategy that's going to CARICOM, that this continues. And just that spiritual point is extremely important.
Well, just from my stance, we have our descendants in countries that belong to CARICOM and some that don't belong to CARICOM. So I think that may also be something that we in the Garifuna Reparations Working Group, we will look closely at those issues, because not all countries, Nicaragua, Guatemala, Honduras, are part of a different legal structure, and whereas St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Belize belong to the CARICOM and are part of the CARICOM 10-point agenda, which I think the critiques made by Dr. Goff are very interesting, because we also critique the 10-point agenda from the perspective of its paucity of information on the indigenous people's rights. But that's to be further discussed. Any other questions? Yes, Dr. Fraser.
Yes, good morning. My name is Adrian Fraser. I just want to make two brief comments. The first one relates to Mike Brown's question and comment, and it has to do with Brunes, his paintings. And we have to remember that he was deliberately brought here by Sir William Young, and obviously to give a certain, to depict the indigenous people in a particular way. One of the paintings that stands out is Chatelier in loincloth, and that is the only picture we have of Chatelier. And I'm raising this because around the time when Chatelier was declared a national hero, there were some people in the country who were critical of the fact that our national hero was somebody dressed in loincloth, completely taken out of the context of the times. So I'm raising that because those paintings were meant to depict the people in a particular way. As I said, it's just a short comment on that. But later on, when his son came to St. Vincent in 1791, and Chatelier and one of the other chiefs visited him, he said they were well dressed. He didn't say by well dressed, we didn't have a painting of what well dressed meant. You know, so there are a number of issues relating to that and how we interpret the paintings. The second comment I want to make relates to Dr. Joff's question of the role of the state regarding reparations and compensation and so on. And I don't know what is the alternative, but it is important that even after independence, there was no effort by the state to deal with the indigenous people in a particular way. In fact, some of the myths continue in St. Vincent up to this time. So it is important that you raise that particular issue because it is something which we have tried to avoid. And there was a gentleman I made reference to it sometime who did a thesis on the community beyond the dry river, as we say. And he was interviewing a number of people. And when he told them that he was dealing with, he was researching these people, they said, why do you want to do that? And they had the most derogatory comments to make about them. And that is something that is very recent. So I'm just glad that you raised that because we have been trying to avoid that we focus our attention on our colonizers and the early people who were here. But we also have to be very critical of the way our governments, since independence, have treated the indigenous people. And very often the indigenous people are seen really as voting cattle. And anything that comes within that is tolerated, but outside of that. So those are issues we need to bear in mind when, at least in St. Vincent, we are discussing the matters arising out of reparations and how we deal with the indigenous people. I just wanted to make those two comments.
Thank you, Adrian.
I'm Joan Hoyt, and I'm one of the panelists. You mentioned, I can't recall which of you, mentioned the fact that indigeneity or indigenous roots are not present in certain places anymore, and perhaps DNA testing would have to be done. I invite you to go up what we call above the river in St. Vincent, where I am from, and there are almost pure-blooded Carib people living up there. I invite you to do that, okay? On the other hand, I have a question, because when the British came and engaged in the fights with what they call the Black Caribs, they labeled the Black Caribs as almost interlopers, right? They were fighting them because they're saying, you don't belong here, you're black, and it's the yellow Caribs that belong here. How far or how long does a people have to be in a country to be considered indigenous to that country? Thank you.
That's a question for Dr. Goff. I think you would.
Well, I'll take the first part and leave Prof for the second part.
But on the first part, yes, my point was that I think across the region, many persons don't recognize that indigenous peoples exist in any great numbers. And that's because of the myths that still continue and have never been systematically, should I say, corrected, or, and so these myths continue across the whole Caribbean. And so I was saying that now through DNA, we're seeing that more persons are becoming aware that, in fact, we still do exist. We are still here, even though it may not be great percentages, but we are still here. But I'm very pleased to hear that there are persons who you would say are full blood, because again, I think the myth we've been told is that from the Spanish were here, all full bloods seem to have become extinct, which we know is a lie, for sure, On the second question of how long you have to be indigenous or you have to be in the territory, Prof?
Okay. Well, yes, it is not possible to give an answer to your question for the reason that there is no specific time. The problem is that at the international level, as I said, there is no definition of indigenous peoples. The first definition was provided by the first rapporteur of the United Nations, Martinez Cobo, in the 1980s. But it is not a proper definition, it's just a list of elements which define indigeneity. And there was an opportunity to include a definition and define the elements, including the temporal element, in the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But the indigenous representatives themselves refused the possibility to have a definition. So there are no specific criteria to define a community as indigenous. There are a number of elements which can be put together. For instance, sometimes you say that an indigenous community must be a minoritarian part of the national community, but it is not always true. Because, for instance, in the Fiji Island, you have a huge majority of indigenous persons within the national state. You may say that you need the continuity in the possession of ancestral land, but then what happens to those indigenous communities which were forcibly relocated from their ancestral territories? So there is a huge amount of flexibility. And he said the right thing. One of the main elements is self-identification as indigenous. But there is another element which is decisive as well. It is the spiritual connection with the ancestral lands. This is a characteristic which must necessarily exist in order for a community to be indigenous. And I repeat, it must be a relation of spiritual kind. Considering that the land has the mother of the community, as indigenous people are used to do, generally. Then you can use another quite notable number of elements, but they're not decisive. Sometimes they exist, sometimes not. So whether or not a community is indigenous must be decided on a case-by-case basis. Of course, this may be a problem, because when you talk about legal rules, you must precisely define who is entitled to certain rights. And the instruments of indigenous peoples do not do that. So for instance, just to give you an example, when the declaration was voted at the United Nations, China and Myanmar released a statement saying that, we recognize fully the rights of indigenous peoples, but we don't have indigenous peoples in our territory, which is not true. Other countries, for instance, Nigeria, other African countries, they release a statement saying that, okay, we recognize the rights of indigenous peoples, but all our people are indigenous, so we don't need to recognize specific right to anybody. Okay, so this may be a problem. But of course, an international body, in its interpretative activity, will be able to define a community as indigenous. And as he was rightly saying, this interpretation is very flexible because, for instance, tribal communities are recognized the same rights of indigenous communities, especially by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, but also in other fora, because the ILO Convention refers to indigenous and tribal communities. So we have to refer to those who are able to interpret the situation of a specific community. For sure, the Garifuna people is an indigenous people.
Thank you, thank you. We'll take two more questions.
I just want to do a quick follow-up, please.
Oh.
Okay, so I appreciate your response. And as a lawyer for over almost 40 years, if I can say that, this Morpheus description of being indigenous, I find it really odd, because if I can say I'm indigenous just because I feel indigenous, it's difficult to prove on a legal basis, and you did say that, right? So I appreciate that, and
But it's not enough.
Right. Well,
the self-identification itself is not enough.
mhm.
For instance, some years ago I was invited in India by the Dalit community, the untouchable, no? And they define themselves indigenous, but they're not indigenous because they don't have the spiritual connection with their traditional land, which is necessary for being indigenous.
Okay.
It's because so many people in the world would like to self-identify themselves as indigenous to have access to the specific rights recognized in indigenous peoples, but it's not enough.
So, and lastly, I just want to piggyback on what Dr. Fraser said about this schism between what folks would say about the real indigenous people who live above the river and the derogatory statements they make. And I keep saying we have to correct that among ourselves, because to the extent that we have been living with it forever, the British use it to separate us. The current government cast aspersions on the women and the men of indigenous roots, and the people down the road, by down the road I mean below the river, use it as something to deprive us almost of our humanity. And that has to stop, because if it doesn't, all that we're speaking about here about reparation is going nowhere, because among ourselves we are divided.
Right.
All right, so we have a question from the gentleman. 1, 2, we have just 1 minute.
I can ask right now?
Okay, yes.
Hi, my name is Albert. So I had a interesting thought. When you talked about, the second speaker, you talked about repairment, right? How do you repair, you said what? Okay. You talked about repair, right? So it was something interesting that the psychological damages, right? And there's a huge gap, I say about 100 to 200 years of lack of political power, right? From being repressed, right? They don't have governmental power. They're like restrictions on having businesses and ownership and all this type of stuff. So there's a lack, even though they give us land and all this stuff back, they're still under an institution that doesn't fully support them because they're not in there, right? So they're still gonna have to wait 200 years to get back what was lost 200 years ago, right? Is that gonna be the case, right? So do you guys basically, is it thought out of like, how can the indigenous influence themselves in the government, right? And reconvene what was lost generationally, right?
As far as possible, yes, as far as possible, that's the objective. I mean, some things you probably won't be able to reclaim, or to retrieve, but certainly the land rights and all that includes, as well as all of the other rights, which I spoke about, including the right to get support, to be empowered on your lands, right? And compensation for past atrocities and all of that. That's a part of what we're going to be claiming for all of our communities, and I know that Prof is working on the Garifuna side. And so that is something that we hope will be happening now, like right now, as we're speaking. And, we were here last night and saying how 10 years ago this conference was very embryonic and how much has been accomplished since. And so we're talking about these things happening and these changes being made by all of us in government and in the communities right now.
So when you mentioned, one quick thing, when you mentioned psychological repairment, right? I guess I understand the fact that, oh, okay, our rights to exercise, our traditions and heritage and stuff like that, but psychologically, you have 100 to 200 years of damage, right? There's 200,000 people all over the world who are Garifuna, and they don't really know their identity. They don't know, they still have trauma, passed down trauma genetically, right? That still affects them, right? So the kids are gonna grow up with certain issues and stuff like that. That's not brought in because it doesn't seem as tangible. It's all private, right? So that's a complex issue, but since it was mentioned, I have a question around that. How do you plan to recover from 200 years? Because that's not heard of from, colonizers never gonna have to, deal with that at all, right? So it's a huge boost for them. So
I think it's reversing the brainwashing. It's a big part of it, reversing the brainwashing through positive, correct education. That should be something that I think that the Garifuna communities should be doing through film, podcasts, books, interviews, animation, etc. But also our CARICOM governments have a duty, I would say, to do that as well, to remove all the scales of lies and myths and untruths that we've been told. And so we need to do that ourselves and hold them accountable to do the same, to remove the baggage psychologically that has held us from recognizing our full potential.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm James Finis, I'm from Bonaire. About reparations, that there's 3 European countries they're looking at, the British, the French, and the Dutch. I'm from the Dutch. I fall under the Dutch. You're talking about the legal basis for reparations. I have 2 questions, of 1 question, but you say the part is difficult to see because they say those things that happened in our time is predated the laws, right? What about then unjust acts do not create law? That is the base of international law, and then natural law, also the base international law. So you can look into that. But my specific question is about our situation. I understand it because first time I'm involved in the Garifuna discussions, and then I understand I'm a Garifuna too because I'm a mix of the indigenous Caribbean people. I call it Caribbean people. That's the start, and the African people. So I think I'm a Garifuna then. Now I know that. But the question is then. This discussion is about what happened in the past, and you see to see how we get a legal base for it. My question is for us, we are in a modern, today, same situation as the Garifuna were then. Is that a legal base? Because now we're trying to get into the political discussions to see if they can respect and give us those rights. But is the legal based on rights and that we, because our laws are not made like here, of like the other Caribbean, by the governments from the islands. Our laws are made in Europe by a parliament that we can decide on it, and they are destroy our culture because they make laws against our culture. They make laws, impose them. So how that you can advise or say of in that respect, a situation like us that we're living in, and the same thing happened with the Garifuna people, that they take them off, but because they cannot take us off, they are reducing out. We reduce from about 80% of the population as natives since 2010 up to date to about 30%. That rate is more than the Gaza war. All the bombs only reduced population by 6% today. We are reduced at a rate more faster than that because we don't have bombs. So people don't understand it because I'm speaking that people don't understand it. But how you can advise in such situation like that? I mean, it's a big story, but I try to make it very short to understand that is going on now.
All right, let me get all the questions and then we'll close. We'll put them to the speakers. Yes, next question.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Indy Nanton, and my father is Garifuna and Carib. I kind of had more of an observation rather than a question, but today and at the cultural extravaganza in Sandy Bay, I was speaking with some people from Honduras and, you know, other Garifuna people, and there's a strong sense of, for the diaspora in Central America, that St. Vincent is the motherland, St. Vincent is the homeland of the Garifuna people. However, I've been to Honduras, I've been to Guatemala, I've been to Belize, I've been to Nicaragua, and when I was speaking to the Garifuna people over there, they had the same thing, you know, that St. Vincent is the homeland. However, I feel that there's not much talk about what we in St. Vincent can learn from the Garifuna people in Central America. And I think it looks to me like for the Central Americans, we are spiritual, we can provide the spiritual connection to them. But for us, I feel like from an economical and educational perspective, Central America is where we should maybe look at forming stronger connections. And one thing I noticed when I was in Rotan and other parts of Honduras is that their tourism economy is very strong, but their infrastructure, their tourism infrastructure is amazing. And their ecotourism, the way that they have the, the ecological conservation. I was somewhere where the turtles were nesting and they said, you know, you can't do barbecues on the beach, you can't, you know, go to certain parts because they want to preserve the nesting turtles. And it was just small things, like even the garbage. They had garbage everywhere. And I remember I was walking with a guy, and there was a garbage can, and the garbage can was full. So I just threw the cap of my bottle next to the garbage can because the garbage can was overfilling. And he got so vexed with me. And he was like, go and pick that up and put it in the trash properly. We don't need tourists coming here and, you know, putting litter somewhere. Whereas in St. Vincent, litter is just everywhere. It's really bad. So it's small things like that that I've noticed that I think our land is beautiful, our culture is beautiful. Speaking about the artifacts, we could have museums, we've got so much to offer, but right now we're not offering anything as Vincentians in, you know, our Carib lands. And noticing, you know, the Holiday Inn has recently been built, Sandals has recently been built. I was here last year, coming this year, there's so many tourists, so many more tourists than I've ever seen before. And I think that economically, we could really help ourselves as Indigenous people, because I don't think the government will. And if we look at historically how the Carib people, we were fierce and we were the last island to be colonized because we took care of ourselves and we fought for ourselves. I don't believe in asking the government, I don't believe in begging the government, I believe in, and I'm not saying that's what we're doing. I think obviously we do need legal frameworks, we do need legal protections, but in terms of what we could do for ourselves, which I'm not saying we can do a lot because, you know, we have been paralyzed and raped economically, culturally, educationally, etc. for centuries. However, I do think that there is a lot that we as Vincentian Indigenous people can learn if we were to go and look in Central America at what they have. The language, the culture, there is a lot to learn. And I think but as well as us seeing ourselves as the motherland, I do think that there is a gem in looking to Central America at what they're doing.
Thank you. Two more. We have comments on this side. One behind, and that's it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes. So you were, I think the first one.
Oh, good morning, everyone. With relation, I just want to make a brief comment in relation to what Ms. Hoyt said about who is Indigenous and here in St. Vincent. We must recognize that historically, there has been a lot of displacement internally of indigenous peoples. It was actually the Caribs in Maraqua who started the wars when they burned Madame Lacroix estate. There Garifuna / Carib people all across this country. And sometimes we tend to think that it's only north of the Dry River that you have Garifuna communities or Carib communities. That's not true. I am from Clare Valley, and it's a Carib / Garifuna community. The story that was told to me was that after the 1902 eruptions, the chief called Henry Roberts. They came from Duvalley, fancy Duvalley area. And because of the eruptions, they gave the chief, Henry Roberts, Clare Valley. When they arrived at Clare Valley, they called Clare Valley Punda. That is the story that was told to me. That is the story that I told to my brothers and sisters. That is the story that we even teach at the Clare Valley Primary School, so that we know where we came from and how we came to be in Clare Valley. So sometimes there's displacement because of natural disasters, displacement because of other scenarios. But we must recognize that in St. Vincent, there's a significant portion of our population who are Garifuna. The thing is, they just don't know. It has never been told to them. They can't make the connection. Now, you might look at me and instantly say, yeah, she look Carib. But I have uncles, brothers, sisters who don't look like me. But they share that same ancestry. So when we look at, we start to examine who is indigenous and where are the indigenous communities, it's left up to us to do our research, to teach local history, to get it correct. And I'm very happy that our historians like Dr. Fraser and Dr. Denny have been basically commissioned by the government to produce a comprehensive history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Because what I came to meet prior is bits and stories here and there. And it's difficult to make the connection, and it's not, local history was not being taught in schools. What I know is because of Dr. Fraser on the radio every morning when I was growing up on a program called From Whence We Came. That's where I learned about Châteauguay and who Châteauguay was. And luckily enough, I was born into a family where, there were black consciousness. So every March 14th, whether it was Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, my uncles would join, who is now the Minister of Education, the Honorable Curtis King. They would join him and travel up to Dorsetshire Hill to pay homage to Châteauguay. So it's important we're having these conversations, but it's also important that that grounded body of knowledge of who Garifuna are, who we are as a people, be told and be taught, so that all these myths and associations can be dispelled, and we can build a generation who are proud to be Vincentians, who are proud to be Garifuna, who are proud to be Carib. Because to defend your country, to defend the British, not once, but twice, to have the shortest period of slavery in this region, that's something as a Vincentian you're supposed to be bang your chest and beat your chest on. And we're very quiet about it, and we shouldn't be. So I just wanted to make that point and to reiterate that for the history to be taught in schools is where we must start. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from the responses from the presenters. Any comments? Make
a
it
comment.
short.
Just a quick comment. I think your observations were excellent. Once again, I'm a Garifuna from Guatemala, and I live in New Jersey in the United States. These are great, great observations, and thank you very much for presenting that. Yesterday, there was a contingency that I came with, and also a contingency that wasn't here that you probably saw in Sandy Bay. There were about over 25, but that was deliberate, that they needed to be there to teach the culture, the music, the words, the language, to Fancy, Sandy Bay, and so on. So it's deliberate. And some of those individuals did GoFundMe pages to be there. It's a love that we have for the culture, that the teachers had asked, how can we get this back? And we also had members of the Belizean community come down to teach music, translate the national anthem to Garifuna. The kids that we saw here yesterday, the kids that we saw on Monday when we went to Fancy and we went to the school. So that connection has to continue. From Honduras, Livingston, Belize, that connection back to this homeland. Even though we were deliberately expelled, we always looked at it as a fundamental, we were blessed. That's how we looked at it. We were blessed that we remained alive out of the 2,200 that died in Balliceaux. We look at it as a blessing for us that we were able to keep that culture, the music, everything. And we also teach it to our kids. This morning when I took that swim along in front of Young Island, we discussed, and I sent it to my kids, because my kids, we teach them the Garifuna traditions, Satuye, everything, since they start learning how to read. But the kids, my children who are older now, don't know about Young Island. So as I swam there, from a religious standpoint, I gave them a history lesson on how Governor Young took that land, on how Satuye, as the first settlers came, put them in that island, not to come here first. But what I'm saying is, as a recap, this has to continue. This has to continue, that exchange to keep this culture strong for the next generation and for their generation. That's it.
Thank you, Carlos. Felicia had her hand up a while ago.
Thank you, and I just want to say thanks again to the panelists, Lenzerini and Goff, for their presentations. But I had 2 points that I wanted to respond to, and I'll be quick. So the first one is that we want to be, it's more of a caution when we think about this divide between, or we think about speaking about indigeneity in terms of blood quantum, the idea that we can measure the extent to which someone is indigenous. I would say that is a colonial strategy that the British employed, in fact, to deny indigenous people their right to St. Vincent, right? So when we talk about it in the present tense, we have to be careful that we're not kind of repeating the same colonial ideology. And then the other point I want to make, I want to push back a bit, I think, on this idea that indigenous Vincentians are somehow in a position of deficit, as if they have nothing to offer. Culture survives in various forms. So perhaps cultural practices on St. Vincent are not going to look like the way they would be expressed in Latin America, but it doesn't mean that indigenous Vincentians don't have things that they can offer. So that's it. Thank you.
Closing comment.
Hello. would just like to strengthen what was said before and to comment on the young lady there about bits and pieces of Garifuna. As the people from Sandy Way would say, not necessarily they are not Garifuna. I believe that we all are mixed, and we have been mixing for a very long time, even before the British came here. But the idea of people in the Leeward End and the other bits and pieces, that is because until now, until I would put it as probably 5 years ago, most Caribs would not let anyone know that they are Caribs, because in school they would be shamed. They are people eaters, they eat people, they are cannibals. They can be easily had by men. And I mean, we don't want to talk about these things, but this is why the indigenous people keep to themselves and hide the idea that they are indigenous. This conference have made a difference. For 12 years, they've been plugging away, and each year there's a fresh, new energy and strengthen the Carib, Garifuna, Indigenous. It doesn't matter what you call yourself. I am all of it. And I've seen the film last night, and there was a gentleman there who was so proud. But guess what? He got that because he went to England, and while he was there, he felt proud and he researched, and he was happy to be on that film. But there isn't a lot of indigenous people who want to associate with the name Carib. I remember there was a gentleman who was living with me, and we both are from Sandy Bay originally. And everybody called him Carib, and they would laugh at him. And I said to him, as I said to others, you have a name. Let them call you by your name. That is who you are. You are a Carib, you are from the Carib race, yes, and it's something to be proud of. So I just wanted to put in that little bit, that the reason why we don't know where some of the Caribs are is because they are ashamed. I know there's somebody in the audience here who said, her father didn't want to hear that he was a Carib, he hid from that. I will end with that. Thank you.
Closing comments.
Okay, thanks very much. Been a very interesting discussion. It's been good to listen to everyone. I'll just be brief. So just to say that I think that, you know, what we have done in Jamaica is the National Reparations Commission or Committee, right? We have gotten them to agree that internal reparations has to be a parallel work stream, right? And so what that means, we hope, is that there will be more concerted effort and funding to have this body that is looking at reparations by experts to focus on how we can do more of what we need to do here and now, as I say, as opposed to waiting on some sort of, you know, agreement from Europe, you know. And so that means, as I said, through education, through, you know, awareness on radio and TV and social media, publications, etc. Because a lot of what we have as baggage, as I say, we have the right and the freedom to throw out. And we've had it for decades, so we should do so. And I say no, while we continue this stream of trying to, of course, get what is due from the European colonizers. I would say in regards to our friends from Bonnier, you know, it's really sad to hear that you're, you know, in that kind of colonial context still, right, where your laws are being made in the Dutch Parliament, you know. But in terms of the rights of indigenous peoples, I'm going to ask Prof to say something on this when he closes, is that, of course, it doesn't matter You know, those rights don't depend on you being in a non-colonial state, right? And so I think you still have the right to be able to organize yourselves and to assert your rights. Of course, now in the European framework, as Prof will say, these rights are not so regularly, you know, contended with, because it's not like it's over here in the Americas, we have a lot of these issues. In Europe, it's not so prevalent, you know. And finally, I would say on the DNA point, right? So yes, I am very aware of those concerns, you know, and the kind of, you know, percentages used in the USA to say who's Indian and who's not, and so I'm not in any way advocating for any percentage criteria, right? All I was saying is that through, I think, science and the use of DNA now, we're able to, you know, if you're in doubt, to be able to, you know, through self-testing, voluntarily, you know, to find out about our ancestors, centuries removed, who we couldn't have but for the DNA. But I'm very aware of the concerns, and I'm, you know, yes, I think we also need to be very careful about how we have this be some sort of criterion, which we don't at all want it to be, but a tool to empower those of us who want to know about our own ancestry, because of course, oftentimes we're removed, we don't know, our grandparents sometimes didn't share with us and so forth, but now we have a chance at least to find out a bit more through the science. But very glad to be here. I'm looking forward to the full day today and tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. It's virtually impossible to address all the richness of the comments properly. So I will try to make a brief comment addressing more or less everything. We know that the Garifuna Reparations Working Group has several difficult tasks. One of them is exactly to try to establish who the Garifuna are. And this is very complicated, and we need the cooperation by everybody, the people, the communities, etc. Secondly, our expectation would be to try to unify all the Garifuna people wherever they're spread, in whatever place in the world. This is another very difficult task, because of course it is almost impossible to find everybody who is Garifuna anywhere in the world. But we are trying to do that as well. And a very important point, in my opinion, is that when it comes to reparations, it is impossible to define a strategy which is valid for everybody. It would be a huge mistake to say, okay, we have indigenous peoples and indigenous peoples need this. These are the measures of reparations to be adopted, because indigenous peoples is a term that is very general. It encompasses the Garifuna, but also the native tribes in the United States, the Maori people in New Zealand, the Aboriginal in Australia, the Sami in Northern Europe, and so on. Any indigenous community is different from the other and has different needs. And then we have to consider the evolution that has occurred throughout the time. So, of course, we cannot refer to the traditional situation of a community, because today things have changed. So we need to address the situation as it stands today and to establish a strategy of reparation that will be effective in consideration of the need of the community today and for the future generations, considering that things have changed, considering all the interactions that have existed between the different communities and the different components of the communities. And this is probably the most difficult task, because we need to listen to the people. Otherwise, it would be paternalistic. It is not, probably, I did not deserve to be the chairperson of this working group, but of course, I will not try to impose my point of view. I will not come here saying, oh, I know what indigenous peoples need. Let us do that. It is indigenous peoples themselves, the members, the people, the persons, the children, who will need to define what they need for their life today and for the future. And finally, the legal basis. This is a similar situation. Now, today, mainly all indigenous communities living in the world lament certain wrongs that occurred in the past. But these wrongs, these torts, are all different with each other. And the situation is always different. So there are peoples who try to return to their traditional lands. For other peoples, this would be not possible because their traditional lands are located in a different continent. But this doesn't matter. What is important is to understand what kind of reparatory measures each community needs. And the strategy will be shaped according to these specific needs. So the legal basis is the same for everybody. Wrongs occurred in the past, and they claim reparations. The effects of the wrongs continue to be perceived today by the living members of the community, so they are entitled to reparations. Then we have to establish which kind of reparations are opportune for each community in consideration of its particular situation. I come from Europe. We have the European Court of Human Rights. And in Europe, we are used to attribute an economic value to anything. So each kind of tort you have suffered, this tort can be paid through money. And according to what I have learned, this is not true for indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples may need money for their development. In fact, he was referring to the development funds, no? That are normally established by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And this is essential to pursue the traditions, to reunify the Garifuna, relying on the common elements of the culture which still survive today, even though the people are spread in different parts of the world. And this can be a useful strategy, but there is nothing that is predefined. We have to establish what is necessary for any single person and any single community. Only this way reparations can be effective. Otherwise, there would be a paternalistic exercise only for the satisfaction of the people who said, yes, I was able to give reparation to indigenous peoples, but it doesn't work like this. Thank you again for everything.
Thank you. We thank our two panelists, and we call the next panel. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Brown. And for persons who might be joining us online, you may have been late. Welcome to the 12th International Garifuna Conference, and we are on panel 1 for this morning's proceedings. And the theme for panel discussions this morning: reparation for the Garifuna, legal and practical issues relating to establishing a case for reparation for the Garifuna. And I would like to again commend the panelists for their presentations, and I would now call on Dr. Denny, Michael Denny, to sit at the, No, but she's not, Mrs. not. Hoyt, Mrs. Hoyt, and to both sit at the, yes, to sit at the head table. So Dr. Denny and Mrs. Hoyt will join at the head table. In the meantime, I am going to introduce the moderator for the next panel, panel 2, Miss Nadia Slater. Miss Slater is presently the acting director of the Agency for Public Information. And a fun fact about Miss Slater, when Miss Slater was a final year student of the Caribbean Institute of Media and Communication, CARIMAC, at the University of the West Indies Mona campus, she designed a project called Talk Garifuna. as part of the requirements for fulfilling her degree. The project was launched in 2007 and included the establishment of a special collection of artifacts, literature, and audiovisual material at the library of the Sandy Bay Learning Resource Center. There was also an exercise book series featuring aspects of Garifuna culture and the contracting of a teacher from Belize to teach the Garifuna language in that community. Please help me, everyone in the room, to welcome Ms. Nadia Slater, the moderator for panel number 2.
Thank you very much. Good morning, well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be part of this discourse. I had the privilege a couple of years ago, I think it was in 2015, to actually present a paper at that National Garifuna Conference held at the Peace Memorial Hall. It's my pleasure to introduce the next set of panelists. Dr. G. Michael Denny. Dr. Gary Michael Denny is a professor of history at the St. Mary's College of Maryland. He obtained his first degree at the University of the West Indies, Cave campus in Barbados, and his PhD at the Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland. Dr. Denny has also lectured at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus, and the Kenya College in Johannesburg, South Africa. As a Vincentian national who has studied in the USA and has lived and taught in Africa, Dr. Denny used his experience and expertise to create a program in Africa and African diaspora studies at the St. Mary's College. He has also written and lectured extensively on the politics of death in modern South Africa and his role as a speechwriter for Nelson Mandela. His major works include Flames of Race, Ashes of Death, Reinventing Cremation in Johannesburg, and The Standard of Dying, Race, Indigence, and the Disposal of the Dead Body in Johannesburg. Dr. Denny has also been deeply committed to the study of the Garifuna people and participated in all international conferences on the Garifuna. Mrs. Joan E. Hoyt. Joan Hoyt was born in Sandy Bay, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She migrated to the United States, where she is an assistant chief counsel at the National Labor Relations Board, an independent agency of the United States federal government that is responsible for protecting the employment rights of private sector workers. In this role, she advises presidential appointed and state-confirmed board members on complex labor and employment issues. She previously served as a labor policy advisor to the Congressional Democrats in the United States House of Representatives Committee on Education and the Workforce. In 2023, she was inducted as Fellow of the College of Labor and Employment, which is a professional organization of top labor and employment lawyers in the United States. Joan holds a law degree from Syracuse University, New York, a legal education certification from the University of the West Indies, Hugh Wooding School of Law, Trinidad and Tobago, a master's degree in international relations from the Maxwell School of Citizenship at the Syracuse University, a bachelor's degree in education from Brooklyn College, City University of New York. And she is also a graduate of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Teachers College. She lives with her husband and 2 children in Washington, D.C., where she is a second-term elected advisory neighborhood commissioner. In that role, she is responsible for advising the government of the District of Columbia on the resolution of issues affecting her community, including crime and public safety, economic development, education, emergency preparedness, healthcare, housing, infrastructure, social services programs, taxes, tariff, and transportation. Joan is the chair of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Indigenous Peoples Association, an umbrella group of 5 organizations, including the Fancy Heritage Organization, the Garifuna, Indigenous People of St. Vincent and the Grenadines Incorporated, the Kalinago Tribe of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Oya Heritage Organization, and the Sandy Bay Heritage Development Organization. All of these were created to promote the interests of Indigenous peoples of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, particularly those residing north of the Dry River. Please help me in welcoming our panelists. So first, we will have Dr. Denny presenting on the Garifuna Reparations Working Group Phase 1.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
This has been quite an interesting morning in many ways. And my task, as assigned by Zoila, is to give an update. Okay. Unfortunately for Zoila, I usually do what I like. And that is exactly what's going to happen.
Oh dear.
Okay. I'm going to do what I like. Okay. But I did make a report which was about 34 pages long or so. And Zoila thought that this is a report that I can share with you. And the text has a title. And the title is From Paradise to Purgatory, the Birth and Destruction of Garifuna Civilization in Yemen. That is the title of the text that I sent to her. And I might read one paragraph from that text. And that is a 34-page text. But I have other things to say, so I will say those things that I really want to say. But if you want to have a feel of the text that I sent, I can give you the first paragraph before I then, go my own way. The text reads, the first paragraph, in 1797, the British destroyed the first civilization to take root in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, known then to its inhabitants, the Garifuna, as you remain. This process had begun in 1763, when the British claimed the land as theirs, notwithstanding the fact that the first peoples of St. Vincent and the Grenadines had more than 4,000 years of continuous habitation in their Yemen. But the 30 Years' War that the British launched against the Garifuna culminated with the 1797 battlefield loss, the genocide at Balliceaux, and those Garifuna who survived war and genocide were then banished to the island of Roatan. From there, they would ultimately find new homes in Belize, Honduras, Guatemala, and Nicaragua, though of course not of their own choosing. That's important. Now, I am teaching a class currently in the college, Maryland College. I teach at St. Mary's College of Maryland, and we're on spring break. I stole last week. We were actually at classes last week. I stole that week, but this is spring break, and so I'm good. Okay, and I'm teaching a class called Hidden Genocides in Africa. Okay, and the class was inspired, my my concept of this class was inspired by the fact that, we have this, these many instances of really, genocidal, onslaught against, African peoples, okay? And it does not command the same attention as other genocides of other peoples, okay? And hence, these are hidden genocides. And I wanted to know, and in the class that I'm currently teaching, what is it that allows a genocide to be hidden? Okay. And I don't necessarily have, a straightforward answer because the class is ongoing. And I realized this morning that perhaps I should have named the class Hidden Genocides in Africa and the African Diaspora. Okay. Because then that would have allowed me, to include St. Vincent. Okay. Now, but one of the things I want to talk about, today, given the tenure of the conversations we have had thus far, and the legal kind of universe which has been expressed, is to make two big points and then go off into smaller points. I'm actually pleasantly surprised because when I decided a title for Zoila, From Paradise to Purgatory, the Birth and Destruction of Garifuna Civilization, I didn't necessarily fully flesh out what the destruction of a civilization means, okay? And when we speak of the Garifuna experience and we speak of genocide, we tend to push to one side what I am referring to in this text as the very first line. In 1797, the British destroyed the first civilization to take root in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, okay? And civilizational collapse is an incredible phenomenon that took place here, okay? Because in the context of the genocide, which the UN describes as the worst kind of action a human being could take against another, or human society against others, we do have 600,000 people, if the numbers are correct from what I've been hearing about the Garifuna in the diaspora, and so on. Which means, as terrible as it is, sometimes populations recover. But the civilizational collapse that occurred here, there was no recovery. The collapse of Garifuna civilization in St. Vincent was permanent. Irrevocably so. And what that meant, all of the different elements that speak to cultural collapse, political collapse, economic transformations, spiritual alienation, sense of unbelonging, and so on. All of these carry tremendous weight in terms of how one might go about constructing a legal case. But we have to see all of those elements as part of what I refer to as civilizational collapse. Okay, and so I want to speak about that too. But in the context of the genocide and teaching about hidden genocides, one of the stuff that flashed up in me, one of the ideas that flashed up in me while teaching the class, and again, in the context of the Vincentian experience. And in this very moment where we identify the experience of Balliceaux as this act of genocide. Well, one of our colleagues, we have two of them here writing the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. Fraser and Dr. Thomas. But one of our colleagues who's not here, Dr. Clee Scott, he made the point that the whole of St. Vincent is a crime scene. Okay, and he was inspired by this by one of my former teacher, and he would have taught Cleve as well, Professor Beckles, who said that all of Barbados is a crime scene. Okay, And that is a thought I want to explore in the context of the genocide in St. Vincent and the reverence that we now pay to Balliceaux, and so on. Our good friend here, whose name I do not know, but I heard you mention that we had about 2,000 plus people who got killed in Balliceaux, and there are buried bones in Balliceaux, 2,000 plus. Well, here's the question. How many got killed in St. Vincent itself? See? Okay. Now, and what I realize is that the genocide in St. Vincent, when we speak of genocide, the genocide in St. Vincent is a process that essentially has a 300-year history. Okay. And the convention that the UN wrote in 1946, which our professors in law are incredibly well informed, that convention actually has no imagination of what it means for a genocide to proceed over 300 years. Because what we do know in terms of the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Professor Higman, Barry Higman, one of the best historians of the Caribbean, and he's a master in the context of demographic history. Higman tells us that St. Vincent would have had a population of at least 10,000 people. Well, if 4,000 went to Balliceaux, what happened to the other 6,000? What happened to the other 6,000? Either two of things are true. In listening to some of our, colleagues here, either A, they're mostly all dead at the time, or B, they're also gone into hiding. Either which way represents a major injury that the population has sustained. I was thinking actually of the, in thinking of the 6,000 who's gone missing, because we know 4,000 went to Balliceaux, some say maybe 4,500, some say 5,000. Well, the numbers become a little bit irrelevant at a point, okay? Because everyone whom the British could pick up and take to Balliceaux, they did, okay? And so those who were left behind, okay, there's this biblical story of the rapture, where all the good people just disappeared. They gone to heaven and left behind the sinners. And what a state of shock that all of your friends and family, all those ones who are close to you, they're all gone. And you're just left behind. And so, if you are left behind in St. Vincent, that trauma is immeasurable. If you are taken to Roatan, Belize, Honduras, there 8,000 people were gone. The 2,000 plus dead in Balliceaux, and the 6,000 plus we cannot account for in St. Vincent. They're either dead or they've gone into hiding within the broader Vincentian population. And so, one of the missing pieces, Zoila, of that stuff I sent to you is precisely that component of the experience of the Garifuna in St. Vincent. What happens to those who were left behind? And that is a story that we haven't really fully explored. So we know more about what has happened to the Garifuna who went to Belize and Honduras and Guatemala and Nicaragua. Okay. In fact, she's sitting here now, Joan, probably about 12 years ago, 10 years ago, Joanne brought with her to one of these conferences a stone and a piece of cloth that had been handed down by her great-great-grandfather, who was a Garifuna, and that had been kept hidden because that identity had to be protected so that one does not become the subject of, discriminatory actions of one sort or another. So we do know two things. Some of the Garifuna survived and stayed in St. Vincent and went into hiding. But it is also true that a whole heap of them would have been killed. Okay? And they would have been killed because they fought. They didn't simply surrender. It was a war. It was an existential battle that was taking place. In fact, even though technically the war ended in 1797, we know from the work that Dr. Fraser and others and the evidence which they have produced that even into the 1800s, there were still Garifuna in St. Vincent who were fighting, who were being captured, who were being imprisoned. And so the militarization of Vincentian slave society was in part a function. After 1800, the militarization of the slave society which was imposed in St. Vincent was in part a function of the fear by the British planters that there was still Garifuna out there who were willing to continue to fight to reclaim sovereignty over St. Vincent. So though in the broad mass in the broad telling of the story, 1797 represents this departure point, and it is an important point. It is also true to say that the story didn't end right there, that even in St. Vincent that story continued, and that there were Garifuna who were seeking the very best they could to reclaim that which had been taken from them. So it does seem to me that we have to reframe our thinking of the genocide in this fashion. That you have, one of the things that we heard from our legal scholars, the transgenerational trauma. Okay, the notion that with genocide comes this trauma that goes on through the decades and so on. But there's also transgenerational complicity in genocide. When it takes place over 300 years, then it means generation after generation of British and French and others are engaging. There's no evolution of moral conscience. There's a continuation of the violence. So both things happening at the same time, that you have this transmissibility of this great sin, lack of conscience moving across the generations that allows the genocide to continue. And what it means is that there are moments within this history that the genocide speeds up. So that moment between 1763 and 1797, when the British are now engaging, they have now taken over from the French and others in taking this fight. So it means the genocide speeds up. And in Balliceaux, we have a high point. But Balliceaux is not the only moment of genocide, because we have to count for the 10,000 people who were in St. Vincent. And so what it means is that effectively, for the people who left, 80% of the population were gone, or thereabout. Okay. Now, one of the things that the convention says, the 1946 convention, and let me put it this way. When the UN creates this convention in 1946, it comes basically out of the Jewish experience. Okay, that is the trigger to create this. The word genocide itself doesn't exist until the 1940s. Doesn't exist. Now, the act of genocide, which is to say slaughtering people in mass, that has a very long history. But a word that conceptualizes this as the greatest atrocity ever that a society could commit against one another, that word only comes into existence in the 1940s. Okay. But in fact, when you read the records of the British soldiers were saying of the Garifuna, we will kill them all, exterminate them all, extirpate them all. So the language of mass murder and the practice of mass murder and the desire to eliminate a people en masse, that language is right there. In fact, I remember sitting with Dr. Fraser and Dr. Scott and Dr. Thomas when I saw for the first time one of these documents in the 1760s, where the British writer expressed in clear terms that the only way we can truly control St. Vincent, we will have to kill them all, or language to that effect. So that genocidal instinct and intent, there's nothing hidden about it. In other words, what we have to recognize, it seems to me, is how the British normalized genocide. And that is the problem that we actually have to confront today in the context of the history of the Garifuna and the continuing consequences, the intergenerational trauma that has unfolded here. Because as speaker after speaker got up, and the young lady spoke about, we have lost that sense of spirituality and connection to St. Vincent, which is such a wonderful thing that we see in Central America and we do not see here. Okay, and the question is, well, why? Well, that too is part of the consequence of the genocide. Okay, that is the transgenerational trauma that those who are left behind, that umbilical cord, linking them to that spirituality, that sense of belongingness, that elevating St. Vincent into sacred land, which we see taking place in among the Garifuna, in the rest of in these four places we mentioned, but it doesn't happen here. Why? What does it tell us? And so that is part of the story. That too is a historical consequence of the destruction of the civilization that the Garifuna had created in St. Vincent. It's not simply some kind of modern disease that all of a sudden these modern Vincentians, treat Garifuna in this kind of, second class and third class citizens, believe that we could do all kinds of things to Garifuna women, believe that we should simply call people Caribs, and so on. All these are manifestations of a historic problem that goes back to the very beginning, when the Garifuna were stripped of their lands, slaughtered, and sent out of St. Vincent. And those who remain had to survive as best as they could. And in the erasure of the knowledge of the, I suppose the obscenities that the Garifuna experienced, that knowledge is erased. So mass murder is normalized. The Garifuna seen as the not as the victims, but as people who are peripheral or tangential or not particularly meaningful to the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But in fact, the reverse is true. The Garifuna are essential to the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. One of I think the young lady might have made the point about the delay of the history of slave societies in St. Vincent as a consequence of the Garifuna struggle. Okay, well, there is no country in the Caribbean where doing that linkage between genocide and slavery is as tight as St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That fight that unfolded over 300 years. That fight is what guaranteed that the slave society imposition in St. Vincent in its full onslaught, as it would be expressed in Barbados and elsewhere. That fight by the Kalinago and the Garifuna, their children, that fight was crucial in producing within St. Vincent the shortest time of a slave society than any place else in the Caribbean. So these two histories are interlocked. These two histories of oppression are absolutely interlocked. And so Balliceaux is important not just to Garifuna, but to all Vincentians, because it represents a gateway point where we have the oppression of the enslaved peoples in St. Vincent would come once the Balliceaux, sinfulness, unfolded in the fashion that it did. And so we do not need, as a general rule, to see the Balliceaux as sacred to the Garifuna. Balliceaux has to be sacred to all of us. Now, my own commitment to this work has been, several, years, decades long, more than a decade. I think when the Garifuna first emerged, or first, began returning to St. Vincent, in 2001, it really, produced a transforming effect on me. Because, as our, you weren't the one who introduced me, someone else did. You did. As she said, I have a PhD from Johns Hopkins University. I have a first degree in literature and history from the University of West Indies, and all of that, and so on. Okay. And I wrote for Nelson Mandela and all of that. And I'm pretty happy doing all of those things. Okay. But I was actually shocked, really quite shocked, when, thinking of myself as a decent historian of one sort or another, I'm well-schooled and so on, and one of my teachers is right there, Agent Fraser, he taught me in high school. I was shocked to discover that when the Garifuna returned here and we elevated Chartier to national hero, I was shocked to discover that the Garifuna saw St. Vincent as sacred land. That was my shock. And I thought that, I was a well-informed scholar of some sort. And I didn't know these things. I didn't know that at all. Okay. And I'd gone to Africa, and for me, Africa was sacred land. And so I realized in that moment that we, as Vincentians, have a trusteeship, that we are now custodians of a place that has sacred value to the first peoples of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, then known as UMN. Okay. And that lack of knowledge meant that I had an obligation, to know more, to fix the deficits, so to speak, within my own education. And I believe I've done so. In doing so, I've been able to call upon that very training that I've had elsewhere to make sense of the Vincentian experience. Hence this notion that I gave in this idea of the text as from paradise to purgatory. So I'm returning to the text. Okay. Why paradise to purgatory? Because when the first people arrived in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as we call it now, they are the first. The land is unblemished. It's virgin territory. And that meant that they could do what they will to transform it into an abode fit for human habitation. And in studying African history and European history and so on, one of the things you acquire as a historian is a kind of an astonishment at the antiquity of civilization. So ancient Egypt, ancient Rome, ancient this, ancient that the longevity within which human beings have established, culture and ways of life is to be treated with reverence. Well, if that is so, and I bow to those principles, then what about Vinci land, where the Garifuna and the Kalinago before them had established a land here fit for human habitation for thousands of years? The antiquity of the Vincentian experience, beginning with the movement from South America into St. Vincent, that is not something that Vincentians truly understand. That antiquity is something of that for which we should give deep reverence. That when we walk this land, when we look across, when we swim, as you say, 5,000 years ago, others were doing that before us. These are the ancestors. Okay. So they are ancestors not simply of the Garifuna, but of all human civilization within St. Vincent. Because they're the first to transform this land into an abode fit for human habitation. So I describe that process in the text that I shared with Zoila. And it unfolded in a way that the legacies remain with us today, some of them invisible. 2,500 years ago, an agricultural revolution took place here in St. Vincent, where previously the first inhabitants were fishers. They mastered the waters. They did all kinds of stuff. Then a second penetration of St. Vincent brought with it a revolution. Transformation of culture, politics, religion, all of these things. The first marriages in St. Vincent were those of the first people. The first burials, the first religion, the first songs. All of these. The things which give life meaning. All of it. First taking place in St. Vincent, the Kalinago. Okay. They were the ones who would have done this. Questions have been asked as to, indigeneity and so on. Okay. Well, I like the answer that we ought not to fall into that British construct of deciding who's indigenous and who's not. We have to be very cautious of that. And I have a simple answer. And me and my colleagues really have a simple answer. The Garifuna are indigenous to St. Vincent because they are the descendants of the Kalinago. They are the biological descendants of the Kalinago. The fact that they have African roots, that's just an added point. But since they are the descendants, the biological they are the children, the progeny. They are the progeny of the very first people who came here. By that definition, they have rightful patrimony in St. Vincent. And hence they're indigenous to St. Vincent and so on. So I don't, get into any kind of twists and turns about the indigeneity. I know precisely why the British produced these arguments. To deny them indigeneity, therefore to deny them the right to land and to ship them off. Okay, but in the context of looking at this from a 21st century perspective and that genetic kind of capabilities that we possess today to know who belongs to who and so on, well, they are the children, they are the descendants of the Kalinago, and hence, by that very route, have an equal right to ownership in St. Vincent as their parents and their grandparents and their great-grandparents before them did, and so on. So the work that I submitted to Zoila, went into depth about the process through which the Kalinago and then the Garifuna transformed St. Vincent into a land fit for human habitation. One of the key points I also made in this piece, is that the issue of sovereignty as a specific political concept determine who belongs and who do not. The rights and privileges of belongingness. That it is the Garifuna who first asserted that kind of political construct within St. Vincent. That it wasn't a place by the time the Garifuna, the Garifuna, well, let me reframe that. It was the Kalinago who first asserted who has the right to be in St. Vincent and who do not. And the Kalinago, the Garifuna would inherit those same kind of concepts. So that when we think of, sovereign rights, okay, and this idea of belongingness, long before the British or the French or others got here, an indigenous sensibility of ownership of St. Vincent had already been developed, expressed, and made manifest in how the Kalinago and the Garifuna lived their lives in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In fact, in some of the challenges that Châteauguay and the British would have, the Châteauguay and Company made it clear, this is our land. This is sovereign territory, and so we're going to have to fight for it. So when we look into this business of from paradise to purgatory, I use the word purgatory, from paradise to purgatory because of this whole biblical act that it expresses, that there's a moment when everything is wonderful, and then there's the other moment when stuff hit the fan, so to speak, and that obviously is the arrival of Columbus and Company. The arrival of the Europeans produced that cataclysmic effect that was destructive to the peace and tranquility and to the well-being of the Garifuna and indigenous peoples who lived in St. Vincent. So the text tells that story from paradise to purgatory. Not paradise in the sense of heaven, of course. It is really about the human capacity to best exploit the resources that nature provided to guarantee good health and a good life. Okay. Once we have the arrival of the Europeans, the genocide was slower at times, faster at others, but in the end, okay, the speed at which the genocide took place is irrelevant. What is relevant is the fact that by the time we have the mass banishment to Balliceaux, 80% of the people have been killed, or those who survive are hiding. Okay. It is unlikely that the 6,000 who have gone missing were all in hiding. Because we also have, the British like to take censuses. They do census stuff. They count. Okay. And in the counting, at times they tell us we only have 100 plus indigenous people. Well, we know that is a lie, because they couldn't always know who's indigenous and who's not. We can't trust their, categories and capacity to determine, this business of, by the color of your skin, by your hair, by your nose, by living in Sandy Bay, or, well, what about those people living in Chimaka or Greg's or those other places? So we know that the geography of the indigenous life was far more complex, and the identity of indigenous people was far more complicated than the British could truly take account of. We know that too, okay? But even so, it still means that a great number of them had died, okay? And they didn't die because they were, committing suicide. They died because of that challenge to their survival that the British posed on them. Hence, purgatory is the language I use to express that transformation in the life of the Garifuna, once that cataclysmic contact with the British and the French and other Europeans occurred. Okay. And as I am saying here, and perhaps we need to, when we go back to this, reflecting on the consequences, the transgenerational trauma of the genocide, we have to look at what happened in St. Vincent after 1797 in greater detail, because that is not a good story that we have to tell. It's a very bad story, okay? And if you're as old as Mike Brown and Adrian Fraser and, and Thomas and myself, I'm 64, so I'm reasonably old, okay? We can, we do have memories of the indigenous peoples not really being treated very well, okay? And that is a consequence of that cataclysmic clash that occurred in 1492 when Columbus and others arrived there. I will stop here for now. Thank you.
So because if you saw me limping, that's because a few days ago I was really busy preparing for that cultural exhibition that we had up in Sandy Bay, and I fell and injured my leg. So you would excuse me, I might have to sit, but in the meantime, I think my voice would project better, and therefore I'm standing, and I might have to lean. I mean, I should say my name is Joan Hoyt. You all have heard that before. And my topic or title is "This Land is Our Land, Asserting the Right to Land Reparations as a Path Towards Justice and Recognition for the Indigenous People of St. Vincent and the Grenadines." And I think it's a befitting title to follow one of my favorite historians, Dr. Denny, and I consider him a friend when he answers my call. Okay, because he suggested that our people, the Kalinagos and the Garifuna, transformed St. Vincent into a land fit for habitation. So let me piggyback my entire speech on that sort of framework. For almost 300 years, can somebody fix this thing, please? It keeps, all right, I think that works. Okay. For almost 300 years, from 1498, when Columbus allegedly discovered Hairuna and renamed it St. Vincent, to March 1796, when the British won the Second Carib War, my ancestors, the indigenous Kalinagos and Garifuna people, waged an aggressive campaign to maintain control of their land and to keep the Europeans out. Their violent efforts ended with the death of Paramount Chief Joseph Chatoué, thereby effectively ending the Second Carib War, at which time the British systematically forced my ancestors from their land, some by exiling them to Balliceaux and later banishing their survivors to Roatan and Honduras, while also simultaneously dispossessing and marginalizing those who avoided capture and hid in St. Vincent's mountainous interior and along the rocky northeastern coastline, and yes, in Greg's and Rose Hall and those other places. This speech explores land reparation as a crucial step toward justice and recognition, and addressing the enduring socio-economic, spiritual, and cultural impact of land loss on my people. Despite a growing body of literature on what happened to our exiled brethren, the Garifuna in Central America, scholars have largely neglected the territorial dispossession and marginalization of the Carib, Kalinago, and Garifuna who remain in St. Vincent. By examining historical context, legal precedent, and contemporary global movement for indigenous rights, I will try to highlight the moral and legal imperatives for land restitution. Moreover, I'll try to discuss practical pathways to communal land reparation, including policy reform to which the government takes the lead to allocating quote unquote crown lands back to the indigenous people. I would advocate for a flow of resources from the British government and the ears of colonial planters that complement the government's effort towards putting in place infrastructure and institutional legal frameworks to assess financing from banking institutions. I will try to examine community-led initiatives in which indigenous people play a pivotal role, using as examples the communal ownership character of the Kalinago Kalinago territory in Dominica, which exists since 1903, and the Garifuna Punta Prida Community Collective Farm in Honduras, and discuss the importance of international advocacy. Finally, recognizing land as a fundamental pillar of identity and sovereignty, this speech calls for meaningful reparative action that honor the resilience and right of my people while fostering reconciliation and sustainable self-reliant development. The Carib/Kalinago are the indigenous people of St. Vincent, as are the Garifuna. Based on historical research and archaeological evidence, it is generally accepted that the Kalinago, often called the Caribs, as I've said before, arrived in St. Vincent around 1200 AD. Their migration, believed to have begun in the region of the Orinoco River in South America, is thought to have led to the displacement or assimilation of the earlier Arawak Taino inhabitants who were in St. Vincent, dating back centuries before the Europeans entered the picture in the 1400s. Over time, the Kalinago developed a strong warrior culture and successfully resisted colonization for approximately 300 years. Aided by their alliance with the Black Caribs, or the Garifuna, a mixed population of Africans, allegedly shipwreck survivors or those who escaped slavery on neighboring islands. European powers who consistently were jockeying for influence and control of land in the New World recognized the formidability of the Carib, Kalinago, Garifuna resistance. For example, in the 1748 Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, signed by Britain and France to end the War of the Austrian Succession, they declared St. Vincent and Dominica, St. Lucia and Tobago as neutral islands for the benefit of the Caribs. This meant that France and Britain agreed not to colonize these neutral islands, which were already inhabited by my people. This neutrality agreement was short-lived, as both Britain and France continued to vie for influence in the region. Ultimately, the Treaty of Paris in 1763 officially ended the neutrality status and granted Britain formal control of St. Vincent. My people fiercely resisted the British arrival and attempt to seize their land. Between 1769 and 1773, tensions over British encroachment on Carib land escalated into the First Black Carib War, a key moment in Caribbean resistance against European colonial rule. The Black Caribs, led by Chief Joseph Chatoué, rejected British claim and fought to protect their land. They were skilled in guerrilla warfare and effectively resisted the British forces. A stalemate in the First Carib War led to a treaty in 1773 between the British and the Caribs. That treaty resulted in a map drawn by a British man or a British artist entitled The St. Vincent from an Actual Survey made in the year 1773 after the treaty with the Caribs, quote, end of quote. It provided detailed insights into the island's layout at that time. The map is a significant document that delineates the island's geography and officially designated Carib lands as the northern third of the island, with boundary lines running across from Bookament River on the western leeward side and extended across the country to the Connery River on the eastern windward side. Later, Rabaca River would become a more defined northern boundary for Carib territory. The British wanted to separate Carib lands from areas available for the colonists and their plantations, particularly for sugar and other cash crops. Mapping Carib lands helped define the limits of British expansion. Of course, the map's designation was meant to avoid conflicts between the indigenous people and the British settlers. The British aimed to monitor and restrict Carib movement and to assert legal control over the rest of St. Vincent. A case in point, the Oriental Estates. In 1772, I've found, my research showed, that this Scottish plantation merchant slave owner named Evan, I think it's Bailey, Baillie, I think that's how it's pronounced. Please don't hold me to it. He was also involved in the Atlantic slave trade, and he sold lands designated as Oriental Estate to a John Fraser of London and his brother James Fraser, who lived here. And later on, that land included Waterloo, Turma, and the Rabaca area, all located in Carib territory. Now the question I ask, what was up with the British? They designated this land as Carib territory, and in the process, they're selling it off at the same time. How is that possible? Where's the law that requires them to stick to treaty? Or were they just doing that to pacify the Caribs and prevent them from fighting? I find it, as I said, as an attorney, the British had no morals. They really didn't. And I find that infuriating, but I digress. Anyway, that land and the deprivation of it for my people forced them to go live way up in the mountains above Sandy Bay, right under almost where the backbone of the mountainous inner spine of St. Vincent runs. Now, you have to remember that my people, and I'm going to keep calling them my people because that's how proud I feel of them, they were agriculturists, right? So they needed land to grow food. They were seafaring, so they needed to be close to the sea. A long time ago, I read that almost when the British came and William Young came as a surveyor for the Crown to see what is available in St. Vincent, because they had heard of the fertile volcanic soil here and they were just dying to have our land to grow their stuff. But I've read that when they went up along the coast, whether by boat or not, they were so intrigued by the fact that almost all the indigenous people living here, you know how there are all these little bays and inlets up if you drive up and you're going windward? Well, all these little villages had their own bays, and that was important because the people love the sea. As my friend here and brethren said, he went swimming. I swim every morning, and I can't help it. People say, well, why do you do that? Well, it's in my blood. What can I do about it? But to be deprived of not only a place to farm where you can feed and sustain your family, but of access to the sea, which is your lifeblood, and the way you get around from island to island, because at that time, there were no roads to take you from Sandy Bay to Greg's. So you ply your way across the waters. And those wicked British came and figured this is their land. It's land theft to the highest degree. But again, I digress. So, I'm sorry. Got to get my act back together here. And so I spoke about those treaties signed by the Caribs and the British that were not honored by the British, which led to these wars. What has been the aftermath of what happened when they killed Chatoué and exile half of our brethren, as Dr. Denny is asserting, and I take him at his word, he's done the research. Okay, so let's say 5,000 of our people went to Balliceaux, on which I've heard it was an intentional killing, right? They wanted them out of here because they were just a pain in their butts and they couldn't get to farm and own the land. But they put them there, and my research showed that even knowing that nothing grew on Balliceaux, if you visited there, which I have like 3 times, the grass is short and dry. There's no water. There's scarcely any trees. And the colonist or the governor had arranged for ships to take food and water over to them to keep them alive. But my research showed that even the people that the government paid to provide that service were scammers, and they generally didn't go when they had to go. And so my people on Balliceaux suffered from white man diseases that they had no protection against. And many of them died. They suffered from starvation. They suffered from all the things that were uncommon to them, because after all, they had lived in St. Vincent with its abundance of food and water and fish. And that breaks my heart, because can you imagine whether there were women or children there? Where did they get water to drink? You had to be able to collect it in rainfall, because if no one was shipping in it. And I just want you to think of that, right? To take you out of your land and put you in a place, even though Balliceaux is a part of St. Vincent. But at the time when they went there was nothing there to sustain them. All right? And then the other half of the tree of my ancestors, the half to which I descend from my father, his people, they hid out. They hid out in places above Sandy Bay called Roseau and Roué and Wargri. Those are all Carib names for places, but they're way up in the mountains, right? They hid. And it is said that the British put bounty on their heads when they came and they started to farm at the Oriental estates. Their African enslaved people were told, if you ever hear a Carib, speak the Carib language, because of course the British didn't know how to interpret the language of the Caribs, and they figured if the Caribs are speaking in their own language, it must mean they're planning another attack. So if you hear that sort of communication, let us know, because there'll be a bounty on the head of whomever you find that way. And by so doing, they essentially killed off the language, right? They killed off the spiritual practices. And someone said earlier on, and I completely agreed, the banishment of some of our people to Balliceaux and off to Central America was a blessing in disguise in this way. It helped to preserve the culture that we didn't know. I said to folks, and I've said this over and over again, I'm a product of the St. Vincent school system. I did the A levels and the O levels. I studied. I went to Teachers College. I graduated, and I taught in the St. Vincent schools. And I never, ever knew the things I'm speaking about here. It's not until I went to America where I had access to computers, and I started to follow what was happening, and I looked at a few films made by Garifuna descendants, and I'm like, really? We were that badass? Really? My people? They did that to the British? You understand when this was happening, Britain ruled the waves. It was the mightiest army in the world. The sun did not set on the British Empire, because at every place in the world, at some time, there was daylight in a place that Britain had colonized. But this little band of people from this place, okay, fought them to the death, literally to the death. Because if Châteauet hadn't died, who knows? Maybe we would have remained a free country forever. All right? So if you have no pride at all now, please go home and think, we did it. And if it weren't for the fact that he was ambushed, and I don't know how true this is, Dr. Fraser and Dr. Denny, because you might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard it wasn't because the British were smarter than our people why Chatouille was killed. From what I heard, it's anecdotal and it could be wrong. One of the soldiers, the Carib soldiers, was a friend of some merchant, white merchant in Kingstown. And he hinted to his friend, watch out tonight. Okay, watch out tonight. Take care of yourself. And just by saying something like that, the British merchant in Kingstown understood something was going to happen. And so the British forces were on high alert, and that's how they were able to intercept and kill Chatouille. All right? So they weren't smarter than us. And I'm going off script here again because I want to say, earlier on we spoke about the derogatory terms that are used for Caribs and still continue to be used, and I hope that one day would stop. But you're not stupid if you can keep the mighty British at bay. You're not stupid if you can traverse or travel on the seas and get through the British barricades to get over to Martinique or Guadeloupe to get help to fight the British. You're not stupid if you're engaged in international relations because you understood that the French and the British were vying for control, and you are hedging your bets with the French so you can get some ammunition and some help to fight the British. That is strategic. It's not stupidity. So, I want to give you a little bit on why I think this land is our land and it should be returned to us. My family story is typical of the indigenous people of Sandy Bay. I grew up in a real large family. My father had 9 of us with my mom, and he was married before and had 9 there, okay? So that's a lot of children. But we had little plots of land, and they were everywhere. Most of them were about an hour to an hour and a half to get to. But my father grew, and every day he was in that land. When he was not going out at night when the moon came up, because he could read the moon, and he could go fishing when he knew whatever fish was running, right? So he would leave home like at 1 o'clock in the morning, and the moon was up, and he'll go out, and he'll come back home and get back home by 5 o'clock with a string of fish over his back, and we had fresh fish fried for breakfast. And because we did not have refrigerator, leftover fish was shared with our neighbors so that when they went fishing, we got some because he wasn't fishing. The same thing happened when we farmed the stuff. The neighbors came and worked with my dad and my brothers to harvest the arrowroot, because all of you know, all Vincentians who know about arrowroot, it's a labor-intensive crop, all right? So Papi couldn't do it himself, nor could my brothers and him. But when you have 2 or 3 families and all their sons joining you, then the work goes easier. It just meant they were bartering their service so that when Mr. Lave or Mr. Batiste or Mr. Nanton had the same thing to do, my family went. And so for the months when crops were being harvested, that's how they worked. Now that doesn't mean that I didn't have to throw my hand in and help. Banana Day was Tuesday. My dad would go up in the land, and we grew banana way up in the mountain in this place called Rocks. You had to almost crawl on your hands and knees to get up to some of those. And we walked without shoes, so we had calloused feet, right? Even the donkeys couldn't go up some of those hills. But I'm saying all of this to tell you how the British system screwed us over by taking away the lands that were arable and close enough and easy to access. So we'll get up at 4 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday. We'll walk to rocks. That took about an hour and a half to get through, and we were lighting our way with the flambeau, you know, that bottle with kerosene oil and a wick in it, and you light it and you hold it in your hand, and all of us were sleepwalking almost, but we had to go because you had to follow what your parents said, and if they say you're going to get the banana, you had to go to get the banana. So we'll go up there. My father would have already cut the bananas and wrapped them in dry banana leaves so that they don't get bruised. Each one of us as children put a bunch of banana on our heads. Just imagine us. And we are like little soldiers walking with the banana on your head, coming home. And you got home, you took the banana, you left it there because that was the East Banana Company. I don't know if you all remember that. They would come here every week to buy Windward Island bananas. And so we'd leave the banana home, and my mother would say immediately, eat your breakfast, get ready, you're going to school. Okay? That's how every Tuesday morning, this is how my parents made a living. But I cursed the day that the British deprived us of our land that way. Because by depriving us, they subjected us to friggin' hard labor, excuse my language, okay? They subjected us to that, to sleep deprivation. And that's not fair, all right? And then there was the Oriental Estates. Let's come back to that. During the time when I was growing up, it was owned by the Barnards. And we would drive by it on our way to Kingstown to Kingstown or Georgetown because it fell between Rabaca River and the edges of Sandy Bay. And you would see them they were horse riding, they had black nannies pushing their kids, they had the biggest houses. You couldn't go to their fields and take even one lime off a tree of millions of lime trees. Because if you did that and the watchman caught you, you were going to get arrested. Our animals, which my parents kept, and we had to take them out to the land and tie them out. You know, you put a rope around their neck, you tie them so they can graze, and then in the evening you go and bring them back home. If one of those goat or sheep got away, because they were strong enough to pull up the plant on which they were tethered, or if the rope around their neck broke and they got loose, and they entered the Barnard's estate, the watchman, if that goat had the rope on its neck, we would say they arrest the goat. But what it meant is they impounded the goat. If the goat did not have the tether, they would kill the goat. Now imagine that, right? In a family as poor as ours, where my father struggled so hard, you had these damn white people who stole our land, trying to make us poorer than we were, okay? And when they impounded our goats, and my parents did not have money to pay, because you had to pay them to get the goat back. And if you didn't have that money, you'd have to go to court. And the magistrate court in Georgetown, many times my mother would take me out of school and I would accompany her on a Monday morning to go to that court. And that is where I learned that maybe I should become an attorney, because if I do, I'd be able to represent the downtrodden and their interest against the deviousness of these white people who had stolen our lands. Okay? I remember vividly, we did not have, I'm sorry, but I have to say these things, right? Am I out of time? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But there's stories here, and I want you to understand them, okay? Because I speak with passion because of who I am and what I lived. we did not have a gas stove, and many times we had to go to the Oriental estate to collect coconut shells. It's just the empty shell that had been chopped, the meat of the coconut taken out, and they thrown on along the field, and they left there. That was what we used as firewood. Now, once in a while, you'll go to get the firewood, and you'll collect a coconut, and you'll put it in with it's not your coconut, and you know you're stealing the coconut, but your mother needed it to cook because she had nothing else to cook. So she needed the milk. God forbid that the watchman meets you with your tray of coconut shell on your head, and you did not ask for permission to get that tray of coconut shell, because he'll just tell you at the direction of the estate owners, you had to dump your coconut shell and left, and you went home with an empty tray. How is this humane? Speak about inhumanity. How is that humane? So you exist without fuel to roast your breadfruit or to cook your food because the watchman decided he had to follow the dictates of the plantation owner. Anyway, I'm told that I'm going on too long, and so let's speak about the key arguments for reparations. Restoring sovereignty. By returning the land to my people, their sovereignty will be restored, enabling them to make decisions for their community in line with their traditional values and practices. Cultural reclamation. Land is intimately tied to indigenous cultural practices, including spirituality, agriculture, and their way of life. Restitution of land could allow us to reconnect with our heritage and traditional practices. Addressing economic disparities. The historical land dispossession has long-term effect on indigenous communities. Reparation will provide opportunities for sustainable development through agriculture, ecotourism, and other cultural significant practices. Indigenous people north of the river tend to experience high level of poverty compared to the rest of the island. Several factors contribute to this. Geographical marginalization. The Caribs were historically pushed into specific areas, like Owea and Fancy, and of course Greg's, which are remote and less developed. These areas often have limited access to economic opportunities. Compared to urban centers like Kingston, Carib communities have fewer public services, healthcare facilities, and educational institutions. Public education was brought north of the river 100 years after it was provided below the river. This was intentional, and its effects are still seen to this day. Despite the availability of free universal secondary education today, the rates of illiteracy are higher above the river as a result of the early inequities in providing proper schooling. Economic challenges. Many Caribs relied on subsistence farming, fishing, and small-scale trading, which makes the entire community more vulnerable to economic and environmental change, such as hurricanes or volcanic eruptions. Reproductive health. Many Carib communities, such as Sandy Bay and Owea, face poverty and limited economic opportunities, which can lead to early pregnancies due to financial insecurities and lack of future prospect. Young girls may see early motherhood as natural paths when access to higher education and career opportunity is restricted. Healthcare service in remote Carib areas may not provide sufficient reproductive health education, contraception, or family planning resources. Also, land reparation would be a good way of atonement. With the concrete acknowledgement of historical wrongs inflicted on the indigenous people of the region, it could serve as a gesture of atonement and reconciliation, helping to heal deep wounds caused by colonialization and its legacy. Legal and political complexities. Restoring land to the indigenous Caribs may be legally complicated, especially since much of the land is now under private ownership or government control. The question of how land can be reclaimed in a way that respects modern legal frameworks and private property rights would need to be addressed. Political will. The implications of such reparations would require significant political will, both in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and across the Caribbean region. Governments would need to navigate the interests of various stakeholders, including private landowners and corporations. Practical consideration. Even if land is returned, the indigenous people would need support in terms of infrastructure, training, and resources to effectively use the land and benefit. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, this could include educational programs and support for sustainable development. Current efforts. There have been ongoing efforts to address the needs of the people, the Kalinago people and the Garifuna people, such as in the Kalinago territory in St. Vincent and Dominica, a designated area where the majority of the indigenous people reside. However, there's still a sense that more must be done in terms of reparations for historical wrongs. In recent years, the discussion around reparation has gained momentum in the Caribbean, which calls for justice for the descendants of African slaves and indigenous people alike. This broader regional movement could create the momentum needed to address the land question in St. Vincent. Moving forward, restorative justice in the form of land reparation for the Caribs of St. Vincent and the Grenadines could be a critical step towards addressing historical injustices they have faced. The process could require collaborations between indigenous leaders, the government, civil society, and international organizations to ensure the solution to equitable and sustainable development. Ultimately, the return of land will not only serve as a way to right historical wrongs, but also provide an opportunity for future generations to thrive, maintaining their connectivity to their ancestral land, culture, and identities. I thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I just wish to let everyone know that in the next panel, we do have persons who are traveling. They're leaving the country this afternoon. So I'm just signaling that we may not be able to ask as many questions as we did in the first panel, and I will now invite Ms. Nadia Slater just to take maybe one or two questions. Thank you.
Hey, what about lunch?
Somebody's asking about lunch, so I guess we'll have to make this brief. Your questions and comments and queries are welcome at this time. We have 2, 3.
Thank you so much for both of your presentations. I'm still emotional about that, and as a descendant of Vincentian parents, that moves me. My question is, as we're talking about getting land back, we are actually in motions as we currently live, and we're seeing lands go to things like developments like Sandals and development. So while we're trying to reclaim land in one way, how do we stay some of what we're seeing in terms of the corporatization of our land presently? How will we ever grab land back that belongs rightfully to us while we are continuing to sell off lands to the very people who oppressed us in the first place? We are actually, to me, creating work situations for staff that models some of what we're seeing in what Joan described on some of the plantations and estates. So I'd like to ask for your feedback on that, please.
Dr. Denny?
That is a very difficult question. Because one of the challenges that you live with as the Garifuna people scattered across so many places, and that you have discovered as a people, is that you live in countries which are sovereign governments, whether it is Guatemala, Belize, Nicaragua, Honduras, and also St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Okay, and because these countries are sovereign governments, what it does mean is that these governments would do what the governments would do. Okay, and so to the extent that you have a vision separate from what the government has, and I was having a similar conversation yesterday over what do we do with the reclamation of Balliceaux and so on, and because your role ultimately is to persuade the governments to act in the manner that you believe is in the best interest of everyone. That is the only option that's available. You can't overthrow the government. Okay, these governments exist, and so you make the case. It seems to me that the example of Balliceaux is a powerful one, because over the last probably 4 or 5 conferences, we intensified the call to transform Balliceaux from private lands to national patrimony, and we have won. I mean, it's an enormous victory.
It is.
Okay. And we want to persuading the existing government to do what it could have done before, to do what all previous governments could have done before, but none did. And so, until now. And so it seems to me that the only way you can move towards the vision that you have is through the existing mechanisms we possess, which is the capacity in a democratic society to persuade governments or to choose to put in place governments that would move towards the policies that we prefer, whether it be land alienation and I mean, one of the things that the Prime Minister said in last year, before we acquired Balliceaux, is that no one would really buy Balliceaux because you'd have to have a alien landowning permit, and he's not going to give any. Okay, and so there are powers that the government possesses. Okay, and so if we have, ambitions, whatever they might be, in the context of how we repair that history, how we, one of the things that said earlier today, and I agree with it, 100%. We do not have to always look to England and France and Germany and whatever for reparations. We can do it ourselves in some places. Okay, I agree with that entirely. And the Balliceaux example is precisely that. We reclaimed it for ourselves. And so that is the pathway that if we have a vision of where we would like to be, we make the case. And if we are sufficiently committed and persuasive, as in the instance of Balliceaux, we just might win.
So I agree completely with Dr. Denny that we can make the change we're seeking. And some of you in this room might know when it came to the Oriental estates, right? That was bought out, I think, by the government a decade or two ago. And land from that was sold back to some of the indigenous people above the river. But there's still a lot of land under the auspices of the former estate that is called Crown Land. And there is reason to think that working with the government, we might be able to convince the government to perhaps give communal ownership, not private ownership. And that's why I think working with and understanding what happened in Dominica and how they got communal ownership might be a way, just a way to reparations, land reparations.
Okay. Next.
Thank you, both speakers. Very, very informational. Thank you very much. As discussed by the doctor, the transgenerational trauma and how it relates to the people that stayed. And I had a chance, and I just want to say that I completely understand that phrase. I had a chance to go to Greg's during our first pilgrimage here, and I believe Vanessa, who is here, was part of us going there. And when we arrived in a bus, a government bus, they just ran. They didn't want any part of us, because they associated, the government with us. And I remember Mama Nietzsche, who passed away, said, let's go to the community center, let's take out our drums and start playing and singing. And they came. But what we learned about Greg's was they were fighters. They were fighters. They, as Bob Marley would say, he who fights and run away lives to fight another day. They were doing guerrilla tactics on the British, that the British had to give them land, which one of the members of the community brought us to one of the chief's descendants' home where the actual land document that was given by the British was theirs, And obviously there's still that trauma of being last to get electricity, still being marginalized, as we had mentioned earlier. But I just want to say that research is definitely needed, by those individuals that are there. And those families, and I guess there are many other families, as Mrs. Hoyt mentioned, that there's so much information and that's left behind by those remaining that we need to still learn. And maybe individuals need to research to make part of that as part of the educational process for us, not only here, but in the whole diaspora.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Fraser?
Yeah. I just wanted to add to what Joan was speaking about the land. And we have to start from the beginning that all the land in St. Vincent when the British arrived belonged to the Kalinago and Garifuna people. In fact, the Garifuna said the French had no right through the Treaty of Paris to turn lands over to the British. And when the British came in, they lived in the area where the Kalinago, who were few in numbers, and some French people lived. But in the area where the Garifuna lived, they were unable to go there. Even during the Second War, they were only able to reach as far as Baira because the Garifuna prevented them from going there. Now, after the large problem started after 1797, when the British said that they had defied or gone against the 1773 treaty, and therefore all the lands belonged to them. Those who surrendered by 1805, less than 100, they gave them 270 acres at Monrond. The other Garifuna lands were distributed among 8 estates. It created some problems in the beginning because they had promised Brong, who had participated in the American War, they had promised him some land. While they were trying to work out the lands for Brong, there were a number of other planters in St. Vincent, many of whom were part of the Legislative Council, who had already begun to occupy those lands. So it took them some time, and by 1809, they divided the Garifuna lands into 8 estates, starting from Orange Hill right back. And what they said, even some, and well, Denny made the point that when the Garifuna, Kalinago people were banished from the island, the British never knew how many remained because a number of them had gone into the interior, including Greggs in particular. So what happened is that eventually, after that treaty of 1805, some of the Garifuna people to the north, the area where they lived, the British told them that they could only occupy the lands if they were prepared to give employment, to be employed by the owners of the estates, those 8 estates. That is where Black Point came in, because some of the Garifuna people were able to work, helping to transport the sugar from the Grand Sable area over to Baira and out to the ships. So that is how they were able to they could only occupy the lands if they worked for these estate owners. And even a long time after emancipation, when the Garifuna people were asking for land, because by that time, apart from the 8 estates, the other lands were Crown lands. When they were asking for lands, they said, no, these lands belong to the estate owners, and repeated the same thing, that we would allow you to work, but you have to work for these estates. So that the whole issue of land, and here's where the government became even more implicit in the whole thing, since the Crown lands were under their control, but they refused to give the Garifuna people the Crown lands. So I think we also have to take that into account, that the whole of St. Vincent will actually belong to the Garifuna and the Kalinago people. Yeah. But even taking all that went into the 8 estates which they divided up are very important, in that even though the people there, they refused to allow the people to live in that area, provided, unless they work for the estate owner. So I just wanted to add that to what you're saying.
the quick point I would make, and then I'll pass the stuff to Joan. This is precisely why I say all of St. Vincent's a crime scene.
Yeah.
Because all the land was stolen from the Garifuna.
And I just want to say how ironic it is that we still maintaining the word Krung land. The Krung is no longer, in charge of the land. Do you think it's time for the government to scrap the word Krung land?
So we've come to the end of. We have to take into consideration that some folks have a flight to catch this evening. So if we could make it really, really, really short. Mr. Ferguson, yeah.
I want to talk on the issue of land and land use. I want to make an add to Dr. Fraser here. Prior to 1763, I just want to make an illustration. Prior to 1763, Grand Sable, which is Georgetown, was the headquarters of the Black Caribs. That's prior to 1763, the British taking over. In the early 19th century, by 1820s, Grand Sable was a sugar producing area. To tell you the transformation, Grand Sable before 1763 was the headquarters of the Black Caribs. The Black Caribs are St. Vincent. You cannot talk about St. Vincent history in the 18th century and leave out the Black Caribs. That was fundamental. Right where we are there now geographically, this is Kingston, which is named after King George. But prior to that, pre-1763, Kingston was known as Oshiguni. So a lot of change went on in the 18th century. The 18th century was the transformation of St. Vincent. St. Vincent get integrated into the colonial capitalist economy. So you had really a lot of change. You had changes in land tenure. You had changes in the land itself. You had changes in land use. Because as I pointed out before, pre-1763, Grand Sable was the headquarters of the Black Caribs. By the 1820s, it was a sugar producing area. It was an estate.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ferguson, thank you very much. We've come to the end of this evening's proceedings. Panel discussion, sorry. It's a lot of food for thought, a lot of consideration. And as Dr. Denny says, sometimes when you think that something is insurmountable, lo and behold, Balliceaux has been returned to the patrimony of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And there are many of us who thought that we would have to fight as long as we had fought for to have Joseph Chattier declared national hero. Long fight. But here we are today, and these are things that we must celebrate and we must embrace as a people. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Slater. I have been advised that we should just keep going, right, Mrs. Brown? Yes, so Mrs. Brown has advised that we keep going. Of course, you have the opportunity, if you wish, in terms of, you know, Yes. Well, thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you very much, Mrs. Hoyt. And thank you so very much to Dr. Denny. All right, so we move along to the next panel, and just want to let you know that the theme is supporting the development of educational materials, the development of educational materials on the history and culture of the Garifuna. And to lead us in that panel discussion, I would invite Mr. Ronnie Richardson. He is our moderator this afternoon for panel number 3. Again, the theme is supporting the development of educational materials on the history and culture of the Garifuna. Mr. Richardson is a lecturer in Caribbean Society, Caribbean Studies, and Sociology at the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College. He holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in History and Communication Studies, double major, from the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine Campus, Trinidad. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Ronnie Richardson, our moderator. Thank you, Mr. Richardson. You're on that side. Sorry. And also to welcome our panelists from the University of Warwick, United Kingdom. And also, I don't know if Miss Ralicia Andrews, Ralicia, yes, good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you for the correction. Thank you and welcome. So while we have the technical setup, I would now invite Mr. Ronnie Richardson, our moderator for panel number 3, to the podium to tell us a bit more, to tell us about our panelists. Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Good afternoon.
We're going to just take my emails off the page.
Good afternoon, everyone. In this panel, supporting the development of educational materials on the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we're going to hear from Jacqueline Roberts, Abigail Copins, Kay Asbury in the first segment, and then we'll hear from Miss Ralicia Andrews, The Spirit Will Not Kneel, Creating Amidst Erasure. Jacqueline Roberts is the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of SV2G, St. Vincent and the Grenadines Second Generation, an African and Caribbean heritage diaspora organization based in Buckinghamshire. SV2G is a dynamic organization that has created new forms of learning through arts and heritage projects with intergenerational audiences, including addressing inequalities faced by Caribbean and African communities. Her work has been produced at many events nationally and internationally, including Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Garden Party at Buckingham Palace, in London 2012 Paralympics events, and at the House of Commons, as well as in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Jacqueline and SV2G have been working with the University of Warwick, discovering Caribbean prisoners of war at Portchester Castle. She was also the project coordinator for the diaspora participants in the project War and Resistance in the Caribbean Monuments in St. Paul's Cathedral. As a fellow at the Royal Society of Arts and at Buckinghamshire New University alumna, Jacqueline has engaged in considerable work in the public and voluntary sector. Jacqueline has curated exhibitions on African and Caribbean history, notably the Coming Back Home Migration and Settlement Oral History project that was established in Parliament. She has managed various history projects and is the author of the first book, 2020, on 18th century black presence in Buckinghamshire. The beautiful spotted boy, George Alexander Grattan, a child of human curiosity that was displayed in Britain during the transatlantic slave trade period. Jacqueline reflects the enslaved journey through testimonies of those of lived experiences and the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines from her project management of the conservation of his grave. Abigail Choppins is an archaeologist and curator. She worked for English Heritage as a co-curator of the award-winning 2017 interpretation of the Keep at Portchester Castle, focusing on the prisoners of war from the Caribbean held there during the French Revolution, having conducted all the archival research to uncover the stories of the 2,000 revolutionaries from the Windward Islands brought to the UK in 1790. She is the author of the English Heritage web pages about the prisoners. She has submitted and is currently awaiting a viva on a PhD in the School of Modern Languages and has submitted and cultures at the University of Warwick, supervised by Kate Asbury of Warwick, Stephen Brindle and Megan Leyland, on prisoners of war from the Caribbean at Portchester Castle Forton Prison and the Hampshire Parole Town. Kate Asbury is professor of French Studies at the University of Warwick. Her research focuses primarily on the ways in which culture and politics interacts in the French-speaking world in the period 1750 to 1815. She has published 2 monographs, 3 edited volumes, and over 60 articles. Since 2013, she has been working at Portchester Castle in Hampshire on the stories of the French prisoners of war held there during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars. Since being approached by Jacqueline Roberts in 2022, she has worked closely with SV2G to host members of the Garifuna diaspora at Portchester Castle, 2 visits, that is in 2021 and 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Jacqueline Roberts, Abigail Coppins, and Kay Asbury.
Okay. Vwiti Amidi, good afternoon. Thank you all for staying on and for our presentation. Do you want to go down a bit more? Okay, is that better? Okay. So, SV2G, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, second generation. You're going to hear today about the activities and the allyship you have in the UK with St. Vincent and the Grenadines, with the Kalinago, Garifuna, and all Indigenous people. Next slide. So, no, that one. So SV2G is an arts and heritage cultural organisation. We manage the School of Stillpan. We have a performance band, Wickham Steel Orchestra, and we have been running and supporting the Windrush schemes. So with the Windrush schemes, I just wanted to point out that before the Windrush scandal actually came out, we've been supporting members in the diaspora. And I'd like to take this opportunity to give a shout out to all Caribbean diaspora organisations and individuals in the UK that are still fighting and supporting members for documentation and compensation on the Windrush scandal. As a young organisation, been running for 22 years, our main engagement is with young people, and we do that within the arts sector, within the creative sector, hence with our music. We have a number of partners we work with, including UWI in the past at St. Augustine's, and also I'm now proud to say that we've been working with the University of Warwick, why we're here today. Next, please. So, apart from our work, we have also done a number of migration projects, as explained earlier, and I just wanted to highlight on the beautiful spotted boy, known as that, but he has the name George Alexander Grattan. George was taken as a little child from St. Vincent and the Grenadines because of his skin disorder. He had like similar to vitiligo. and he was put on display until he died at the age of 4.5 years old. So we have preserved his grave. There's a lot of conservation work, and we have set up that we're launching this year a legacy fund to help children in St. Vincent and the Grenadines to give them a good start in life. Next page.
So what we want to do this afternoon is talk about our ongoing collaboration and how we're trying to share the research that we've been doing. We're going to talk about some of the projects that we've done on the history of St. Vincent and other islands such as St. Lucia, Martinique and Guadeloupe during the French Revolution. We're going to touch on these in turn during the presentation, but first of all it's important that Abigail Coppins gives an overview of how she found the revolutionary Caribbean connections with Portchester Castle, and that's now successfully passed Viva of PhD. So I'm going to hand you to Abigail so that you can understand just how long this project has been in the making.
Hello everyone, it's good to see you all. So so this image here is of Portchester Castle on the south coast of Britain, and it was in about 2008 that I first came across traces in the archives of the prison of the castle that there were over 2,000 Caribbean prisoners of war held at the castle. And I followed these traces through the archives to try and find out who these people were and to see if I could tell their story. Next slide. So what I uncovered was that there were over 2,000 black, mixed race, Indigenous people at the castle as prisoners of war in the 1790s. They had arrived in November 1796 after surrendering on 3 islands here, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and Grenada. And they're brought to Britain and arrive in November 1796. And what is significant about them is that when they arrive, the British record their names. So we have the names of the men, women and children as they arrive into the prison. And these are ordinary people who would have left no trace possibly in the archives or would have been really difficult to find. So next slide. Sorry, I'm not speaking loud enough. I apologise, I've got a very quiet voice. And on the screen here you can see one page of the register showing some of the names of just a handful of the prisoners. And I've chosen this page in particular because it shows the entry of the black general, General Marinier, who surrendered to British forces on St. Vincent in June 1796. And also because it shows that some of the women and children also, their names. And as I touched on, these prisoners were part of forces resisting Britain in the Eastern Caribbean, and they're a very complicated mix of people. They're made up of French soldiers, white French soldiers, also people who are probably formerly enslaved black Africans, and also Indigenous people of St. Lucia and St. Vincent, and who were siding with France because they appeared to offer a greater sense of a greater chance of freedom, because slavery had been abolished on the French islands in 1793. So, next slide. And brought to Britain. Okay, sorry. Brought to Britain, and I've put here 2 images of what the prison would have looked like in 1796 as these people arrived at the castle. To show the layout, the prison buildings are wooden barrack buildings. They were originally built for British soldiers, but were repurposed to hold prisoners of war. And you can see, and the image on the right-hand side shows what the inside of those prison buildings would have looked like. This is a slightly earlier, a later image showing the prisoners sleeping in hammocks and using the entire building for sort of activities. And so, finally. And these images here show the new exhibition space at Portchester Castle, because in 2017 we dedicated 2 floors of the castle keep to commemorate the prisoners, and particularly the prisoners that arrived from the Caribbean in 1796 in the exhibition space, and we focused on those who had arrived from St Vincent, St Lucia, and Grenada.
Okay.
Okay.
So, hopefully that answers the question somebody posed earlier. What happened to many of the Indigenous Vincentians that were on the island? So I hope that answers your question. They were taken by the British and were held captive at Portchester Castle.
So just to clarify, this is the period between the downfall of Châteauguay and Balliceaux. So these are a group of freedom fighters on St Lucia, on St Vincent, trying to resist the British. They're captured as prisoners of war. They're then taken to Britain to get them out of the Caribbean, because it allows the British to change the balance of power in the Caribbean with these 2,500 men, women and children taken to Britain. They then try and keep them alive, so they're putting extra clothes, extra blankets, they're trying to do things with the food. They think that potatoes are going to replace yam. Wasn't a great success, but they're trying to keep them alive so that they can swap them for British soldiers who are held by the French as prisoners of war. So they're being treated as French once they arrive in Britain. What we have wanted to do with this incredible story of the 2,500 prisoners from the Caribbean brought to Britain in 1796 is think about how we share that story. We've been looking over the last 20 years, Abigail to start with, and then in conjunction with SV2G, we've been looking at a whole range of primary sources to get the information about the prisoners. So that's using the British National Archives for the prison registers. It's using the French administrative records because we pick them up when they go to France. It's understanding the maps of the period, letters that have survived. We have an amazing letter from some of the women who were brought over to Britain, using a whole range of newspaper sources as well. And what we've been trying to do over the last 10 years since the exhibition went in is find different ways of sharing that history with the people it means the most to. So, for instance, in 2019, we worked with a Jamaican-born or descendant, Elaine Mitchiner, who's a sound installation artist, to create a project called These Walls Bear Witness, where she used sound in the castle to recreate the sense of both what life would have been like for the prisoners, but to also imagine how they would have thought about home while they were in this damp English castle. So she put the night sounds of the Caribbean in one of the rooms so that visitors to the castle could think about the contrast between the castle and the beautiful island of St. Vincent and St. Lucia that they left behind. We used excerpts from a play that was written by French prisoners of war about the revolution in Haiti to try and bring that story into it as well. Hang on a second. I do have a recording of the names, if I can find where the recording is. In particular, Elaine put great emphasis on reading out some of the names. So let's see whether the technology is going to work to allow me to play the sound. Like the tech team have said, put the microphone near the sound. Let's see if we can hear some of the names. They're all French sounding. Let's see if we can actually make it play. Right, no, it's not playing for me at the moment. Yeah, there we go.
Gabriel, soldier. Fournier, soldier. Thomas Laroche, soldier. Jean-François, soldier. Dieudonné, soldier. Jean Carrère, soldier. Carny, soldier. Papelé, soldier.
So sorry, that was louder than I intended it to be. They are all French sounding, even those indigenous peoples captured on St. Lucia and St. Vincent are, for the main part, using French names when they're being recorded in the British archives. But Elaine was keen to give that sound, those names back to the castle space, to treat them not as a group of random 2,500 as a collective, but to try and bring those back as individual stories. And we've been working quite hard over recent years to try and bring the creative potential of those individual stories back to life. As part of the exhibition that Elaine created, she was particularly interested in focusing on some of the women and children brought from St. Vincent, St. Lucia and Grenada over to Britain. We don't have very much trace of them in the British archives, but when they went to France, they did write a letter to complain about the treatment that they were receiving and the treatment their husbands were receiving. I've just put a tiny extract on there for you. Those of you who don't work in the 18th century, it's extremely unusual to have letters from ordinary women surviving from the 18th century, and it is exceptionally unusual to have letters from women of colour, black women writing in the 1790s. There are very, very few letters that I know of. I'm looking at Vanessa over there who may know of others. Incredibly rare. So Elaine was determined to have that letter and read that letter out as part of the exhibition. Again, to bring the women to the forefront in that story. We followed that up with a project with the National Youth Theatre of Great Britain, a project we initially called Freedom and Revolution that became a published play, The Ancestors, by a woman called Lakeisha Ari-Angelo, where we used the castle and the original French colonial play about the revolution in Haiti to rethink what life was like for the prisoners in Portchester, but also reflect on the revolution in Haiti and what the warrior women on St. Lucia may have experienced whilst resisting the British. I do have a sound installation. Hang on a second. There are some monologues on YouTube that the National Youth Theatre created, so I will try and see if it will let me skip all the verifications to allow me to play one of those monologues or an extract from that monologue. My Edurome was working earlier. Let's see whether it will still let me through. If it won't, then we'll have to skip the monologue. That's just the way in which the HTML works. I'd have to end the pad. I've not got a signal enough to pull the monologue up at the moment. So that will have to wait, and we will put it, when you re-watch the video, the recording, you will be able to see the YouTube video, but it's not loading for me at the moment, I'm afraid. But some of the young black women who were involved in the project then recorded monologues that are on Google Arts and Cultures that you can go and have a look at them, reimagining the experience of crossing the Atlantic. And what we're increasingly realising is that some of these 2,500 prisoners will have already crossed the Atlantic because they were born in Africa and were brought to the Caribbean as enslaved people, and are then going back across the Atlantic as prisoners of war. So this is not the first time they've made that crossing. As part of the attempt to share the story of the prisoners from St. Lucia, St. Vincent and Grenada, we welcomed 2 Garifuna delegations from the international diaspora in 2021 and 2022. We took them to Portchester Castle, and they also went with SV2G to the West India Committee. We also held a conference. Oh, they actually saw, yeah, so the delegation saw Chatoyer's ladle, which is held in the West India Committee for now. We also held a diaspora conference at the University of Warwick, where we had a keynote by Dr. Desha Osborne, who is currently at the University of Edinburgh. She is about to bring out a book on Chatoyer and the death of Chatoyer, and is going to provide a lot of new archival evidence about what was actually happening on Dorsetshire Hill. So that's a quick plug for her book when it comes out, because I think it's going to really transform how we understand the 1790s on St. Vincent. We also had drumming workshops for 3rd and 4th generation Vincentians living in the UK as part of that exchange of knowledge that we heard about earlier, what the Central American diaspora can bring to both to St. Vincent but also descendants in the UK. And our current project that's ongoing, I'm going to ask Jackie to talk more about.
Thank you. So, we've been upskilling SV2G members, not only young people, but adults as well that wanted to get involved, wanted to know about their history. So we'll take them to places, mainly to the National Archives, where they can actually learn and read the British records and understand what was happening during that time. It was, so we've been doing the co-production work, we've been empowering them, to the National Archives, British Library as well. And also we're looking at artifacts that we will be bringing into a new project with a number of institutions holding a lot of Vincentian archives. Okay, so I just wanted to highlight as well that the University of Warwick acted as consultants, and SV2G partnered with St. Paul's Cathedral, an iconic landmark in London that holds a number of monuments. And we looked at 10 monuments, 10 individuals. And what we did, These monuments, these individuals are looked upon as national heroes. What we did, we had our participants that got involved to understand the impact of these individuals in the Windward Islands. So this is around the time of the French Revolutionary Napoleonic Wars. So it was during the time of the Windward Islands, and we focused and brought out some of the stories, obviously Carib Chief Chatoyer and the impact the British force had on the island, not only in St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Grenada and Trinidad. I just want to say that the participants were not only from of Vincentian heritage, it was the wider Caribbean diaspora. And we talked about earlier about the intergenerational trauma and healing, and it was really felt and upsetting to learn a lot of the information, a lot of the history that did upset members, and we had to take our time actually going through the project. Not all the information is online, but it's been held at St. Paul's Cathedral, so you can find most of the information, but we're going to have to try and find some way of disseminating the other archival research that we also found. We created a digital trail in St. Paul's Cathedral. So you could actually go along and each monument will tell you the history and the impact in the Windward Island, Caribbean islands. As part of that project, we were also supported by African Caribbean black historians that came in to speak to us, feed us information, give us also extra advice, as well as the support from the University of Warwick in actually going to the National Archives and doing further research. Next. That brings us on to knowledge transfer. So, how we disseminate
recording in progress
in a community setting in the UK as well as in a school setting, we knew would be different in St. Vincent or in any Caribbean country. So we were lucky enough to have the funding to actually have a primary school teacher from Oria School, and Ingrid Lafayette, and she's part of the Oria Heritage Foundation, and we had Mrs. Madonna Peters from Georgetown School, as well as a cultural officer, Miss Maxine Brown. They came to the UK. They studied for 2 weeks in the summer last year. They worked at the University of Warwick, as well as the National Archives. They were given access to the National Archives, to the British Library. We also went to the Liverpool Slavery Museum as well, because some of our history is actually highlighted there about St. Vincent.
And they were able to take that information back to St. Vincent, and they asked for a number of
resources to help them tell the stories of what they learned. That's really important because it was about inspiring them and empowering them to give the story from their voice, from their perspective, and not a British perspective. Next page, challenges. Yep, excellent.
So we're already starting to see some of the trickle-down effect of bringing the teachers to Britain, because some of the Georgetown pupils were inspired by the new material they'd had access to through their teacher, Mrs. Peters, that they entered the Garifuna essay competition and are winner and runner-up, and you'll be hearing from them tomorrow. So bringing the teachers and the cultural officer to Britain to look at the archival material for themselves has given them a new impetus for coming and teaching the history of St. Vincent with local examples of Vincentian history that's then fed through into inspiring the pupils to enter the competition. So as a pilot project, that's not a bad start, I think. I'm very disappointed that I won't be able to stay and hear the essays tomorrow. One of the things that the project has revealed, though, is something that we wanted to just touch on briefly, and that's some of the challenges of working with this archival material. Jackie's already spoken about the emotional burden of a lot of this archival material, but there are also some very practical challenges. Just because someone's captured on St. Vincent doesn't necessarily mean that they're Indigenous. Because the army it's a united force at this point. They're all trying to work together to fight the British. So that's Victor Hugues sending formerly enslaved from Guadeloupe and Martinique. It's the Indigenous. It's sympathetic French soldiers. So we can't make any. We can't assume because of a place where someone is captured that that's their nationality. So that is very tricky to unpick. It's a very much a mixed force, but we can say, I think, quite confidently that we are talking about Indigenous peoples being taken as prisoners of war to Britain. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I don't think we're prepared to put an actual figure on that. We'll say 400 were taken captured on St. Vincent. I don't think we want to put a percentage on that yet because the research is still ongoing. But there are other challenges. You'll see the copy of a photograph of the proclamation that Chatoyer writes to the French with his little pictogram signature. A, it's in French, B, it's old French handwriting, C, it's out of context. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to help the teachers use that in the classroom. Now, they've gone and been very creative. Some of you who were at the Garifuna Folk Festival, Schools Festival, will have seen some of them in the T-shirts with the Chatoyer signature on their T-shirts. So there are ways in which you can use the material quite simply, but actually it's quite complicated and layered. And the other slide is from just a box of material in the National Archives at Kew. It's uncatalogued. We have no idea what's inside all of those bundles of papers because they've not been looked at yet. So there are a lot of challenges. And Jackie wanted us to finish with Ingrid explaining some of their experiences of going to the National Archives. Perhaps, Jackie, you could introduce the video.
Okay, so when we went to the archives, it wasn't just us producing the information and say, here it is. It was encouraging and empowering them to be able to find the information. So whilst I was still upstairs sorting out some Indigenous maps, I left them downstairs because we ordered the boxes for them to go through the archival material to look for things themselves. By the time I came down, they already sent that box back. And they said, oh, no, we didn't find it. And I had to say, no, we need to bring that box back and you need to go through because you have to take your time. And what you read, you have to go back and reread again. So what they found was they actually passed it. So it's just showing how the difficulty, the challenges in actually reading the information because it's a lot of old papers and journals and letters. Do you want to just put on?
And asked about the letter. When I was going to care about the document, that Jackie said, Ingrid, wait there, don't put it back as yet. Let's check again this page. Yes, and she just came and she turned the page. And we saw the letter. You know, I felt so thrilled. It was just a different feeling. Yeah, I was expecting to say, wait. And I said to Jackie, I said, but how come we passed this and we didn't see it? Because it was way in the front. And we go page by page, but we just didn't see it. So when I saw it, I just felt excited. It was a different feeling, knowing that really, this man really existed. Okay? This man is really our hero because we know what he did for us. We know what he went through. We know how he fought for our country. So yes, I was really excited when I saw this signature. Yes. We really have a hero, Chatoyer. He really existed. Jackie came too.
So this is then to finish just a set of our email addresses. The URL for Portchester Castle so that you can read more about the black prisoners. We have started with this pilot project of helping teachers get material about St Vincent to add into the Pan-Caribbean curriculum. Anybody who's interested in having a conversation with us about being part of extending that pilot, hands up over here already, just let us know. This is material that's hidden in the British Archive, but that we can read across the grain for you to have a better understanding of the history of your country. We're not interested in hiding this information. We want it out there where it needs to be so that you can inspire the next generation of Vincentian children to be proud of the history of their island. And so whatever we can do to help by sharing the story of the incredible story of these 2,500 prisoners at Portchester who wanted to be found in the archives 20 years ago. And it's taken that long to try and really get to grips with the story and the importance of their story. It's the largest group pre-Windrush. Sorry, Abby, you wanted to...
It's a mass migration first.
I'd just like to point out, I realise I'm a bit more of a quiet person, but I'd just like to point out that it took me a long time to get people to take this history seriously. You know, what I uncovered, I knew it was significant, but I was not a significant person. So when you don't have status or significance, people don't listen to you. Even if you talk, nobody listens. And it took me a long time to find people who would look beyond my insignificance and take what I was doing seriously. And English Heritage listened to me because I gate crashed their meeting with this history about the black prisoners of war and said, if you're going to do the castle, you need to do this history and give them their due. They listened to me. And Kate and Jackie have listened as well and just taken it to where I couldn't take it.
That's a nice way to end it, I think. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
You going to go again?
That was indeed very informative, right? I think they would have to leave pretty shortly for the airport, so maybe we could take you.
Yeah, not quite yet. Very soon.
Okay, so we could go ahead.
3:15, I need to be. The taxi will drive off without me if I don't leave at 3:15.
So, do you recommend that we take the questions now, or
Yes.
just for this group? All right. Go ahead, Dr. Thomas.
Okay, thank you. Is this on? Thank you. Thank you very much. Listening to these excellent presentations on archival material, it brought back a memory. Many years ago, I think it was sometime in the 1990s, I picked up a story in one of the British newspapers of a sunken warship off Portsmouth. I think it sunk towards the end of the 19th century, which means it would have been towards the end of the Second Carib War. I don't know if you're familiar with that sunken ship. And they reckon what I picked up in the newspaper at that time was that ship had bodies of indigenous people from the Caribbean. I don't know if it was St. Lucia, St. Vincent, or Grenada, but it was documented in the newspaper. Are you familiar with that story? That ship that was recovered in, I think it was either early 1990s or just before that. But they reckon it was one of those sunken warships that carried indigenous people from these islands.
Yeah, so it's the wreck of the London.
That's right.
The wreck of the London, yeah.
Good day, everybody. What I would like to do is tell you thanks very much, very, very, very much. Warwick University is the chief center for Caribbean studies. So I wanted to welcome you to St. Vincent and the Grenadines and to, but we say continuing.
Thank you.
What you remind us, the 1790s, and that's the year the Caribs was deported from St. Vincent. The 1790s was a turbulent decade. During the 1790s, we had the Haitian Revolution and we had the French Revolution. You talk about Portia Castle. It was a period, during this period, deportation was used as an instrument of policy. So they deported Toussaint to France. They deported the Black Caribs to Honduras. Even during this period at the end, they deported Napoleon Bonaparte to Elba. So it was used as an instrument, deportation. You must bring that in here. They deported the Jamaican Maroons to Nova Scotia. If you go to Nova Scotia in the country, you find the Jamaican Maroons. So the 1790s was a very turbulent decade. Mm-hmm. Very turbulent. As you could see, the 1790s, it was a period of discontinuity and dislocation. So after that, we had like a new world. After this, because after the 1790s, the Black Caribs ended up in Central America. And St. Vincent became a sugar colony. Everybody have a pleasant evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have one more on this side.
Thank you.
Oh, before I go, I want to thank St. Vincent too. Because there's a cultural group in England.
Yeah.
And they have done historical publication.
Yes.
Why I want to tell, what's the representative of St. Vincent too?
SV2G?
SV2G.
Well, St. Vincent too, I'm giving you a project to do. The project you have to do is research and publish Ashton on a slave narrative.
I have actually quoted him in my book.
You understand me? And I wanted to congratulate St. Vincent too, because you're the cultural organization and you're dealing with culture and publication. I wanted to congratulate you on the last publication you did with the beautiful boy.
Yes.
I want to congratulate you on that publication.
Thank you.
Because
Thank you.
you know the beautiful boy. The beautiful boy, we go on to the woman. During that same period,
Remember, they have to fly out.
they was using black people as commodities and exhibition.
Remember, they have to fly just now, eh? So they have to go to the
Sarah
airport.
Batman, she came from South Africa. She had a big
Thank
butt up.
you.
And she had an exhibition. Hey,
Yes, thank you. Remember, they have to fly out just now. Very quickly before we move on.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for this presentation. It was very exciting. You make me feel like learning even more. There's so much I still don't know. The archives are so important. First, I will go back on two things he said. Very true. Also, the Negros Franceses from Haiti were deported to Trujillo as well, and they met the Black Caribs there and formed a new group. And on the fact that I also commend your work. I know that personally during the eruption, I was part of a volunteer group helping people, and you've been helping us. Your help has been very appreciated, your support too, so I'm commending you on this too.
But thank you for being on the ground to do the work.
Well, with people like you behind, it was much easier. So thank you very much. And my question is really, how can I help? For the French part, the French sources, I would love to be involved in the work of translation and of, having more of those sources. Because I've been doing here, there's a lot of archives here as well to be translated. But it is tremendous work to translate. As you said, it's old French. You have to put it back in context. Not everything is relevant, so you have to first know which one you really want to translate. But I would really, really love to be involved.
Then we will have a conversation. This is about teamwork. Together you can achieve far more than any one individual can. We have reasonably straightforward access to the National Archives. You have reasonably straightforward access to the archives here. You start putting the pieces. So Abigail is an archaeologist by training, and I think that archaeological approach is a really useful one to think about, because when you look at a pot that's been in the ground for thousands of years, it's in tiny pieces. And what do archaeologists do? They try and put the pieces back together so that you can see the shape of the pot. And what we're doing with some of these traces of stories, traces of individuals, names of women here, of children there, putting those pieces back together allows you're never going to make the whole pot, but you can put enough pieces back in to be able to see the shape of the story. And the prisoners at Portchester are an important part of St. Vincent's history, because they're the last group of soldiers, fighters, freedom fighters, revolutionaries, before Balliceaux, and so that's the last time that the people are together fighting the British. So although they get sandwiched between Châteauguay and Balliceaux, those prisoners at Portchester with their names give quite an important slice of the history of the island that is known about. It is known about because there's a book outside there on the Black Caribs where they're mentioned. But it doesn't say, it says they were captured. It doesn't then say, we've got all their names in Britain and you can then follow them to France. And some of them come back to the Caribbean. Louis Delgrès is at Portchester with these Vincentians. They come back round to the Caribbean. Some of them will come back to the Caribbean. Others will end up back in Africa. So there's a very large story there that is too big for one research team to solve alone. So the more people can work together on this, the better.
I was going to say, there's a vast amount to still be discovered and uncovered, because even with the Portchester story, we speak about the Garifunas being exiled. We don't know if they're all Garifunas, but those that were aligned with the French, when they did leave Portchester Castle and go to France, France still had slavery, and a number of them, of those Indigenous, let's say, Indigenous of soldiers were exiled to the island of Ile-d'Aix, and there they did suffer. So we're actually untangling that as well at the moment. I know Kate, Abby's wonderful. She's done a lot of work on that, and she was able to discover that they formed a regiment, and they. The 7th Royal Regiment, the 7th Royal African Regiment that fought in Russia and Italy, I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's an ongoing diaspora once once the prisoners get to France, and we can pick up traces of them in the French archives, in the military, and in civilian life as well, because the French census records. You can find some of them in the French census records in the early 1800s, and they have onward lives that are impressive. We can pick them up in Napoleon's campaigns across Russia. We can pick them up in southern Italy, providing guard services for Napoleon's brother at the Royal Court in Naples. So, and of course some return to the Caribbean. So, it's the stories are quite extraordinary, and there's not enough time here to tell you everything. Tell you everything.
Thank you so much. We really do appreciate the wealth of information that you've brought, and we look forward to continued support, and look forward to all those information that will be made available to us. So thank you very much. Jacqueline Roberts, Abigail Coppins, and Kay Asbury.
Sarah May.
I want to say good afternoon to and welcome to Dr. Friday, the leader of the opposition here in St. Vincent and Grenadines, and his team. We thank you for joining us. We are still on panel number 3 under the theme supporting the development of educational materials on the history and culture of the Garifuna. We are going to hear now from Miss Relisia, right. Relisia Andrews is a proud Garifuna, Vincentian, womanist, and cultural activist. As the first graduate with a BA in Caribbean Studies from the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus, Andrews' work is driven by ancestral veneration and sustainable development through servant leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, or presenter, Miss Relisia Andrews, The Spirit Will Not Kneel, Creating Amidst Erasure. By way of announcement, vehicle P510, you're blocking somebody who needs to get out. So whilst that individual is moving, we welcome to speak now Relisia Andrews. The Spirit Will Not Kneel, Creating Amidst Erasure.
Good afternoon, everybody. This presentation looked vastly different a couple of days ago, so I am going to attempt to be very brief, but given the news that Balliceaux was officially reclaimed by the Vincentian government, I decided to edit my presentation to reflect the current issues. The first thing I would like to do is start off with a song. It's called Adaguda Heina, which is a Garifuna song that was passed on to me by Georgette Lambie and Christine Vernon when I first started learning about Garifuna culture at 11 years old. So it goes, Alegora heina nubara katong funasa tinarubong katong. Alegora heina nubara katong funasa tinarubong katong. O nababana ibruo agamba na muga bumagin. O nababana mawo. O nababana ibruo agamba na muga buagin. This song is basically asking, it was written by a woman, she's basically asking, tell me the truth, my brothers and sisters, I want to learn the truth about my culture, tell it to me. Now, creating art is not something that is foreign to Garifuna people. We've always found ways of innovation, ways of creating lithographs, whether it's petroglyphs, whether it's ceramics, whether it's clay. And I'm going to be discussing the use of the arts as a means of reparative justice. So with this understanding, reparations for the historical injustices of slavery, colonization, and indigenous genocide have remained a contested and evolving issue in the Caribbean. Regional bodies such as CARICOM Reparations Commission, who we heard from earlier today, have been at the forefront of demanding financial and structural redress from former colonial powers. These efforts primarily focus on economic compensation, land repatriation, and social development. However, there exists a parallel and equally crucial form of reparative justice, one that centers cultural and spiritual restoration, which I find is largely absent from a lot of our advances in reparation. For this presentation, reparative justice refers to the process of addressing historical and systematic injustices by acknowledging harm, restoring dignity, and implementing cultural, economic, and legal measures to redress historical wrongs. Now, this framework recognizes that justice is not only about material redress, but also about the revival of suppressed languages, rituals, artistic expressions that colonialism sought to erase by embedding cultural practices, whether through performance, storytelling, or the reinterpretation of ancestral symbols such as petroglyphs. Reparative justice becomes a living, breathing process that restores both memory and agency to historically marginalized groups and communities. Now, as Indigenous people, we've always had the impulse to create. Art is our way of life, whether it's the way that we adorn ourselves, how we dress, how we wear our hair, how we speak. The question of Indigenous erasure is not merely about loss, it is also about the ways in which creation becomes an act of defiance and continuity. Cultural reparations mend the wounds of erasure by reaffirming the lived experiences and presence of marginalized communities through art, performance, storytelling. These forms of creative expression challenge dominant historical narratives and ensure that memory is not simply archived, but activated in public life. Now, cultural events such as the Garifuna Settlement Day, which is on the far side over here, you see the flag. In the middle, you see the Fête Guédé, or the Day of the Dead festival in Haiti. And on this side, you will see the processions in Regla, Cuba. This is documented by Dr. Alexander P. Gelbard, and it's called the Cabildos de Regla project. All of these projects are tourism projects as well, but they keep their ancestral and cultural authenticity while becoming an economic project. They keep integrity of Indigenous cultures and religious practices. And additionally, Indigenous arts practices and education fosters long-term economic skills that can be monetized through cultural entrepreneurship. The integration of Afro-Cuban and Afro-Caribbean, and Indigenous traditions into national cultural policies, which is initially proposed in our Sustainable Development Plan in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which was proposed in 2013, but is not wholly enacted or recognized, underscores the economic and social viability of art-centered reparations. Now, The Garifuna language, music, and ritual as resistance. Garifuna descendants of West Africans and the indigenous Kalinago have safeguarded our culture through music, dance, and language. UNESCO's recognition of Garifuna language and music and dance as intangible cultural heritage underscores our significance as living embodiments of history. The Garifuna drum, a sacred instrument, speaks ancestral truths that formal education systems have long ignored. And this is something that I've also struggled with, because through the pursuit of my degree, I've often been asked to cite my culture. But how exactly do you cite the sound of a drum beat, or the sound of your feet hitting the floor, or the sound of a chant? How do I cite what hudut tastes like? How do I cite what it feels like to use a hana to pound the plantain? So these are the practices that I want to highlight, because whether or not we realize it, these are artistic practices. The culinary arts, the creative arts, the performing arts. Our language is a lyrical river, which I'm still learning, by the way, of echoes of West Africa. It carries the weight of generations. It is whispered in prayers. If you know the Waguchi Bugiu, that is what I'm referring to. It's shouted in celebration. Every time somebody say aye, you respond. To speak Garifuna is to declare we are still here. It is an act of defiance against the world that has tried to sever our tongues, and the assertion of identity that refuses to dissolve into the tide of assimilation. To listen to Garifuna is to hear the voice of resistance. It's to become resilient. It's to be nurtured in the hands of the resilient. It is to become unbreakable. The Garifuna story is one of survival, one of longevity, one of continuity. And I propose an examination of decolonial narratives, because music can serve as a vital tool for reclaiming memory. Music is how I first learned the Garifuna history, not through a formal education system, but through standing and tapping my feet, through learning how to beat a drum. Music and the arts are vital tools for reclaiming memory and space in colonial societies. It is an act of subversion against a historical narrative that often silences the voices of the marginalized. To foster solidarity, to challenge the structures that have attempted to define and confine Garifuna people, and the ways in which Garifuna continue to speak about truth, about power, about simply being present. And I wanted to highlight this specific quote, because while we're advocating for decolonization, we must also recognize that decolonization of the mind, of the body, of the spirit begins with the reclamation of indigenous knowledge and artistic expression. By foregrounding these traditions in public discourse, practitioners and artists dismantle Eurocentric historical narratives and reinforce the legitimacy of African-derived worldviews in the Caribbean's fight for reparative justice. Now, the arts as preservation. These are pictures from the petroglyphs in Grenada. I recently attended a transcultural workshop, and I had the opportunity to meet up with some individuals of the Kalinago community that I've been working with. So naturally, they took me on a tour of what those petroglyphs would look like rather than having to see them through a screen. Looking at these images, I could say that I have walked where history is carved in stone, on the coastline of Grenada, and also reflected in the several petroglyphs here in St. Vincent across the island, which I must note, as many individuals recognized earlier today, are near waterways, near rivers, near streams, near oceans. I traced my fingers along the grooves of Kalinago petroglyphs, silent echoes of people whose stories are etched into the very bones of the land. These ancient symbols, spirals of time and testimony, are still here, and so are our people. While they've been left behind, we are able to look past the historical narratives and emphasize African influences in our societies. Petroglyphs hold immense cultural and spiritual significance, providing a direct link to pre-Columbian peoples like our own. Like petroglyphs, like music, dance, and rituals encode histories of survival and resistance. It is a visual language of rock carvings that speak to the deep-rooted connection between a land and its people, both physically and symbolically through legacies of colonialism. By reinterpreting petroglyphs and having ongoing conversations about reparations, these symbols can become a part of the larger movement to restore dignity and identity to Afro-Caribbean and Indigenous peoples. Now, you might be wondering, why is she talking so much about petroglyphs? What does it have to do with the current conversation? I am proposing a petroglyph project in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in figuring out how to use these pieces of arts to effectively advocate for Indigenous cultures. How do we return to art? And I propose educational integration. Schools could incorporate petroglyph studies into history and art curricula, allowing students to engage with these symbols through creative projects such as carving replicas, digital art interpretations, or theoretical performances. Garifuna and Kalinago storytelling projects. Oral traditions and myths surrounding petroglyphs could be recorded and shared through storytelling initiatives, podcasts, or documentary films, ensuring that the spiritual and historical knowledge embedded in these symbols is preserved and widely disseminated. Petroglyph projection mapping. Using digital production technology to illuminate petroglyphs with moving visuals that tell the stories of Indigenous resistance and survival. This could be a part of a nighttime cultural experience that integrates music, spoken word, and performance. Healing spaces and ritual reconnection. We can facilitate community-led rituals at petroglyph sites, reconnecting Afro-Caribbean and Indigenous spiritual practices. We can develop a memory walk initiative where participants can engage in guided journeys to petroglyphs, fostering intergenerational healing through storytelling and ceremony. Sacred soundscapes and sonic memory. Developing sound installations at petroglyph sites like the one in Leyu that I'm closest to, where individuals experience traditional Garifuna drumming, chants, oceanic soundscapes, invite musicians to compose pieces based on petroglyph symbols, translating their visual language into musical notion and performance. Shadow and stone nighttime firelight gatherings. We can organize full moon storytelling nights at petroglyph sites where elders, like I hope that he's still in here, David Darky Williams in the back, can share things like poetry and their theater pieces at these petroglyph sites, where traditional stories are told using these shapes, creating a visual interplay between the past and the present. In terms of the future of reparations, while we analyze these petroglyphs and the same resilience manifests in rhythmic footfalls of Garifuna dancers or a chants of priests calling spirits home in the trembling voice of spiritual Baptists who have now been given their official day on May 21st, first year, these are not relics of the forgotten past. They are living testaments to the endurance of our Indigenous people, the Yoruba and also Dahomey descendants from Western Africa who shipwrecked on this island. I am also proposing for the future of reparations in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we must embrace cultural revitalization at its core as a component for reparations, because you cannot advocate for a people without knowing who those people are. Funding should support Indigenous art programs and integrate Afro-Indigenous traditions into education. I'm immediately advocating for this because I know of my own story where I didn't learn about Garifuna culture and history until I was 11 years old. And it was not through an official education system. It was through my elders who saw that our history is still not being taught in our education system and decided, I'm going to come back every summer and I'm going to teach a group of children. I have continued that process by also teaching children at the National Public Library every other summer Garifuna language, music, culture, dance, and history. However, we have to recognize that this initiative is not exactly sustainable, because when those children leave that program, they're not able to actively use the knowledge that they get, because they go back again to a history curriculum that practices erasure of our history and culture. As a creative and a performer, of course, I'm advocating for the performing arts, including theater, storytelling, dance, because they serve as powerful tools for healing and resistance. I'm also advocating for creative tourism methods for a sustainable model for economic empowerment while preserving cultural heritage. Everybody would know that we have a group of drummers. When the cruise ship comes in, they situate themselves at the cruise ship port. How amazing would it be if we had a group of people dressed in Garifuna garments situated at that port as well, singing our songs, sharing our history, teaching our drumming practices, rather than having tourists listening to reggae that was originally produced in the 90s, I must say. So we should now become advocates in, and lastly, identifying flaws in our current Sustainable Development Plan, which is due to end this year, by the way. So I'm hoping that these proposals will be implemented for the next one and come up with innovative solutions. And my first innovative solution is the digital archives for cultural preservation. We have poor documentation of our Indigenous cultures and histories, generally in the Caribbean, but specifically in St. Vincent. The physical archive has deteriorated somewhat, and it threatens the preservation of our Indigenous knowledge. A national digital database could be the solution and could be developed to house oral histories, musical recordings, historical documents. This online platform would be accessible for education, research, and artistic inspiration. And as a result of recognizing the flaws in our current projects, I actually created a website called the Portrait Project, which was a baby of mine that started in my final year of undergrad. And the Portrait Project is a website that practices creative arts as a means of reparative justice, and as a result of that, I'm going to play a short video that I hope is going to cooperate. Here we go. This is just giving you an overview of what the website currently looks like. So I've done research and taken portraits of Indigenous people from across the Caribbean region to show what they originally looked like and what we can restructure them to be, because we know that these portraits were not taken willingly. As a part of the Portrait Project, that I'm hoping to continue to be a living archive, I have created a theoretical platform where individuals like researchers and creatives like yourself can go in and read what the foundation of this research could look like. I have also interviewed several members of our Indigenous communities, both here in St. Vincent, in Belize, Honduras, Guatemala, and also in the Dominican Republic, because I did interview an individual from the Taino community. And we're going to take a look at Clio's profile after I scroll back up so that you can see what some of their interviews look like. And if some of you know, Clio is actually a teacher in Fancy, and she's been teaching her students Garifuna language for a couple of years now. And this is just an excerpt of her story. So she sent me some pictures of her students. She shared what the men on the block think about Garifuna culture. She's answered a couple of my questions. And in continuing this research, it now lives on a website where anybody in the world can access it if they're unable to come to St. Vincent and know about this information. April is from Belize, and she is both Garifuna and Mestizo, and she runs an organization called Heritage Education Network Belize, an all-woman organization, I might add, of anthropologists and archaeologists. And Miss Eleanor Castillo Bullock is one of my elders, and she shared a bit about how she was ridiculed when she initially went to the US because she was Garifuna, and how she used the arts to restructure what her identity is. And this is just a bit about my research and background, different pictures of me teaching Garifuna culture to students. But I wanted to share this with you. I think there's a last, right. So in terms of additional research, recognizing the limitations of having physical books, the website also shares links to books on Indigenous cultures and culture and history in the Caribbean. Because I remember the difficulty in sourcing these materials on my own was that they weren't really readily accessible. So, with that being said, another innovative solution is mobile cultural hubs. Traveling performance troupes and workshops could bring Garifuna and Kalinago arts to different communities, ensuring accessibility and continuous engagement with Indigenous traditions. Now, these are some of the photos of my theater group called Kalunga Theater Collective, and we were here a couple of weeks ago, and we did a performance outside, of course, with Garifuna and spiritual Baptist songs, given the nature of our present cultural climate. And we also did the libration for the event that was happening here. And this is a project that we hope to continue throughout St. Vincent and for the years to come, because we're also recognizing that in presenting this work, we're training members of our collective to take over. In terms of other innovative solutions, I have proposed a means of identifying the flaws in our current Sustainable Development Plan as it relates to culture and the creative arts. And my proposed solutions, first of all, let me go over what I'm identifying. In the 2013 to 2025 Sustainable Development Plan of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it mentions cultural integration, but does not allocate concrete funding mechanisms for art-centered reparations. The plan lacks detailed strategies for Indigenous heritage preservation and does not outline policies to ensure community involvement in cultural policy making. My proposed solutions are to establish a National Cultural Reparations Fund, which has also been proposed earlier here today, by directing financial resources to Indigenous artists, historians, and educators. My next proposed solution is to mandate the inclusion of Garifuna and Kalinago studies in national curriculums supported by digital and physical learning resources. And lastly, create a ministerial task force on cultural justice, ensuring Indigenous communities have direct input in policy-making decisions related to cultural reparations. And in terms of Balliceaux, this is one of the pieces that I added, given the recent news. Now that Balliceaux has been reclaimed by the government of St. Vincent, the real work begins. What is land ownership without groundation? To claim Balliceaux without a clear vision for its use as a sacred cultural site, without a clear vision for its use as a sacred cultural site would be a hollow victory. The land must serve as more than a historical marker. It must be a living, breathing space of remembrance and resurgence. There must be ceremonial gatherings, creative residencies, and educational programs that reconnect Vincentians to their Garifuna ancestors. Indigenous presence on Balliceaux must be more than symbolic. It must be a restoration of life, ritual, and memory. The Garifuna who were exiled from this land centuries ago must be allowed to return not just in spirit but in practice, reclaiming space in ways that defy colonial narratives of displacement. Reparations requires more than acknowledgement. They demand the active reweaving of cultural and historical ties that have been severed, but never broken. And there's a quote that comes from a poem. It says, "Uwaga egini, uwaga duna, uwaga muna." Without food, without water, without shelter. This is what our ancestors were subjected to. This is what the thousands of bodies still on Balliceaux have been subjected to for centuries. Because to this day, there still has not been a dugu, which is a Garifuna funerary ceremony, held on that island. Several groups have gone, poured libations, poured their respects into the land, have drumming circles. But it has become nearly impossible to hold a dugu for more than 3,000 people. And 3,000 living spirits that have embodied that land and have lived on that land for centuries. And I feel like integrating the creative arts into honoring these individuals, because every time a Garifuna person speaks, it becomes poetry. Every time we move, it becomes dance. Every time we stand, it becomes resistance. And I want this to be the end of my presentation, and I'm leaving you with one picture. This is a circle of children at a school in Camden Park. And I took this picture when I visited Miss Ellie's Garifuna language and dance class with another group, the group at the library that I was teaching actually. And our children at the library were able to join her children at the Camden Park School. This is a circle of children singing the Our Father prayer, Waguchi Bungiu, in Garifuna. Children coming from several different spaces in St. Vincent, several different countries, coming from several different histories, families, all together in this single circle. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andrews, for such an invigorating presentation. The spirit will not kneel, creating amidst erasure. We will invite at this time any questions for Ms. Andrews, or comments, commendations, whatever have you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Ranisia. That was really good and really moving. And I agree, it's just a comment. Often when we speak about reintroducing the language in St. Vincent, I mean, I teach French and I know how difficult it is to actually have people speak fluently a language when it's not practiced where you live. So for me, it's always been like a great challenge to think that people here could actually speak the language where they don't really have a way to practice it. But through the years, and I forgot to say that before as well, on the SV2G group, we had the school festival of last Friday. And the secondary school, the Georgetown Secondary School, the students of the same teacher, I think, that came to England, they were telling us about the history, they were so into it, but through things that they built, I think that only through culture, you can actually have the kids involved and learn. Those children that we see performing here every year, it's through those cultural programs. It's through songs, it's through poems. That's the only way you can really have the next generation speaking the language, not through conversations, but through culture. So,
thank you.
Thank you. I see a hand over on this side.
Oh, can I respond?
Yes, you can.
Oh, thank you, Vanessa. I think that's really important because, as I stated, and some of you looked a bit shocked when I said that I first learned about our history and heritage when I was 11. I am now 25, for context. And those songs, those poems, those practices have stuck with me, and I've been able to share them with others. So that program every summer for a couple weeks might not have seemed valuable to certain people, but it is valuable to me. And it became kind of like a domino effect of not just remembering those songs for myself, but especially when I went to university, and I told you I've always been asked to quote unquote cite my culture. I would go and challenge my lecturers and say, listen, I'm Garifuna, and this is the information that I'm presenting to you. Most of it I cannot cite because it's oral intangible history. And now I'm preparing to do my PhD in August. And I'm looking to focus on Indigenous arts and as a means of reparative justice on spiritual Baptists, on Garifuna, on Ifa, all throughout the Caribbean region. And that singular workshop, that first workshop at 11 years old, became the result of this present day.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Andrews. Yes, for that. I think oftentimes we do forget the central importance of the arts and culture to memory, you know. Sometimes it's the songs that remind us of the history of what we don't know physically, but we can reconnect ancestrally and spiritually, you know. As you mentioned, songs, you know, when I had my first child, I found myself singing to him some songs that I didn't know where they came from, you know. And it's by appreciating and in the experience with my son, I guess understood that these were the songs that my mother sang to me. But I didn't remember them for all these decades until I had my own. And so I think it's very important, and I want to really empower you and encourage you with that work you're doing, because it's not all about the law and land, but the spiritual connection through the stories, the tradition, the customs are so intrinsically important for maintaining continuity and for the future generations. I really want to encourage you.
Thank you.
So first. Secondly, I want to say that, yes, when I did hear about the announcement recently, right, concerning the acquisition of Balliceaux, then I am concerned around what are the safeguards in that arrangement for the Garifuna community, you know. Because many times, governments will claim lands and reclaim lands and designate spaces and declare, you know, intentions, but then politics is a different thing from rights, you know. And for me, as a lawyer, rights need to be entrenched in the law so that it doesn't matter who change in the political landscape 10, 20, 30, or 400 years in the future. But there need to be some sort of guarantees entrenched in black and white around the community's rights to that space. And so I've been listening and trying to understand and to hear what is that. And I'm not saying to you, I'm saying to everybody here, really, that I think there's a need for that discussion. What are the rights of the Garifuna community in regard to this recently acquired island that is so sacred to the Garifuna everywhere, you know? And that those rights cannot be just by word of mouth. This is my recommendation. It needs to be in writing somewhere. It needs to be entrenched in law. And really and truly, if we apply indigenous rights to this scenario, then I'm saying the community's rights there need to be properly protected, right, indefinitely for the future. Because without that, then I'm still feeling a bit vulnerable for the community, because you don't know what the future holds if you really don't have the land rights, land ownership rights, or other sort of land rights that are recognized and enforceable for the community. And so I'm hoping that through this engagement this week, and the foundation and all who are here concerned can move towards ensuring that this acquisition comes with land rights that are guaranteed for the Garifuna.
Appreciate it. In answering that, I would say, because I'm also part of the Garifuna Nation, the Belize branch, we've been trying to establish a branch here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So we're in the process of aiding with some of those land rights questions. For the past couple of years, we created the Garifuna University Without Walls, which has dwindled a bit now because we're looking for more individuals and we want to get the university accredited. So what we did, we started online courses for individuals in Garifuna communities across the globe. So somebody from the UK, the US, Belize, Honduras, Guatemala could have joined the classes. Recognizing the touchy nature of indigenous land rights in all of our communities, we had a bunch of subject matter experts. So we had an indigenous land rights course that was taught by lawyers who volunteered their time. So they would spend a couple hours every week for maybe about 2 months during the summer to teach these aspects of indigenous land rights. And the Native American land rights processes were a model that we used in teaching Garifuna people what their rights should and could look like. This has become increasingly important for Garifuna people in St. Vincent, because we're now recognizing, unlike Belize, for example, areas like Dangriga, Hopkins. We have Gregs. However, the problem with these land rights, and which we identified earlier, is that Garifuna people are not recognized on a census. Because the stipulation is that how can we tell that you're Garifuna? How can we tell that you own these lands? And fewer Garifuna people have been identified as Garifuna, because if you look at our census, it's not an option to begin with. In the US, it is not an option. The option you select is other. And that could be anything. That could be Asian, that could be, anything. In addition to that, Garifuna people in, for example, Belize, Honduras, and Guatemala, they usually identify as Hispanic. Because that's the closest thing that they can get to Garifuna. Because again, it's not on a census. So the hope is that going forward, we can have more individuals like these lawyers volunteering their time in order to figure out what land rights would look like, not just for Balliceaux, but for communities in Belize where Garifuna people have been losing land. The governments have manufactured oil spills into beaches that Garifuna people have been living on in Belize and Honduras. Garifuna people in Guatemala have been outed from their lands because they're no longer being provided with electricity, for example. So they have difficulties with connectivity. It is these human rights violations and these land rights violations that we want to tackle. So I really, really appreciate that. And I also hold respect for your Maroon communities in Jamaica, because they have also been a model for how we as Indigenous people in St. Vincent would and could advocate for those land rights.
Thank you. Hold up, somebody, yeah.
I have a few things I'd like to say. The first is that when I was 25 years old, as you are, I could not speak with that level of fluency, insight, passion, expertise on the Garifuna. And I knew no one who could. And so it seems to me, and that's like 40 years ago, okay, I'm 64 now, you're 25. And so it seems to me, since no one in my circle in 1985 or 84 could speak with that level of fluency, expertise, passion, as you do on this subject, then it must mean that something occurred within the last 25 years that permits someone like you to arrive, okay? And so I'm very happy for that, okay? So I think it's an... Thank you. The second point I'd wish to make, because you have an entire list of stuff that can and should be done, and and it's just wonderful to have that level of energy and vision and so on. But you spoke of rock art, and you had like a million and one different things that could be done with this rock art with the students, and I appreciate that very much, and so on. But I would also add that one of the things we need to teach about the rock art is that not being able to understand what it means is in and of itself proof of the cognitive brilliance of the Garifuna people. We don't need to understand. We need to recognize that these were acts of imagination, intellectual power, which might defy us. They might be a mystery for us forever. So yes, we should take our students there to do all the different projects that you have outlined. But we must remember that there's also an immeasurable space that exists in the imagination, and just to recognize and give reverence to that power. And this is important if only because that cognitive skill, that essence of the Garifuna humanity had been denied and has continued to be denied by so many for such a long, long time. So I agree. Take the children to the petroglyphs and do all of these exercises. But when they cannot understand what they're saying, remind them this is a demonstration of the intellectual excellence of the Garifuna.
Thank you. All right, we thank you. Even as you move on. Oh, sorry.
Beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
Going back to a few slides and your things to do or things to get done, innovative solutions.
Which one?
There.
Here? Okay.
What would be the top two that you would say that hits you hard?
That hits me hard?
Yeah.
I would say creative tourism and funding.
Okay.
This is because I mentioned that I went to a transcultural workshop a couple weeks ago in Grenada, and I met an individual from Dominica, and she was explaining that they have Kalinago villages there in Dominica where they have manufactured their own form of tourism. So they have practices where you could go and actually cook with Kalinago people. You can go and learn the dances. You can go and learn what bush medicines that they use for different ailments. Of course, not everything is exposed, but we need to find more ways of creatively marketing our country. As someone mentioned earlier today, I don't think she's here now, she was sitting right over there, the young lady who mentioned that she went to Belize or Honduras and she saw that they had so many ways to depict themselves and depict their people, and more tourists are now here in St. Vincent. We need to take advantage of that because there is such a thing as historical tourism. There is such a thing as archaeologists and anthropologists who are going to want to, and they have, come to St. Vincent to learn about our culture. And funding is a priority for me because having been in several cultural and creative groups, they tend to dwindle because, for example, people can't afford to pay for a van to get them to a community to perform. They can't afford their meals when they get there. They can't afford to come to practice late because they're not sure that they're going to be able to pay for a taxi when they get home, to get them home. Our cultural and creative groups in St. Vincent cannot afford to go to different places like many other groups in the Caribbean. And mind you, Carifesta is coming up, which is just in Barbados, because they simply cannot afford to do it.
Thank you so much.
And these are the one of the
I guess
benefits
you
of
heard
our society. On a whole, we are creative people. Seeing a Vincentian person stand up, or even you're in an airport, you know that somebody is from the Caribbean just by the way they hold themselves. Because our bodies are art. The way that we present ourselves into society is art.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good day, everybody. I don't know how to look at the issue, but we're going to look at the Black Carib demographically. Because I think that affect the status, affect the treatment. Now, 1946, the Black Caribs in British Honduras were 7% of the population. 1946. Today, they're 6%. Migration to the USA. Now, migration to the USA, black people is a minority too in the USA. In the whole of Central America, black people is a minority. That itself is an issue. A place like Mexico have a lot of black people, but black people only form 0.5%. Nicaragua, where the black Garifuna is, African descent in Nicaragua is 9%. Costa Rica, 2%. So that's a problem. The status of black people in the nation state of America. That bring that in, because there's ethnic minority, it brings about discrimination and negative treatment. If you see where I'm coming from. Not even that, you know. Central America, right down to Venezuela, is a battlefield. That war in El Salvador, guerrillas. That war in Guatemala, and the Black Tribes in Garifuna in Guatemala. That guerrillas in Honduras. The only space peaceful in South America, in Central America, is Costa Rica. Nicaragua, America come down on Nicaragua like a ton of bricks. Make sure I step out of line revolution, a ton of bricks. And that Nicaraguan fighting one another. So one of the problem in the Americas, and that's why a lot of black people in the Caribbean know that they know the God bless, you know. Because we're a majority in the Caribbean. The only place where you're not a majority is Cuba and Mississauga.
Bring it home. Bring it home.
So I'm bringing that into ethno-history and ethnic politics. Affect because we're the majority in Brazil, and Brazil never had a president.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Miss Relicia Andrews, for that rejuvenating presentation. The spirit will not kneel, creating amidst erasure. And this brings us to the end of panel number 3. Do enjoy the rest of your evening.
All right, thank you so very much, Mr. Ronnie Richardson, and thank you to our panelists. We are moving swiftly along for those of you who have just joined us in the room and those who may have just joined us online. My name is Dr. Risa Noel McBarnett, and I'm the head of science here at the University of the West Indies Global Campus, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and your chairperson for Day 2 of the 12th International Garifuna Conference, right here at the UWI Global Campus, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now we move along, and I welcome now to the head table the Honorable Dr. Godwin Friday, leader of the opposition, and he's also the political leader of the New Democratic Party. Please welcome him, round of applause, as Dr. Friday makes his way to the head table. Now, Dr. Friday is going to present this afternoon on the significance of Balliceaux in the Garifuna reparations agenda. And I would also invite Ms. Sharon Gawe, who to moderate this session. So another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. And do enjoy. Dr. Risa Noel McBarnett. Give a round of applause again, please. Thank you so much. All right. I'm going to ask a favor before we even start. I know, Doc Ras, I know you wanted to speak a lot. I know you're passionate, but we have to tighten it up, okay? You'll get to talk again soon. All right? So get up, everybody. Let's do a little stretch. Monty, hit me with something. Hit me with something quick, just a 30 seconds, because we don't want you getting, you know, thrombosis and all that stuff, you know, just hit me, Monty.
I know you're gonna dig this. You may nigga
Applause. Very good, very good. We don't want you getting any problems health-wise or otherwise. And that little stretch helps your brain too, all right? Okay, Dr. Godwin Friday. I just had to do a quick bio. Dr. Godwin Friday. As Doc said, he is the leader of opposition and the MP for the Northern Grenadines. Dr. Friday has a Bachelor of Arts in History and Political Science from the University of Waterloo and a Bachelor of Law from Queen's University in Canada.
Kingston, Canada, yes.
There you go. He graduated with a master's degree in history from Waterloo in 1985. Should I say the year?
A long time ago.
That long time ago.
And in 1989, he graduated with a doctorate in political studies from Queens. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, getting straight into the meat of it. And he will speak on the topic, let me make sure that I have it right, the significance of Balliceaux in the Garifuna reparations agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Godwin Friday. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is this on? Yes, it's on. Thank you very much, Sharon, for that introduction. What you didn't add is my history teachers in this room. That's Adrian Fraser, yes, and my classmate. Dr. Denny is also in the room. We were both Dr. Fraser's students at grammar school. Now, it's true that I have a PhD, but I'm not talking here as an academic. I'm a politician as well, and that usually overrides almost everything you do nowadays because that's the way people define you. But I have a very keen interest in this subject matter, and it has intersected both at the political level and in terms of my own academic curiosity and study. It was when I heard the presentation, well, let me just say again before I start, thanks to the organizers of this conference for inviting me to be a part of it, more than just as a spectator this time, but to also to make a presentation. It's an honor for me to be here and to be able to share my views about Balliceaux, about the challenges of reclaiming our Garifuna heritage and culture, and also on the question, the challenge of reparation. Thanks to the Garifuna Heritage Foundation, represented by our president, Mr. Darky Williams, for inviting me to speak here today. Of course, as organizers of this event, you don't need me to tell you how important the International Garifuna Conference is to us. Nevertheless, I will say it, that it is vitally important, and listening to that wonderful presentation from Ms. Andrews just now, it tells me that this room really should be full of people, and maybe the sixth form or fifth form students, to be here to take advantage of the presentations that are here. So I'll say it again, it's vitally important, and that is for those who may not yet fully appreciate it, and also to encourage you in the work that you do. That the conference is in its 12th edition speaks volumes about the dedication and the professionalism of the organizers. May it long continue. To lead the way as we recount, record, and retrieve our history, the Garifuna history and language and culture. We are fortunate that we can speak of the Garifuna as people, not in the past tense only, but also in the present, living and thriving, notwithstanding the difficulties that they continue to face where they live. That is a testament to their resilience, and it is a story of survival that rivals any in human history. The notion that a group of just over 2,000 people could leave an island here and go to a strange place and can still define themselves as a people to this day, 200 years later. That is a remarkable story. I don't think it has been properly told. The full, gruesome story of betrayal and genocide perpetrated by the colonial power Britain is still being researched and still to be told in its fullness. We look to historians like my colleague, Dr. Denny, Dr. Fraser, to cultural anthropologists, and to other academics and researchers to pursue that task with skill, dedication, vigor, and with greater urgency. We say correctly, of course, that we must not forget the terrible ordeal of the Garifuna people, our forebears, that they endured over 200 years ago. That is their forcible removal from their cherished homeland and their near extermination as a people. But to be able to forget something, we must first know that thing. And as we have heard from my colleague, Ms. Andrews said she learned it when she was 11. I learned about it when I was at university in Waterloo in Canada. And that is really an indictment as to how our history was taught. And that is something that needs to be corrected, and I'm glad to see that the people who are here today and who have been part of this conference over the years have dedicated themselves to doing so. We were not taught the history of the Garifuna people and their courageous struggle against insurmountable odds to survive and keep their land until quite recently. So most of our people still don't know that history, and they're still learning, and we have a lot to teach. We have lost the language, most of the culture. Indeed, we have lost that identity over the years, but we must reclaim them. We cannot simply say, let bygones be bygones, as some will have us do. We cannot seek to overlook the heinous crimes that were committed with the excuse that it was a different time, with different mores and practices. When they were hunted, when they hunted the Garifuna warriors and starved the people so that they might submit, the British colonialists were pursuing a deliberate plan to get rid of them and to take their land. They banished them from their homeland to Balliceaux, then to Roatan, and Central America. They were never expected to survive, far less to return to their homeland. Reparations is necessary, but we must not pretend it is justice. At most, it represents steps towards justice, even as we acknowledge that the loss cannot fully be compensated and the people cannot be made whole again. If we agree, as most of us do, that justice delayed is justice denied, then how can we truly find justice for the Garifuna people over 200 years after the original crime was committed against them? But that does not mean that we do nothing. What it means is that the demands and the cause for reparation cannot be seen in any way as unreasonable or out of time. What we do may be too little, but it will not be too late. And that is why we are here. The UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development provides scope and platform for pursuing development for indigenous peoples all over the world, including our Garifuna people. You as academics and activists do the hard work in looking for those opportunities and preparing the ground for making them happen. We know that you have the challenge of funding and sustaining research over a period of time, but it will come. It then comes to us, after you've done your hard work, as legislators and political leaders, to listen, to take note, and to respond appropriately to the demands of the times as revealed in the research, the requirements of justice, and indeed to our own awakened conscience. Last year, at Dorsetshire Hill, at the Heroes' Day celebration, the matter of Balliceaux was raised. I said then, and I quote, "We speak now of legally acquiring Balliceaux and making it a protected heritage of our nation. That time has finally arrived, and it is welcome." End of quote. Now the government, I was in Parliament when the Prime Minister announced that the government has acquired Balliceaux. As leader of the opposition and president of the New Democratic Party, I support that acquisition as it is the right thing to do. Proper compensation must, of course, be accorded to those who are entitled to it. The whole nation must and should and must embrace this development. It must not be a partisan political matter. We share a common foundation and recognize the Garifuna heritage as the heritage of our nation. So we must be one on this. Balliceaux must be preserved. How could it be otherwise, given what we now know? Given the wonderful presentation we heard here today about cultural retrieval, language retrieval. It is the sacred earth upon which so many, over 2,000 Garifuna people, perished. And it must always be a physical and solemn reminder of the genocide committed there. In addition, it must henceforth serve as a manifest expression of our commitment as a nation to stand always against imperialist aggression and for human dignity and the recognition of people's national sovereignty. A bit of a personal note. I see Balliceaux every day from the window at my home in Bequia. When I go for my walks or runs up to Spring and Industry, it's there before me. Its splendid beauty concealing the horror that 200 years ago took place there. I sometimes try to imagine how those people banished there so long ago must have suffered physically and emotionally, because there they could be so close to home, they could see it. Were it not for the patrolling ships, they could probably make their way back home. Until they were taken away from the land, and it was no longer in sight, but would remain in memory and passed down as stories to the future generations. I often try to imagine how painful that must be. When death was around you, we need to build a sustainable future for everyone. A future that not only embraces our ideals, but puts them into action. It's often, too often, things are started and they're half done. There's a lot of talk and no action. Too often there are reports and other documents that are prepared and to set the path forward, but they fail to deliver. This matter is too important for that to happen. So as we look to 2020, we must commit now that we build a sustainable future for everyone, and that we start with those who have traditionally been left behind. I think this is what the UN committed to doing. Throughout the world, indigenous people have been traditionally left behind in national development. The same is true here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We must use this initiative to change that reality. Therefore, we need to commit to a detailed and specific plan that is then followed through and delivered. And this may include certain things. I have some ideas, I've heard some that were mentioned here today, and I'm sure others will, as to what to focus on. But I think we can all agree on some of the elements of it. First, ensuring that the Garifuna language is central to future development. It's recognized by UNESCO as a cultural heritage, and it must be revived and developed here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It has survived centuries of oppression, but thankfully is not dead. There are historical precedents of languages on the brink of extinction that have been brought back into today's life and experience. I'm happy to hear of some of the efforts that are made. Ms. Andrews spoke about having a 2-week session every summer that has had tremendous impact and benefit. What is preventing it from happening more than 2 weeks or more often, so that it is more widely available? Or making it an essential part of the education of our young people, because it is important to the definition of ourselves as a people. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a young nation. Who we are is how people see us. How they see us is how we define ourselves. Part of that is language, music, art. That is our uniqueness that we need to recapture. And I see it as important, not just for Garifuna people, but for the nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Euromen, as they call it. Second, we must promote the arts and culture and the cultural traditions, integrating them again into current culture, not as artifacts as stuff to be studied. I said at the beginning of my presentation that we can talk about the Garifuna as in the present tense, not just in the past. And so that means that it is our obligation to take what is alive now and to expand on it, to make it grow. Our identity, as I said earlier, this is my belief, as a nation is incomplete without Garifuna being an explicit component of it. This is an opportunity I believe we cannot miss. And we must all be advocates for that process to ensure that that tradition is recovered, that the language forms a key part of our present-day life and in how others see us. We must strengthen or seek to strengthen the diaspora. There is a large community of Garifuna people across the globe. In the United States, for example, we in St. Vincent and the Grenadines have a special responsibility to help to develop connections with that diaspora, to strengthen our links with them and to ensure that they are part of our future. To that end, back in 2015, under the leadership of the Honorable Anam Eustace, that's my predecessor, as the political leader of the New Democratic Party and opposition leader, the NDP, my party, accelerated our engagement with members and organizations of Garifuna people abroad, and among other things, declared that the Garifuna people be accorded honorary citizenship in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. While some poured scorn on the initiative and unfairly and falsely conjured up images of Garifuna people returning to reclaim land and jobs here, the initiative promised a closer relationship with Garifuna people worldwide. On the occasion of the visit of a Garifuna delegation here in 2015, in a joint statement, we, that is our party under the leadership of Mr. Eustace, and which I endorse, committed to the following: supporting and encouraging exchange programs in culture, education, health, and sports. 2, developing and disseminating the Garifuna language and culture in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and in Garifuna populations elsewhere. 3, forging alliances for the purposes of trade in goods and services, with emphasis being placed on tourism. We heard some talk about the potential of tourism here. Highlighting the socioeconomic and sociopolitical conditions under which Garifuna people exist in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and elsewhere. Highlighting them. 5, strengthening the spiritual bond and re-establishing the historical link between the inhabitants of Euromin and the Garifuna nation. 6, that we pursue these 5 objectives within the context of what I said earlier, our commitment of honorary citizenship program. I believe that we must always be seeking ways to deepen that relationship and to make it function in material and other ways to our benefit. Having Balliceaux as a special place of historical, spiritual, and cultural significance encourages such connections and will call our Garifuna brothers and sisters to their ancestral and spiritual home, even if only for a visit. We embrace this as our way forward. I welcome it. So I ask you, all of the participants in this important Conference and for the Garifuna Heritage Foundation to keep walking and to keep making noise, to wake up our nation and to wake up the world. This is an important task, so let's continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Friday. He encouraged us to recount, record, and retrieve our history and the importance of just to wake up. All right, so next on the agenda, we have, of course, let me make sure that I have my notes right. Yes. We have a Zoom. Is it a Zoom from Florence Alexi LaRose from Guyana? No? Okay. So who? Oh, question, of course. Questions? Go ahead.
Give thanks. Give thanks. Greetings to everyone. And welcome everyone to Urumi, Colonial St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Yes, I am very thankful to the Most High, to our Creator, for giving I the strength and the courage to be in this audience this afternoon and to be a part of this conference. I must say, well, most likely I wouldn't be asking Doctor a question, but making a comment as to what he has said, supporting what he said. Yes, first I must begin with his appeal for the children's participation. I am so much elated for the presentation of our youthful princess, of our youthful queen this afternoon, Sister Andrews. Give her a round of applause. I look at my sister this afternoon. Her presentation has resonated within me. My last daughter graduation at university in education. My daughter, she is 23 years old, and this lady is 25 years old. So I count her as my daughter. Yes. I had the opportunity growing up in school to hear about the Caribs and the Garifuna people at an early age, because my grandmother is from Sandy Bay, from the Sandy Bay area, and I'm from Chateaubriand, known as Chateau, and people know Chateau is related to Chateauye. Yes, these events really need the participation of our youths, so the youths can interact with the parents. Because, at this point in time, it's not just the big people. We need the children's participation and to make them become knowledgeable so that they can become inclined to this kind of information and they can disseminate it and have these conversations among themselves. We are seeing now how the media and how society is using music or the cultural art form to distract our people from spiraling upwards in consciousness to a decline, to backwardness, gravitating to backwardness. So through our music and through the arts of our children, in form of dancing, poetry, storytelling, we can get more of it. We need the education department to ensure when these activities are taking place that the children's presence is being felt. Yes. Okay. Let us wake up. Let us wake up and inspire our children and give them the opportunity to be leaders rather than followers.
Wonderful,
Thank you very
Russ.
much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to warn you. Maybe it's the media person in me, but you're going to be timed. You got to make it quick, and you got to be very precise, all right? Please, because we want as many people speaking as possible. All right? Yes, next. Thank you.
Dr. Friday, I have a question, and this also relates to the comment that Carlos made earlier today with members from the group having to use GoFundMes to essentially come into St. Vincent and teach Garifuna culture. That is a sentiment that is shared in multiple groups that come here throughout the different years. But my point is, our children in schools, they learn Spanish, they learn French. It would be interesting if when re-examining the budget for culture, that you include these individuals who come and teach Garifuna language during the summer into these budgetary meetings so that they can actually be implemented into the curriculum. So that could be a first step, because you did mention more advances in education. So instead of having them come during the summer, they could have more time during the school year to teach at the same time of the other teachers. And these students, because I've noticed that although I teach during the summer, the students go home and they don't have anybody to really practice with, especially those who come to the programs and they don't have siblings. Having this implemented in a school system would allow them to exchange with each other, perhaps teach their teachers. Schools in Fancy, for example, have already started somewhat because the members from the Garifuna delegation that come in during the summer teach the teachers, who have now added to their charts, rather than having a picture of a chair in English and in Spanish, they also have it named in Garifuna.
Wonderful.
In the classroom. So this could be an initiative.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Talk.
I think that's such a reasonable suggestion. I don't know why it hasn't been done. Because, how else are we going to, if we're going to, Garifuna language is not an official language in our country. It's not an official language. But really, it ought to be our second language. And because this is part of our identity, part of our history, it's part of really what should be defining us uniquely as Vincentians. And so I support that measure and may even go further to make it part of the curriculum, especially starting from primary school. I don't see why that cannot be done if we have the people, the resources to do so. Yeah, so thanks for the question, but certainly I think that is something that really needs to be done urgently. I would do it.
Okay, next person.
Yes, Dr. Friday, thank you very much. I'm visiting from Jamaica, from the Maroon community, but I wanted just to ask, in terms of your insights into Balliceaux, how could the Garifuna heritage there on the island be accentuated and preserved? Maybe just from your own thoughts. I'd love to hear you on that. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah?
Go ahead, Doc.
Go ahead. Yes. Under the law, of course, when there is, as you may know, when there is an acquisition by the government, it's an acquisition for a public purpose. And the land goes to the Crown, but the use to which it is put is public purpose. That public purpose, how will it be defined, depends on all of what we're doing here, and that the intersection with that with government and other agencies and so forth. But I believe that for me, the push to get Balliceaux to be recognized as a special place and to be, acquired by the government for a special purpose. That was being done by the Garifuna Heritage Foundation. The push was there from, civil society groups. So they should also continue to play the lead in how it is developed and how it is used going forward. I don't see a situation where, government will say, well, we now own it as part of our patrimony, so to speak. But it's, it's for us to dictate what happens there. That has to be done in conversation with the people who quite clearly have a stake in it and who have been the driving force behind getting it to this stage.
Okay. We have Patches next, cultural icon, and he's going to keep it nice and short and sweet. Right, Patches? Thank you so much.
You're going to sing a song?
No. Thank you so much, Patches.
Okay, I think it's on. I've been coming to these sessions for how many years now? And I always had a question that I have to ask again today. And the young lady there said something in the vein of what I said in the past, and Rastaman. And this is for the foundation, the Garifuna Heritage Foundation. You keep inviting and bringing ministers in government, particularly the Minister of Education. I was here when he was here and he made his speech. The Minister of Culture, well, a lady, I think his permanent secretary, represented him. The Prime Minister of the country, he always given keynote speeches. They have the power to ensure and support what Rasta said. I am challenging the foundation now, right now, spontaneously, take a survey right now on the corner with them dozens of kids out there and ask them if they know what's going on in here now. Something is wrong. I keep saying, the room of people here who comes here every year, what is said here and done here, it seems to me like it stays there. It's not going nowhere. If I go on the block down bottom town where I live and I ask the young fellas and stuff, can you tell me how many countries Garifuna people exist? I'm sure it would be negative. So I'm saying, Garifuna Heritage Foundation, you need to do a little more. The government of the country need to do a little more and really and truly get according to what the young lady said there. Our language instituted in the system of education. You teach Spanish, European language, you teach French. Why the heck you can't teach a Garifuna language?
Okay, Patches, thank you so much. But I can probably mention, okay, with precision.
Every year this happens. Which song you ever sing and tell people they must come here? What contribution have you made to the organization that is pushing this every year? When we started, let me finish. When we started, we were 2. Yes. We are much, much further away now. We are coming, but we need you. Put your foot where your mouth say. Contribute, help us, sing a song.
Thank you, okay. Thank you, Patricia Batiste. She is our, I love this spicy. Okay, no, wait. Bernard.
I don't want to back and forth,
Bernard.
But I don't want to back and forth. But
no.
To me,
Patches, you had your turn. Give someone else now.
But I had to respond to her.
No.
All right, okay, all right.
Yeah, Patches, respect
all right,
me.
You have your way. You have your way. I know what I do.
Okay, Patches.
I know what I do. It's an attack on me.
Thank you, Patches.
You can't shut me down.
Okay, next.
You cannot shut me down. Next person. Anyone else? Dr. Fraser? No, I love the spiciness, okay? Spicy is good. Yeah, the conversation is needed. But so we have to be, as Doc said, as respectful as possible. But go ahead, Dr. Denny, yes. Thank you, Patches, for obliging. Thank you so much.
I do think that there's clearly the capacity on the part of the government to bring students to this room. I don't think it's a difficult issue. I think there's all kinds of things you can do. I mean, when I'm teaching at St. Mary's College, and there's some issue that I want my students to attend, and I know, well, they might want to attend. Okay, what we're going to do? I'm going to have an essay. There's going to be grades. I'm going to compel you to go, because it's going to be, I'm going to embed that event within your grading. So then they got to go. Okay. And I will ask a question that, is directed at the specific, subject matter. And so they're compelled to go, because they're always concerned about their performance. So there are different things you can do within the schools to bring students to the, to these kinds of issues, to these events. And so the criticism it seems to me is a meaningful criticism, because there are things that we can do which can bring the students here.
Acknowledge. Thank you, Dr. Denny. Anyone else? A brother down here who has a microphone. Thank you so much. Thank you, Patches. It's not often that Patches will hand over mic. He loves to sing, he loves to talk, so we appreciate that about you, Patches. Thank you. You have to know when, Thank you. Go ahead.
And Patches, I'll be looking forward to that song so we can get it out all over the world. Dr. Friday, my name is Carlos Gamboa. I'm a Garifuna from Guatemala. And so thank you for the information that you'd given us. You mentioned in your talk, if you can define this, proper compensation of those who deserve it as it relates to Balliceaux. If you can expand upon that.
Well, it's a requirement of law that when the government acquires property, part of the Land Acquisition Act, that they deal with whoever the owners are, as can be defined and verified, and the act requires them to pay compensation. That's pretty much what it is. That's what the government has done. It has acquired it under that act. That's my understanding. Yeah.
Okay, great. Love it. Next person, anyone else? That's it? We all nice and clear? Okay, give Dr. Friday a round of applause for bringing the spiciness. We didn't get the regular, we got spicy today. Thank you so much. All right, so, yes. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you so much, Dr. Friday, for coming. And we now welcome Mrs. Zoila Ellis-Brown, our Chief Technical Officer of the Garifuna Heritage Foundation, to make a presentation on the VINLEC calendars. Welcome, Mrs. Brown.
This calendar, which is a concrete example of the collaboration between VINLEC, the Garifuna Heritage Foundation, and diaspora persons from all walks of life. I say this because in order to do concrete things, we need to have collaboration. And this calendar started with an initiative of VINLEC. VINLEC, as a corporate entity, decided to focus its 2025 calendar on the Garifuna heritage. There's been talk here about what the process of what we are doing as the foundation and the process of what is taking place in St. Vincent has been taking place over the years. But this calendar is a concrete manifestation of that. 20 years ago, no calendar by VINLEC would have been focused on the Garifuna. In fact, shortly before that, the word Garifuna was not even in currency in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It was not a word people used. So we, and when I say we, I mean we as St. Vincent and the Grenadines, this nation has moved, but it is not always dramatic as the acquisition of Balliceaux is. It is very slow work, it is hard work, and it is voluntary work. Let's not forget. And when that changes, we will see, and I hope that the words of persons who commit to changing and institutionalizing the Garifuna culture in this land, the land of its birth, I hope those words are true and become manifested in fact. Because what we need is an institutionalization of this culture. And this calendar, as simple as it is, reflects a step in the right direction. It reflects the willingness of a corporate entity to put its funds, its time, its staff into doing what we had to do to get the information to make this calendar a reality. It represented the foundation reaching out to colleagues in Guatemala, in Honduras, in Belize, in Nicaragua, to get the kind of information we needed to put on the calendar, to verify the facts printed here. And so what it represented to us was the power of our unity as Garifuna people. And that was and is and will continue to be powerful. I support the fact that all of us here believe in the power of this unity. That's why we're here. And so I think that when we can take simple acts and make them concrete, whether it's teaching children, whether it's putting together a calendar, whether it's having a university course on the Garifuna, it is things like that that make a difference, because we are just passing through. It's for the next generation we have to pass the baton on to. In that light, I'd like to present these calendars to the Leader of the Opposition. As an official reminder, I didn't sign it, but you can have it as an official manifestation.
Thank you so much.
For anyone else who needs a calendar, we have more.
All right, round of applause, everyone. You would agree with me that we had a very long day, but a rather interesting day. A lot of discussion, and a lot of food for thought. Now, you would notice that we were not able to complete all of our panel discussions today, but we will shift panel number 4 to tomorrow. You will fit in to day 3 of the conference proceedings. But what we're going to do differently today is that as the end of today, to round off today, we're going to have Mr. Ackley Olton. Yes, he is facilitating the Garifuna film series, which started yesterday after the conference, but not directly after. But because we have such a captive audience, when I say captive, let me take the word captive out, but you have been so locked into what we're doing today that we want to keep you here a little longer. So Mr. Ackley Olson, filmmaker and visual artist, based here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, extremely talented, very humble young man. So we're going to be showing a film now, but Ackley, do you want to come and tell us a bit about